Make sure I get them likes up. Get them likes up. Make sure I get them likes up. Yo, what's going on? Welcome to King Talk on the Lapeef Network. We introduce the crew. We got Shannon. We got Trill. We got Humble Dad. We got Dr. Davey back in the house. And me, myself, I'm Lapeef J.I. Welcome to King Talk, y'all. What's going on, gentlemen? How y'all doing? How y'all doing?
Wonderful. Fantastic. Amazing.
Great.
Really good. Really good.
Amazing.
Superb.
That's what I love to hear, man, especially with everything that's going on. Look like we might be going to another shutdown. What y'all think?
I'm ready for it. I enjoyed the last shutdown.
Doesn't really matter to me, man. It don't change.
I enjoyed the
life.
last shutdown. Shit, I'm a fashion designer. I'm an entrepreneur fashion designer. I don't clock in. I make my own bread. And I was essential because I was making masks. I welcome another shutdown. I know it's going to be hard for other people, but I'm being selfish right now.
Oh, yeah, I hear you. Ain't nothing wrong with it, man. You know, I got a lot done, man. Got a lot done. You know, we were still grinding. Still was working throughout the whole entire thing. So I was doing multiple things, man. But I think it helped a lot of people. I honestly believe so. I mean, I know, unfortunately, some people separated. They got sick of one another. But I think it was a time to just reset, you know, really understand what it is that needs to be done. So if it happens, it happens. If it don't, then oh well.
Yeah, it helped everybody except for the ones that did that PPP fraud and is in jail today.
Ah, yeah,
and going to jail and on their way to jail.
Oh, wow.
You know what I don't understand is, like, why did they make it so easy for any and everybody to do it? I mean, even if you didn't have a business, you had the opportunity to create. I just found it hard to believe. It was just too easy.
Well, I don't think they wanted to make it hard for the people who are suffering. And the thing was to make it
exactly.
relief. And people trying to take advantage of a situation that was designed to help people suffering as quickly as possible, so as to prevent them from going under, their workers and what have you. So they weren't trying to put some crazy barriers up because it was designed for relief, quick relief, as quick as possible. Because there were people really suffering, and that was what the target was. And it's sad that people decided to use that opening as an opportunity to cheat.
Agreed.
It is what it is.
I don't know, man. I mean, I get what you're saying. You know, they're already going through enough, so why make it hard for them? But it was just too easy. I mean, it was like no cross checks. There was some.
It depends on who you use.
There was some safety in place. But, you know, they set it up to make it easy, but it's also easy to find the crooks too. But the thing is, by and large, it helped more than it hurt. It helped more people than it's more businesses that it helped and people that it helped in terms of the business PPP. I'm not talking about the individual stimulus, but the business PPP helped more than it hurt. You know, here in LA. So, for instance, before the pandemic, downtown Los Angeles fashion district, you couldn't rent a place. You either had to know the owner of the business, be friends with the family. Like, I'm friends with the Fish family, right? He kind of like started the alley. A lot of people have heard of the alley downtown, where the fashion alley. He kind of started it in the early 80s. And then he just passed away. His daughter is running it now, but they own so much property down there. But I'm cool with them. So I'm in if I need to get some place. But you couldn't get a place before in 2018 to 2019. Now it's like, bro, they giving away spaces. They're giving them away. It's like a ghost town because so many companies, regardless of if the landlord was like giving them like, yo, man, you can stay for free. It's okay. Nobody was buying anything. And so people had to go out of business, man. And so now a whole lot of companies went belly up.
That's interesting, man.
Yeah, man. So
well,
it helped more. I know you say, JR, that it was too easy for people just to get that check, just to put it in and get a quick 100,000, 250,000. Some people went ahead and went for $1 million, claiming that they had employees that they didn't have. But it helped more businesses than it hurt. And those that took that money, they working around the clock on doing audits on everybody that took it, because they know who they know they sent a check or they deposited in your bank. And what you gonna do?
Yeah,
they come for that. You got to answer for that shit.
Yeah, I didn't want to take the risk. I was honest. I only received $1K, just $1K. Well, the people that was like right next to me, like, oh yeah, I got 5, I got 10, I got 20. I'm doing it again, doing something else. I said, damn. I said, must be nice, man. I'm just not willing to take that risk. I just want to be legit across the board. I don't want nobody looking over behind me, having to worry about somebody come knocking at my door trying to serve me.
For sure.
Yeah, wasn't it an NFL player that just got sentenced to prison for taking $500,000? Yeah. I think he took $500,000. He's in the NFL and he took $500,000. So it's like, come on.
There was a couple of NBA players that did the insurance fraud. So
a lot of them.
It's all about that money, man. Money make you do some mysterious things, right? Not me, but that's what I'm seeing.
Your character makes you do mysterious things.
Oh, money like that. Talk about that. Let me put that down real quick.
Bars already early.
Hey, just make sure you cite me. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I got you. Hey, if you're just tuning in, welcome to King Talk. We appreciate y'all, man. We did have a couple of new times. You doing it again? Appreciate the super chat for Jonathan for $99.99. He said no. I'm assuming that was from one of the questions that I asked about the lockdown. So we appreciate you, brother. Make sure y'all tune in to Jonathan tomorrow. Him and his Broken Dusty panel are going live tomorrow. So make sure y'all check it out. Got the super chat right here. Luke Casely? Did I say that right, y'all? Okay.
Yeah, Luke Casely is a superstar.
Okay. I hear that.
Yeah, she's a superstar. She's one of Kevin Samuels' greatest moderators. And she's over at TLA. She moderates really well.
Okay,
there.
Shout out to you, okay? Appreciate the super chat. Real, I see you in the house, man. Hope you can cam up. Real is out being a hardworking man, so we definitely appreciate that. I know he will be here. He will probably maybe later try to step in. I seen a few people join the membership in the beginning. Shout out to you for going green. I see all the green in the house. Brittany B, thank you. Sherelle, I see you. Appreciate it. Let's get this show started. Before we do, everybody take a moment, hit the like button right now. Also subscribe to the channel, set the notifications to all so you do not miss anything that's dropping on the Lapeef Network. I see you, Island Girl Q. I want to start off by asking the gentleman a question. How do men measure success? How do men measure success? Start with you, Trill. You there, Trill?
Oh, damn, my bad. I didn't hear my I don't know, my sound kind of cracking up. But you said, how do men measure success?
Yes, sir.
I would say by how comfortable I'm living, for one, and by the success of the people around me, for two. Like if you're a boss or if you're some kind of leader, I feel like the measure of your success is not necessarily what you bring in, but how easy you make the lives of the people around you, whether that be your employees, whether that be your friends, your wife, your kids. That's what success is. I want to live comfortably. I want to not have to make decisions out of duress, but because that's what I want to do. You know what I'm saying? And the more people around me that I can make that the case for, the more successful I feel like I am.
Okay. Dr. David, how do men measure success?
I think this varies culturally, but in my cultural background, because I'm African, we measure a successful person by being somebody who can provide for himself and have a family. So we're big on legacy. We're big on children. More children, the more successful what we consider you to be as a man. So, you know, having a family, having a legacy, and being able to provide it and you know, put the next generation in a better position than even you were in, that means you're a very successful person. Yeah.
Okay, got you. Shan, how do men measure success?
How much money is in the bank? Money. How much you do? How well are you doing? That's how I measure it. How well are you doing? This is a capitalistic society, and I want to know how much bread you're making. Now, what do you do with that bread? That's where it's about what you. It's not just about accumulating money. It's about what you do with it. But it's important that you make the money. When somebody says, "Oh man, he's really successful," you can't. Do we say that with somebody who's just happy? Well, I know some happy people on Skid Row. I doubt that many people will call them successful. Successful for me is how well are you doing economically for men specifically. Now, once you take that, and that's generally by you realizing and manifesting the ideas that you have in your head and bringing them to life. The things that you set to do and you accomplish is generally going to translate over financially and economically. So I speak about entrepreneurship and relationships. You know, my standpoint is how well are you doing economically? How if you out there stressing and you got and your cell phone's getting turned off and your light bill's getting turned off and your car's getting repossessed because you bought something that you can't afford. Yeah, you're not successful. So I'm just as superficial as it sounds. Money.
Gotcha. Humble Dad, coming to you next, sir. How do men measure success?
Well, if we're just talking about men in general, I would agree with Shannon. Most men say, okay, how much money do I have? But if you're asking me specifically, how would I measure success as a man? I would say, what are the goals that I put in place? And how am I trying to get to those goals? You know, for me, you know, money, as far as there is a number, yes, but I wouldn't say it's going to be the same number as somebody else. Also, you know, having a healthy marriage would be, you know, a success for me. For others, it may not be. I would say overall, you know, if you put up goals and you have a road or a particular perspective on how you're going to get to those goals and you reach those goals and know that once you reach that goal, you got to get another one. I would say that that's a measure of success.
Okay. I want to ask the gentleman this. Do men measure success by the ability to attract beautiful women, high quality women, so to speak?
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. I think, matter of fact, probably too much, in my opinion. And the thing is, you don't really realize how overrated it is until you start actually getting with those women that you aspire to. You realize a lot of them are dumb as a box of rocks. They may be attractive. They may be, you know, do sex well or whatever the case may be. But after I done had sex with you 10 to 12 times, now it's old. Now you annoying me. Now there's no depth here for us to build anything. And now I got to replace you with another person that's, you know, and try to, I guess, rehash the same scenario. But yeah, I feel like men put way too much stock in that. I think it's just funny because I'll be like hearing like a lot of like younger dudes be like, you know, fantasizing about these Instagram chicks and this, that, and the third. And, you know, I got a platform. So like I be dealing with them all the time. They come on my show and they chopping it up, whatever the case may be. And, you know, your idea of somebody before they actually open their mouth it's amazing how much variance that can be there. You know, so but yeah, to answer the question, I agree. I think way too much.
All right. Humble Dad. Do men measure success by the ability to attract beautiful women, high quality women, so to speak?
That seems like a pretty easy answer. I mean, they do measure on average, you know, how many women can they knock down, how many women are, you know, are around them. For whatever reason, it kind of has been a stigma, I guess, growing up that it says, you know, the more women you have, the more clout you should bring. And that's unfortunate because that means that you have brought your value to be based upon how many women that are around you when you're worth so much more than that. And you should be bringing more than that to the table. So if you're a business person, you say, well, listen, I've knocked down 100 women. Like what value does that bring to anybody that's in the circle that you have? So of course they do it, but I'm definitely saying that it's not worth much at the end of the day.
The answers are so much different on this question than the first question. Dr. David, do men measure success by the ability to attract beautiful women, high quality women, so to speak? What's your thoughts on it?
Yes. That's just a clean yes. And I've been all over the world. I've been in different societies and different cultures. That is the one universal marker of a successful man. No matter where you go in the world, you see a man, you see the type of women that he has around him, right away you know if that guy's an elite or not by the type of women that he has. It's universal. So that is a definite yes. And it's not, there's nothing going to change that. And it's something that also is one of the universal currency, because the money thing is different. It's going to be different. And there's only so much money you can spend in a lifetime. Only so much food you can eat. You can sleep in one bed. You can cruise around in a few vehicles here and there. How many rooms are you going to sleep in at night? So, money is going to be a hard one to look at, because some of the richest people I know, you wouldn't even be able to tell, just by kind of the lifestyle that they lead. But that is not a joke. That is one thing that is universal. You can point blank tell, boom, yeah, that guy's a successful guy. It's a universal currency.
Shannon, same question. Do men measure success by the ability to attract beautiful, high quality women, so to speak?
Of course, man. I think we gotta everything in the world is about sex, except for sex, where sex is about power. Who said that? Oscar Wilde. Most men going through the ages of the human race, most men do everything for the approval and the acceptance of women. That's the reason why. In fact, when we talk about provision, protection in our families, a lot of times most men do what they do. It's for their women. We just watched a movie on my channel, John Q. You guys, y'all seen that movie, John Q, with Denzel Washington?
Yes, sir.
We just watched John Q last night. Because we watch movies every Monday night, and we pointed out some parts in that film where John was willing to risk it all and kill himself for the protection of his son, by the order of his wife, who got on the phone and said, "Do something." Everything that men do, generally speaking, regardless of the time that we're in, the technological age, we do it for our families, our children, and our women. By attracting the best looking women, the most beautiful women, that is successful as far as men are concerned, and so, like it or not, man, that's the reason we do it. And that's why they talk about that. Like I think in the book that we just read, they were saying that if you castrate a bull, he'll become as docile as a cow, because the sexual transmutation, you remove that from that cow. His balls, you cut your balls off and suddenly you become soft. Right? It's all about sex. Everything in the world is about sex. Where does that come from for men? Is from our women. So absolutely. The answer is unequivocally yes.
And I would even go as far as to say that if women didn't care about money, most men wouldn't mind being broke. Because if you look at that, that's the main thing that keeps men from making money is women. Like, you got dudes that are literally around here broke, but as long as I got 5 or 6 attractive women that I can hit whenever I feel like it, I'm gonna be way less urgent in terms of solidifying my financial security compared to if I'm not getting no women at all, then I'm gonna go into overdrive trying to go get the bread. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's real though.
He achieved his success. I got the woman. What I need to do the rest for? I got you. Hell yeah, true.
Okay, so
that even kind of applies to, like, if you think about some of the marriages, right? Like, you did everything that you could to get this woman, right? And then men sometimes, not every man, right? But men will be different because they've arrived into this marriage concept, and now they say, oh, okay, well, I could just sit back and just be the man of the house. When in fact, the reason why she was so attracted to you and wanted you to be her her leader was because of the things that you did prior to marriage, right? So it's a very good point that you're making, that we do a lot of things for women, if not most things for women. But it's a thing that once we get it, we get lazy. You know, I think Kobe used to talk about that a lot. He said, you know, when he got to the league, it was so much easier because everybody felt like they had arrived. And so he just continued to pursue, and that's how he became great. So that's one of the things that about marriage, when you get into marriage, there are things that you got to still do to satisfy your wife and make sure that you have a healthy marriage. So
can I read a paragraph real quick, JR, or no?
Oh yeah.
What's a paragraph? It's 3, 4. I'm just playing.
It's in the book. I'm reading it right now. It's just a quick paragraph, you guys. The pages of history. This is from the book Think and Grow Rich. The pages of history, and this is in the sex category. The pages of history are filled with records of great leaders whose achievements may be traced directly to the influence of women who aroused the creative faculties of those leaders' minds through the stimulation of sexual desire. Napoleon Bonaparte, we all know who he is, was one of these guys. When inspired by his first wife, Josephine, he was irresistible and invincible. When his quote unquote better judgment of reasoning faculty prompted him to put Josephine aside, he began to decline. When he got rid of his first wife, he started falling off. His defeat in St. Helena was not far distant. If good taste would permit, we might easily mention scores of other men well known to the American people who climbed to great heights of achievement under the stimulating influence of their wives, only to drop back to destruction after money and power went to their heads and they put aside the old wife for a new one. So yeah, our women matter, fellas. You could have the red pill rage, but only have that for a little while. It's not about no women. Women are valuable.
What?
They're valuable. You just got to pick the right one. That's what's important. Oftentimes we're selecting the wrong women, because the success or failure of every man on the planet can be attributed to the woman that he selects. So I'm sorry, but yeah, women matter, and
what?
Our level of success can be attributed to how beautiful and how amazing a woman is to each man.
Man, I see Shan going on a rant about the women. I'm a little confused. I mean, supposed to focus on other things and not focus so much on the women. I'm just confused for the sake of the conversation, of course. But I do want to ask a follow-up question and ask the gentleman this. What role do women have in our lives? What role do women have in our lives? We'll start with you, Humble Dad.
So it all depends on what level that you're at. You know, if you're a kid, you know, I would say, you know, you depend on them for nurturing. You depend on them for, like, with my kids missing their mom, they depend on, like, the hugs. They miss those hugs. I would say that when you get older, you kind of depend on them for encouragement. You depend on them for companionship. Depend on them to be that listening ear. These are kind of like qualities. And then once you get into, qualities when you get into marriage, the things that they're important to have would be, that sounding board to kind of say, okay, does this make sense? Yes, I'm the leader, but I want to make sure that what it is that we're about to do is valuable to the whole family, as well as, sexually, we need them for that for sure. And then, but overall, I would say that they are our other half, if you will. Sometimes, in some cases, our better half. If you're married. You saying what, Shannon? You have a question? Go ahead.
I know. I just vehemently disagree. But go ahead.
Okay, good. So yeah, pull up. So what I mean by that, not necessarily better half. I mean, just some in the sense of, if I go biblical, I mean, he was, Eve was from the ribs, so from the side. So it's just a matter of these, the women. I'm talking about marriage. I'm not talking about like just your girlfriend or something like that. But I'm talking about in marriage, the woman is your helpmeet. You know what I'm saying? And so they come alongside to help you and fulfill whatever it is that you put into place as a plan.
Okay, interesting. I told you I'm kind of confused again for the sake of the conversation, right? I'm just trying to get some clarification, some understanding. You know, I know Shan was saying we need the women, and I've also been hearing on the panel that we shouldn't focus so much on the women.
Agreed. Both of those are true, by the way.
Okay, yeah. So we're building up to something, but what role do women have in our lives, Shan?
What role do women have in a man's life? So one of the silliest questions I think that a lot of men ask today is, what do you bring to the table to a woman? I don't think men should ask women that question. You know, women are already valuable to a degree, but is she valuable for you? Is she inspirational? Is she supportive? And is she your mental sanctuary? That's the value that I think a woman would have on men. Now, I get it. Oftentimes men say things like, you know, well, you know, what kind of job do you have? And, you know, what you bringing to the table? What, you know, how much is in your 401k? And what kind of cars do you got? You got any property? Maybe we can build together and all that. No, that's that modern shit. I think men should be able to achieve all that greatness on his own. And his woman will be able to inspire him to do better. Wherever you're at, your woman should encourage you, inspire you, support you in everything that you do, in every field of human endeavor, and be the sanctuary in your peace to be able to achieve those goals that you have set for yourself. So, what is the value of women to men? Inspire, to support, and to be a man's mental sanctuary. And that's why I personally believe that women's purpose is her man. Her purpose is.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead. No, I'm just saying.
I'm not trying to interrupt you. I wasn't trying to interrupt. I was just asking. Did I say something different than that?
You got me on that. She's your half, and that better half. Then you said sometimes she's even your better half. No. She ain't your half. I don't believe. Okay, my man. Yeah. And it's weird because you said that, and then everything else after that, I was like, oh yeah, but I agree with everything else he said. But why he throw the half? No, she ain't your better half. You are 100% all alone, stand alone.
Okay, Shan. So she not the rib? My Kevin Hart voice?
No. That's where she came from. She's not my rib. My rib is right here. I'm good. I'm complete. She came from that, but I don't have a missing rib, and I need to put her in here. That's not how that works.
But I'm saying that. She is I'm not going to necessarily say she's a better half, okay? But she is the other half.
But that's what you said.
That's fine. Okay. And I can retract, right?
There we go. Then we're done.
Okay. All right. So, but she is the other half. So you just had a problem with the better half part?
Well, no, I even have a problem with the other half because I believe. So when you say other half, is what you're saying is half of you are missing. When you say that this is my other half, like if I took my car and I sliced it in half, or I took a pie and sliced it in half, here's half of it and here's my other half. And together it's whole. And I'm saying, no, fellas, you are whole all by yourself. She's not your other half. You are whole, stand alone. I want men to be 100% themselves, complete. And then when you get a woman, she adds to you. She supports you. She's on top. She's the cherry on top. She's the frosting, but you're not missing anything until you meet your woman.
I disagree because you can't have legacy without a woman. So you're saying that you can do all of these things that you have to have kids. You don't have to, but if you have kids, that's your legacy. You can't have that without a woman.
If that's your goal,
that's the greatest thing to have. I was one of the greatest things is to have children and then be able to pass on what it is that you have acquired and have achieved. I mean, that's exactly what you're trying to do even now. Is trying to build this empire, and hopefully, I would think that you would want to pass it on to your kids.
Right? Got it. But I could have legacy with more than one woman. In fact, I mean, there's been kings that had children with 100 wives, not even wives, just 100. They had children by 100 different women. So what is it now? Are they their 1/100th instead of 50-50? That's what I'm saying. So yeah, I get it. If legacy is what you're saying, and that's the ultimate goal for an individual, then I need a woman to do that. But I don't need the woman doesn't complete me.
Okay, and then the other part,
you know what you're saying? I forgot that movement. You complete me. you know, you complete me. That's what you're saying basically right now.
What I'm saying is that, well, if you go look at the information, a dude that is single versus a dude that's married makes more money. And just a few moments ago, you was talking about, you know, how much money somebody makes is the success, right? So that's the other half. Like I think it's maybe like 20% more.
A dude that is single makes more money than somebody that's in a relationship.
No. A dude that is married makes more money.
Married. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a married man makes more money than a single dude.
Yeah, because he got a woman that's inspiring him and is supporting him and is being his mental sanctuary. Yes.
Yeah, so that's why I was saying that's the other half, because it's a pretty good percentage that you would achieve financially. You know what I'm saying? Trying to hustle by yourself is different than trying to hustle when you have that individual next to you that's your other half. So I mean, I'm okay with agreeing to disagree. That's not an
we
issue.
got because you my man.
Absolutely.
Even though you told me I can't hang out with you 2 weeks ago, but you
still
my man.
I said that. That wasn't me.
Yes, it was. Remember, it was Humble Dad. He had said anybody that feels like, I forgot what the premise was. You was like, anybody that feels this way. I was like, damn, I can't even hang out with Humble Dad. Remember I teased you?
I want no talk. I don't remember that. That's what's up. Okay, bet we can hang out anytime, man. I'm good.
For sure.
Man, I like that piece. Trill, before you answer the question, though, I want to get your thoughts about what they was just going back and forth on real quick. Sure, can you hear me?
I think that I don't really think that they disagree. I think that they disagree in terms of what half means.
Semantics.
Half is perspective. Yeah, it's a whole lot of semantics. But if you break it down from a whole perspective, I think they pretty much on the same page. It's just a difference in perception of a word.
Okay, got you. What role do women have in our lives?
Role mine has in mind, right? Because I feel like this is very relative to the man that you're asking. Like if you're asking a married man what role the woman has in his life, you're gonna get a completely different answer than asking a single man. So I can only answer that from my perspective. She provides me balance. She provides me inspiration, structure, to be honest, because without her, I'm a loose cannon, and I tend to overindulge, and I tend to like focus on which is another thing. Like she helps me see what's right in front of me. I think we as men, we be so focused on the end goal that we be tunnel vision, and anything that's right here, we just kind of look past it. But like women like slow you down in the sense to make you appreciate the moments, make you, value things that you wouldn't normally value, make you try new things that you wouldn't normally try. Half of the shows I watch now, I wouldn't watch if it wasn't for her. Right. And it's not because I'm not interested, because clearly I am, but she just opens me up to a different side of me, or unlocks a different side of me that wouldn't be unlocked. I feel like if I was single, I'd be 100 miles an hour chasing money, 100 miles an hour, just again, overindulging in my work, not really worried about my health, just going. But when you got a good woman, she provides balance. I also have a bit of ego. Some say I may disagree, but my opinion is kind of biased. She kind of tempers that. You know what I'm saying? She kind of like, that's what I mean by grounding, which, lets me get out of my own head and see things from other people's perspective, make me more well-rounded of a man. So I would say provides balance, provides structure, and provides inspiration. Because when I roll over and look at her every day, it makes me want to go out here and, get it to make her life easier, and my daughter. So those are the three things.
Say, Trill, can I ask you a question then? Based on what Shannon said, he said that a man is already a whole. And in order to be balanced, you can't be whole. So how would you agree or disagree with, or explain what you mean by balance? Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I understand. But balance meaning like what I prioritize. I can be a whole man because I could be out here successful. I could be out here making a bunch of money and having a lot of women or whatever the case may be. But I think balance in terms of what my priorities are. Like without my wife, I wouldn't be so worried about family. Right. Because, I still love my family, my sisters and everything like that. But that wouldn't be at the top of my priority list compared to I got a wife and a child who's dependent on me for their livelihood. You see what I'm saying? So it kind of rounds you out that way in terms of priority. But as a man, I'm definitely whole. I'm definitely out here successful. But again, she provides that balance, allows me to see things in a more, well-rounded view compared to the tunnel vision that I would be looking at if I was single.
I appreciate that. That's really what I was trying to kind of. That's what I was saying, but I didn't say it as well as you did. So I appreciate it.
Right.
Dr. David, what role do women have in our lives?
Yeah, I mean, everybody kind of just said a lot of the same things that I would have said. I would add that once you have become the best version of yourself, I always say this, then your life partner, the woman that you eventually decide to have a life partnership with, she's going to be, she's going to carry your legacy, right? You become the best version of yourself. You don't want it to just end with you. You don't want it just to stop with you. You want to be able to continue that into the next generation and beyond, a legacy. So one of the main things that they're going to be is they're going to be the carrier of your legacy. Right now, I'm expecting a son in any day now. So
man, congratulations, man.
Any moment now. So they are the carriers of your legacy. And that in addition to what everybody else said, and it's so true too. Like, it's interesting. The more successful you are as a man, the more likely you are to have a woman, right? That's why one of the reasons why, married men tend to be more successful than single men, and there's a reason for that, right? You want to continue on what you've built, and you can't continue that without, and the best way to do that is by having a partner with you. And they offer all kinds of, I mean, things that you would not ordinarily do, you will do because you have a life partner. Either it is to make them happy, or because they're opening up certain things to you to see that you wouldn't ordinarily see. So their presence in your life will accent, kind of who you've become, that best version, and will help enhance that trajectory that you're seeking to build. And in a good partnership should make both of you better, but certainly they'll help you continue also what you built, that legacy. It's a beautiful thing.
I hear that. Shout out to all the women in the chat, man. I've been noticing over the past few weeks that we've been having a lot more women tapping into the conversation. I guess they want to hear what we got to say, fellas. So I just want to kind of open it up for the women a little bit, open up our minds a little bit for the women. And I want to ask the fellas this, and how you feel about this statement. Men care more about how the woman makes him feel. Men care more about how the woman makes him feel. But you guys said that to be a true statement. Let's talk a little bit about this.
As opposed to what? Give me what's the counter to that? Because I'm hard. Men care more about how the woman makes him feel, as opposed to fill in the blank.
Education, a host a lot of other things that everybody's saying. So I'm trying to paint the picture so women really understand what it is that men want from them. So they don't really care about this, that, and the third. Men care more about how women make them feel.
I think men, as a man, particularly if you've worked hard on yourself, you want to feel valued, and you want general respect, and that's huge. When somebody values you and someone has a general respect for you, you can tell the difference from someone who does not, and then that's a huge thing. And especially when you're trying to pick between, who the right partner, who's the right person. Someone who has a general respect for you, has a general value for you, is going to work with you in a good faith way. And that's something that's major. But I don't think it's just how it makes you feel. It's also, how well that you guys can work together. And that's, at least for me, that's a major thing.
Somebody put this up right here. Hold on real quick. Somebody put this up. Men care about respect, but isn't respect a feeling? Don't you have to feel that?
I agree with that. I agree with that. Respect. So. Respect is key.
Okay.
Yeah, man. All right, go ahead. My bad. At the end of the day, yeah, no, you good. I think the benefit that women bring to your life are intangibles. I think men don't really care about tangible benefit from women, right? So all we left with is feeling. And what I mean by that is, men don't really care how much a woman makes, or like her having a house or her having assets or anything tangible. Like, we don't really care about that. If we around her and we don't feel uplifted, or we don't feel inspired, or we don't feel, sexually turned on. If we're gonna be honest, all of these things are intangible feelings, and that's what the main benefit that a great woman brings to your life. It's intangibles. So that's why I agree with that. Like, if she doesn't make us feel a way, she will not be around for long. Doesn't matter how much how many tangible assets she has, what degree she has, what car she drives, her own house. We don't really care about that so much in terms of us being with you long term. Even sex gets old after a while, right? So again, like I said earlier, after I done hit you 10 times, what's left? If we don't have any intangible compatibility, you will not be around. You will be replaced for somebody else. So I say all that to say I definitely agree. It's all about how a woman makes you feel, more so than anything else.
All right. Anybody else want to add in on this?
Yeah, I concur, man. I was thinking about, some of the things that why I chose my wife, and it was really predicated on how was she so much different than everybody else, and it was about how she made me feel, because I was not concerned, as Trill said, not concerned about what monetarily she could bring or any tangible things that she could bring. It was those intangible. When he said that, I was like, man, that connected. And also, the words of affirmation, when my wife would tell me that, she's proud of me, or she's not leaving, that she feels like I can do anything. It didn't matter what it was, like that made me feel a certain type of way. If she was working and bringing in money like that, I couldn't say that would make me, I wasn't concerned about that because she didn't work. So I didn't have to be worried about, okay, if she has money, will I feel more different? Will I feel a different way about her? No, I would say dudes need to be paying attention to how does she make you feel? Because, the sex will get old. But if you get married, then you can make it where it's not that old, right? Because she's going to be concerned about you as an individual. And then she's going to make you want to feel a different type of way or a better way. So, yeah, I would definitely say that men care more about how the woman makes them feel, because a degree can't help no dude. Your finances can't help no dude feel no type of way. And other things to fill in the blank can't help you. But those intangibles, man, like the things that some things we won't even think about until you have entered our life and said, this is something you need to do. I remember my wife, she was like, have you ever tried salmon? I was like, what are you talking about? I'm from the hood. Like, I don't know nothing about no salmon. She said, have you ever tried it? I said, no, I ain't gonna like it though. She said, have you ever tried it? I said, no. She said, well, you can't say that you don't like something if you've never tried it. She was Haitian and Cuban, so she was down with all that stuff. And when I tried it became my favorite fish. If I had not, that was an intangible thing of her saying, like, listen, I think that you should try something that you've never tried before. And then you have the freedom to say that you don't like it, as opposed to what I was accustomed to is, I think that I'm not going to like it based on what it is that's in front of me. And as a result, things change and my mind was open to trying new things.
Hey, humble dad, it's not salmon, it's salmon. Salmon.
You from Chicago? I'm from Texas, bro.
Oh, okay.
Bruh, that was a smooth comeback. Smooth comeback. No, we pronounce the L over here in Texas.
Oh, okay. All right. Shannon, like you wanted to chime in this a little bit.
No. I had saw somebody had posted up. What can a woman do? I forget what the post was. Somebody put a super chat in.
Yeah, I got it right.
What can a woman do?
That's right here.
No. I like that. I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
Yeah, I like what he wrote. It was something else. Yeah, there it is. What can a woman do for a man that he can't do for himself besides give birth? Ooh, that sounds like a very. I'm not. I don't know who Forever Noble is, but I would wonder if he's been in the presence of a very amazing woman, and he'd realize what a woman can do for him more than just give birth. I always reference movies. Even when you look at the movie 300, you know, and King, I think it was King Leonidas, and he took his 300 soldiers out there to stop the Greeks from invading Sparta. You know, when he kicked the damn messenger into the bottomless pit, he looked to his wife, and when she gave him yeah, go ahead and do that, that's when everything started off. It wasn't when he marched out. It was right there at that moment. Women inspire men. I could go, I give you a whole list of stuff. I just named 3, but let's just use inspiration. When he says, what can a woman do for men that men can't do for themselves? Sometimes it's very difficult for you. And I'm not talking from your homeboy, and I'm not talking from yourself, but sometimes your woman, if you get the right woman, she'll inspire you to be twice as better than you could be on your own. Just the inspiration alone. Just the inspiration alone. I just explained what Napoleon Bonaparte did with his first wife, how he was conquering and taking fucking countries like a motherfucker simply because of inspiration from his first wife. The moment he got rid of her to check her in, to cash her in for somebody else, he started falling apart, and then he lost. So yeah, man, women have value. You know, it's not about what they bring to the table, but the value that a good woman can bring a man is, I mean, it's immeasurable, bro. Trill just explained it. So I'm not sure if that was a troll question, but he put it in the super chat. So I'm wondering if he really is asking that, or, you know, or is he young and maybe haven't met somebody that's inspirational and inspiring to him yet. But I hope he does, because when he does, he'll be able to answer that question himself.
I tell you what, Sean, I think he asked the wrong question. He's asked, like, what can a woman do for a man that he can't do? He should have asked, what can a woman do for a man that he won't do for himself? And what I mean by that is, speaking to the inspiration piece that you just gave, that's just like if you have a kid who may have raw natural ability as far as athleticism, right? But if you leave him to his own vices, he's not going to really realize that, compared to if you put a dope coach with him or something like that, or even somebody that's just as good of an athlete that's with a little more drive. He's going to inspire him to go a little harder in that weight room. He's going to inspire him to pay a little more attention to that film. He's going to inspire him to, you know, go ahead and reach his full potential, more so than just resting on the fact, hey, I'm the best athlete in my city. I ain't got to work. I'm going to just kick it. I'm going to just chill. That's the same type of inspiration that Shane is talking about. When you got a good woman, you know, again, we as men, we be tunnel visioned a lot. And a lot of times it be tunnel vision on stuff that our talents shouldn't even really be directed at. It may need to be directed over here. But because we are, you know, decent at what we do, we'll go 100 miles an hour this way. That's why you got to have a good woman to pull you to the side. Like, baby, I mean, you good over here, but you great over there. Like, consider this. And then as a man, you'd be like, damn, I never even thought about, okay, you know what? Let me try this. And now I go this way. Look, I didn't hit the mic. Now I go this way and become the one of the greatest, you know, of this category, when I would have just been above average over here. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I mean by women helping you see, great women, pardon me, helping you see things in a more well-rounded, realistic view. When you have a great woman, that's the benefit that she provides. We can do a lot of things, but that doesn't mean that we will. And sometimes we need that kick in the ass, and that's what a great woman will do.
The science is also pretty clear. I mean, men who are married live 7 to 10 years longer than men that are not. And this is very, I mean, so just understand that the woman there, I mean, this is numbers. Forget all the feelings, all this stuff. No, actual clear numbers. The men who are married are living longer. And there's a reason for that. I'm being married now as long as I have. I now know one of the reasons why, because we tend to ignore things about ourselves. Left to our own devices, we would ignore a lot of things that a missus like, whoa, you shouldn't be eating that. Number one. Number two, why don't you take these things? Why don't you? I mean, half the things with respect to my own personal care would be out the window if I was left to my own devices. So I can tell you right now, I have addressed certain things just that you know, I'm not unhealthy, but I certainly ignore a lot of things that I wouldn't have, that she pays attention to much more than I do, and schedules the appointments for me way before I even get around to it, and make sure that all the supplements, all the things that I'm supposed to be taking, the doctor says it, but you don't have to lecture me, doc. I'm already taking that stuff.
As healthy as I am. Hey, Dr. David, as healthy as I am, and as much as I push about fitness and health, in 2015, I almost died. because I had an abscess in my colon that I would have ignored if it wasn't for the women in my life that made me go to the VA and get it checked out. I would ignore the abscess. I would have been like, oh man, I'm fine. I'm all right. And doctor said, oh, if you would have gone about 2 more days with that, we'd probably be putting you in the ice box. But glad you had the women that was like, no, come on, Shane. Because I'm like who I am. I'm like, no, I'm not going. But they were insistent. And so I went ahead and went, fuck it. All right. Fuck it. Damn, I got work to do. But okay. Got to the hospital, and the hospital was like, where you been? You should have been here 3 days ago.
That's why I was saying to you, Shan said, we should stop asking that question as far as what can you bring to the table? Like, these are things that can be brought to the table. Like, these intangibles, if that is going to be the question, like women, what is it that you can bring to a guy that he can't already bring to himself? Inspiration, is what we just talked about. Encouragement, I think Trill said some type of stability, right? Some type of structure, get us out of this tunnel vision. I think one that is also missing is compassion. For me, as a dude and growing up how I grew up, like, I didn't even think about hugs. You know what I'm saying? I didn't think about how I'm talking to people. I didn't care. It was all on you, how you took what I was saying. Whereas when I got my wife, she would say, you are talking in a way that people are not receiving you, and you got to understand from their perspective what that is. And I was like, what are you talking about? Like, they need to just get over it. You know what I'm saying? They need to figure it out. But when she explained that if I wanted my message to be understood, that I had to have compassion on the individual that didn't understand how I was talking, and then also be compassionate as it relates to, giving grace to people that may not be on my level, if you will, And so that is one of the things that I also believe that women could bring that men don't necessarily have, which is compassion.
I hear that. I like what we're hearing, man. We're having a great conversation right now. And I promise you, we're about to get to the meat of it. We definitely are going to be talking about our women, the prize. But before we do, shout out to our sponsor, the sponsoring the show, Teach Hanley, Uncomplicated Skincare for Men. Don't you guys go nowhere. We're going to go ahead and play this video with Chris is right around the corner. I did pin the link to the top of the chat right there. Make sure you guys go and cop something for your husband, father, brother, son. It's a great product. I use it every morning and night. So let's go ahead and jump right into it. It's too early. I can't believe it's time to get up already, but that's okay. A man's morning routine is everything. The first thing I do is I head to the washroom. My focus, brushing my teeth, my beard, and my skin. Teach Hanley, Uncomplicated Skincare for Men, has changed my life. The face wash, the scrub, the super serum, the eye cream, the AM PM moisturizer has people giving me compliments left and right about my skin. At the beginning of each week, twice a week, I massage the scrub into my face and then I rinse. Every other day, I use the face wash. I put it into the palm of my hands and I spread it evenly across my entire face and my head. The Teach face wash keeps the pores clean and also removes all oil. My favorite part about Teach Hanley is that every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. They really make the process of achieving and maintaining amazing skin easy. And because Teach Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click the first link in the description, and not only will you get Teach Hanley for the best possible price, but they also give you a free gift with your first box. Click that link and get started today for just $30. Shout out to the sponsor, T. Hanley, man. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. Make sure you guys go ahead and use some. You get a free gift too. Just click that link at the top. Go ahead and get your T. Hanley. Shout out to the super chats that came through, man. Tazzy, I want to thank all the men on the panel, KS, Anton, and the whole manosphere. A conversation I had with my girl last night confirmed that this is the woman I need to marry. I appreciate all the game, fellas. Keep going. Appreciate that, Tazzy. Got another one from SYS. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for that. Got a super chat from Sharon Compton. Thank you for that. Shout out to all the super chats that came through, man. You guys been showing us nothing but love. We appreciate it.
JR, I'm gonna tease you on the you shot the T. Shanley video yourself?
Yeah.
As a producer, I'll be noticing little stuff. You noticed the watch was at 157.
I know that, man. I know that.
Okay.
And who wears
like, what?
socks
First of all,
to
whose
bed?
alarm go off at 157, and why are you waking up that early?
Hey, but third shift, baby. Third shift.
I'll be looking at little idiosyncrasies. Like when I was a film producer, I couldn't go to the movies. You know, it's tough for people in film who make movies to go to the movies to enjoy a movie because we're too busy analyzing every damn scene. I've kind of got off of that now that I'm in fashion. But 10 years ago, I couldn't go see a movie.
So you know what? I feel the same way. One of my guys, he's a professional painter, and he taught me how to paint. Mm-hmm. And so I never realized how many people's houses have fucked up paint jobs, and they don't even realize it. I mean, he was so cold. He taught me how to not tape, and that saved a lot of time. I mean, just if you're gonna paint, just taping the whole room up, you'd be like, I'm over this shit. I'm gonna tape today and paint tomorrow. But he showed me how to hold the brush, you know, how to cut in and so forth without using a tape, man. But when I go in people's bathrooms, typically the bathrooms, right? You at somebody's house, you're like, this paint is fucked up. I'm just looking around like they did a fucked up job. You can even see where you can see some of the white in the actual streaks and so forth. But whole nother conversation, man. But I'm with you with it. Again,
that means people.
Go ahead.
That means people not gonna invite you over to their house, bro.
Like, I don't give a damn, man. I ain't trying to go. Way this shit going around right now, I ain't trying to go to nobody's house. I'm gonna be right here cooking. Hit that like button, man, while you guys are at it. We're gonna still carry the conversation. And again, we are getting to the meat of the conversation. But before we do, we got a lot of women in the chat. And I do understand that men watch the program and it's bringing understanding to men as well. We've seen it within the super chats. But do men want a woman that they can show off? Men want a woman that they can show off, eye candy, so to speak. But does that even matter? Go ahead, Trill. I see you. You're on mute, Trill.
Now I say that definitely matters, man. Anybody that say it don't matter is lying, man. But the thing is like I guess you shouldn't judge her by how other people view her in terms of attraction. Like you want to show off because you see her as being attractive or you value her appearance. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, like outside perception does matter to some extent. But I feel like it shouldn't matter more than yours. But to answer the question, hell yeah. Nobody want to be with nothing I gotta like explain when I bring her around. Like, damn, bro, you know what I mean? You gotta give a whole explanation. Nah, wait, bro. You gotta think because when we hooked up, it was, she didn't used to look. I mean, she wasn't like this. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't want to be with a girl you gotta give an explanation for. So yeah, hell yeah, it matter.
Okay.
Some dudes will have to explain, bro. So I mean, it's just gonna be what it is. I have partners like back in school. Like they had to explain why they wifed the chick. So you know what I'm saying? So it does happen.
Oh, okay. So looks do matter. Okay. Dr. David, what are your thoughts about that? Men want a woman that can show off.
Yes. Yes. That's a capital YES.
I mean, what if she's a great woman though? I mean, she's not ugly, but does she have to be a 10? Or just a 10 to you?
Yeah, she has to be obviously attractive to you, and that's a major thing. I mean, especially if you're choosing and you have options, you're going to move towards that. That's not going to get you wifed. That's going to get someone's attention. and that's something that is part of the package that men want. Yeah, so it's something that is definitely part of the package. It's not the whole package.
Okay, I promise.
That's all you're pushing, then
yeah,
that's not gonna last that long.
I promise that I'm building up the son, because we do have a lot of women that claiming that they're the prize. So I just wanted to make sure that if you're going to be that prize, that you look up to par. So just, for the women that's out there watching, Shannon, men want a woman they can show off. What are your thoughts about it, real quick?
Do men want a woman they can show off to the public, other men? All right. Well, in the Black community, we have a 60% divorce rate, with infidelity teetering back and forth from second and third place with finances, for the reason of that 60% divorce rate. And 80% of Black women are overweight, and 80% of them are obese. Trophy wife. 2 words, 3 syllables. Trophy wife. Hell yes. Men want a woman that he can show off. Your looks matter. Oftentimes when you ask, do I look fat in this dress? He's not going to tell you the truth, because domestic harmony is more important than hurting you or not getting some sex later on that night. Yes, men want trophy wives. We want you to be, your beauty is the hallmark of our relationship. You represent us when we go to the event, when we go to the ball, when we go to the high school reunion. For those that have not been to their first high school reunion, and to those that have gone, a lot of times you want to roll up in there, or if you haven't been there, you're gonna want to roll up in there with your wife looking as fly as possible, so everybody you went to high school with can be like, good job, bro. Hell yeah, it matters. And anybody that says it don't, I wonder where, you can't be from the American society. You must be from some other planet.
Say, Shannon, I don't fuck with you. There you go. Stupid ass motherfucker. All right. So that brings us to the question of the night. We had a nice little build up. Again, if you're just tuning in, welcome to King Talk. Make sure you guys hit that like button. Also subscribe to the channel. I see the members that came through go green. I see the green in the chat. Appreciate you. Are women the prize? Are women the prize? That's the magical question. I was getting a little kickback on a couple posts on Instagram, and even in the chat. This is like a stupid question. I don't believe you guys even asked this. Has a lot of guys saying no. But let me paint this picture. It's hard being successful in life. It's hard. It's rare. Not too many people can say that they are extremely successful. So scenario 1, right? We got a man living an awesome life, extremely successful, and the beautiful woman that he's with is his prize. He's been celebrating having this woman. He's been working so hard, and he's rewarded by getting a bad chick. Scenario 2, you have a man focused on his goal, extremely successful. He is the prize. And any woman that chooses to be in his space is lucky to even get the opportunity. Scenario 3, a man barely chasing his goals, but he's been chasing women, placing the cart before the horse. All he needs is that one woman that will make him extremely happy. She is the prize. Let's dive into this conversation, fellas. Are women the prize? Are women the prize? I see Shannon smiling. No, you can't wait, man. I'm gonna start with Trill though.
I'm gonna say great women are the prize. Women in general being the prize, no. And the reason I would say great is because, like, prize is rooted in the word scarcity. That's where the value comes from, right? There are a lot of women out here, for one. There are a lot of attractive women out here, for two. But how many of those check off your non-negotiables? How many of those bring you intangible value? How many of those are compatible with you and make your life easier in terms of providing more than they take away? that dwindles that number down to very, very few. So great women are the prize, just like great men are the prize. I feel like when you run into the right relationship, y'all are the prize to each other. No one outweighs the other, but oftentimes we don't run into the perfect woman, or, you know, for whatever the reason, she chose, I chose wrong, whatever the case may be. And then that's when you can kind of see the difference in terms of who's the prize. But I think the prize is rooted in scarcity. So if we talking in terms of scarcity, I would say great women are the prize, not all women.
Okay. Dr. David, I know women gonna either love you or hate you right now. We don't care because it's king talk, right?
Yeah,
Our women the prize.
Let them hate.
Tell your truth, the truth.
Yeah. I just saw a chat saying great women are married already. It's funny. Yeah. So I would say that certain types of women are going to be the prize. But based on what I'm seeing out here in the streets, you know, it's a rare thing, and most women wouldn't necessarily be the prize in general, and then also to a lot of men, particularly the men that have become the best version of themselves. You know, most women are not going to be the prize to them. Only a very very elite specific type of woman would be the prize to such a person. And I think a lot of women are out here over evaluating, you know, that element. When men say that we're not talking about all women. We're talking about a very specific group of women. And there are some men that even some of those women would be a prize too. Unfortunately, many of those women wouldn't even consider those types of men, you know, as I'm seeing it. So, yeah, women are the prize when they are matched with a man who sees them as the prize, who definitely and that because of the marriage rate. Just look at the numbers, just in general, marriage rates, the divorce rates, marriage failure rates. You know, it's very few. And we know that most of these marriages that are disintegrating, women are initiating them. So, you know, it's a very small group of women that are the prize, and that's going to be the case for every man, particularly men who've become the best versions of themselves. Hate me now. I can see. Okay. I'm sure the chat is running hate on me now.
Oh, no, don't worry about the chat, man. This is a safe. This is a safe space for us, man. Shan. This is a safe space for us, brother.
Ain't nothing safe about it.
We ain't got to worry about the women calling in. Only thing you got to worry about is the comments after this. But long as you on here, we got you. We good. Don't worry about it. All right, Shan. Are women the prize?
Hell nah. Men are the prize. Period. Stop. Full stop. All you fellas on this panel is the prize. Fellas, you're the prize. So much the prize that I made a T-shirt that I sell. And I
was wondering about that. I was going to ask you about that, man. I got thrown off with the Teach Hanley, but that prize shirt, I'm about to get that motherfucker right there. That motherfucker glowing over there.
You
talk about their face glowing. That motherfucker lit up.
You are.
What kind of effect you got on there? That's some new shit. That's the
black.
Hollywood shit right there.
I got you. Shoot me your address. I'm sending it to you, JR. I'm sending you one Trill. You getting one Humble Dad. You getting one Dr. David. Just tell me your size and your address, and it's coming. It's on its way. Men, you are the prize. Fellas in the chat, you are the prize. Period. I hear what Trill is saying. Scarcity matters. Unfortunately, great men are even more scarce than great women. Great men, amazing men, are even more scarce than great and amazing women. We got so many brothers in jail, so many brothers that's dying, so many brothers that's shiftless and ain't worth shit. Then we got brothers that's married, who's off the market, like Trill. Great and amazing men are more scarce than great and amazing women. It's a lot of great and amazing women. Women are doing their thing. They're making money. They're doing their wonderful thing. It's not that many men, and that's why I'm focused on getting men on track that's doing amazing and great things the way women are, right? Especially in the younger men, in the millennials. These brothers have potential and we can get them there. But the reality is the prize comes from men. Now, that's just in terms of numbers. There's two parts to this. In terms of numbers, men are the prize because they're more scarce. Now, let's talk about in terms of value and what somebody does for somebody. I get it. We're not worried about building houses and fighting bears and protecting our family from tigers and shit like we did in the agrarian era back in the day. Somebody coming to the farm and robbing your farm and stealing your horses and cows. We're not necessarily worried about that, but you are worried nevertheless. Somebody's life is on the line in case there's a bump in the night or you hear something walking across your roof or a knock on that back window. Somebody's going to be subject to death before the other one. Well, who is that? Who is that? By and large, less than 50%. Well, no, I'm sorry. Just over 50% of the women in America contribute to the economy. So that means a lot of men are working. So let's talk about who brings home the bacon. Who's bringing home the bacon? To eat, to live, to pay your cell phone bill, to have lights, to have internet paid for on time, the mortgage paid, the insurance on that car that you're driving. Men is taking care of that. So from a numbers point, men, you're the prize. From a value point, living on planet Earth, just being an organism, living on planet Earth in a community such as ours, men are still the prize. So no matter how you slice it, that's the answer.
I hear you, Shan, man. You know what? Again, gentlemen, this is a safe space for us, so let's speak our truth. Don't worry about the chat. I know the chat just lit up when Shan said that men are the prize, and I've been confused all night. Let me just go back to Trill real quick. You said men are the prize, Trill?
Yeah, I said men are the prize as well as a great woman. I feel like
yeah. Trill said it.
That's what I said.
Okay, so
and he's absolutely right.
All right, and then Dr. David, you said men are the prize.
Yeah, I say men are the prize. Men are the prize, but I say women are the prize. Certain women, very few, certain women are the prize. And I actually disagree with Shannon on one point. He says that there are more women out there than there are men. There's more women out there, but as far as marriage-minded prize women, I say there's actually more men that are ready for marriage and are actual, I would say there's more men than there are women. And that's crazy, even though the number of women are more. There's actually fewer women. It's actually rare, very rare. And because we're married, it's hard to see how these women move. But when you watch how these women move with single men, you realize that there's very few, like my wife, them types of women are not out there anymore. I mean, I feel sorry for the guys coming up now because there's way more guys ready for that. Even though the women are more in number, and they think what you said that there's few men. There are few men. Yeah, I agree with that, but there actually are fewer women. Even though the women are more in number, they're not. They don't make the grade. So yeah, I think it's actually very rare to find a wife these days. And if you do find one, they are the prize.
Humble Dad, I promise I'm coming to you, but I think this question might be for Shan, and I think he might be the best person fit to answer this question. From Island Girl Q, she said, "What quality makes a man the prize? What quality makes a man the prize?"
So, okay, men. Well, just to keep it going, there's 4 P's that I always preach about on my channel all the time that men are on this planet to do. Men are here to provide. They are here to protect. They are here to problem solve, and they are here to procreate. Of those 4, women only have to procreate. We'll use Trill as an example. Trill, in his household right now, you guys notice that Trill has a different background. Trill has a different background in his house because he's remodeling his home, doing some fancy stuff, and it's going to be fly next time we see him, or maybe in the next month. Trill, in his household, he provides, he protects, and he problem solves for every human being that's living there. So to say what qualities, let's just start with those 3. By and large, in a great household, Dad, the head of the household, is providing for all the children and his wife. Dad is protecting all the children and his wife. I tell people all the time, ladies, once you get married, you just hired yourself a 24-hour bodyguard. You just acquired yourself a 24-hour, 7-day a week, 365 days a year personal bodyguard. And then, of course, we solve all your problems. So I hope that answers the question. I could go on, but I know we want to keep moving.
No, I hear you, man. You painted a beautiful picture, man. So you're either going to slam dunk or you're going to create a turnover right now. But it's all good because either way, you know, we're going to try to see if we can still win the game. Humble Dad, are women the prize? Are women the prize? And just so you know, Shannon Q said, yes, sir. Good answer.
Great dialogue. I think I would say it depends on the individual. I know that's like a safe answer, but you know, there's not necessarily. We talked about previously that men do all these things because of women. That's what the statement was before. Is that right?
Yeah, most male human beings do what they do
right.
for the acceptance of women.
Right. And so in my mind, I'm thinking, well, if that's the case, how is it that the woman wouldn't be the prize? Right? Because as it relates to, you know, searching for championships, we're doing all of these things so that we can get this trophy. Right? We put in the time, we put in the work, the energy, or whatever, to attain this trophy. Right? From that perspective, it would be, in my mind, the woman. Right? Then differently, when you get into the marriage, like I would say that my wife was the prize, you know, because of who she was as an individual. But overall, I would think that trying to decide on who is the prize and who is not the prize brings this divide that's not necessarily needed, right? But at the same time, you want to know what the value is. Like, what's your value to this relationship, and what is it worth, right? So if somebody says, well, I'm more valuable than you, that individual will take that a certain type of way. But overall, I would say right now, if I'm looking to try to get to establish myself, and I'm doing this so that I could have a wife, then I would say that the woman is the prize. But I can also see, at the same time, I can see that a dude that is well established and is on his purpose and taking care of his business, then he is going to be the prize. So, like, I was really kind of torn to say that women specifically are the prize, but it's more important that the individuals that are on purpose, that they will be the prize. I look at it as, in the good book, for me, it says, he who finds a man finds a good thing, right? So that means that he has to be prepared to be.
You said he who finds a man. You said who finds a man. You mean wife? Okay,
he who finds a wife finds a good thing. Thank you, I appreciate that, Dr. David. And so, in that regard, then the guy has got to be prepared to have a wife, but the woman has to be prepared to be a wife. So that's how I look at it, that both will at some point, if they are prepared to be married, then they become each other's prize. So hopefully that provides an answer.
Yeah, I like that answer, man. Go ahead, David, like you want to say something?
No. I didn't want anybody to misconstrue his work, because I knew what he was trying to say. He said he who finds a man, but people were like, "Oh,
I appreciate that.
I'm sure the chat.
I appreciate
it. They went crazy on me last time.
That's why it's so. Yeah, that's why it's so interesting of a question, because points could be made on both sides. Because if we talk about these men that got money, and these men that got stability and structure and all of these things, then at the beginning of the show we said that the main motivation behind that is a woman. And also, after they get it, and even men that are married, like, what do they typically throw it away for? Another woman. In terms of civilizations, wars that have been fought, most people die in terms of homicides or violence. Like, if you trace it back to the root of what the issue is it's over a woman. So again, I can go on. You know what I'm saying? So it's cases to be made on both sides. I would say that I would agree with what Shane is talking about again, because scarcity is very important, and I agree that there are more, I would say, marriage ready women than there are marriage ready men. So that puts us in a choosing position in terms of having options. So we the prize on that end. But on the opposite end, just like I just named, I could name 5 different things in terms of like what like civilization has been kind of raised and destructed around. It's women. Like that, they hold a lot of power. So, just like we have it on one side, they have it on the other. So it really depends on perspective. That's why I said if you find a great woman who's able to compliment you or whatever the case may be, then y'all are both the prize because y'all compliment each other in a very productive way. But, reality is we don't find that often, or most people don't choose that often. So that's why we're able to have these kind of discussions and create, this kind of variance in terms of the answers. So it's just it's honestly a loaded question, to be honest.
Yeah, I hear you. If you guys go ahead, somebody came off. That was you.
I just came off. The whole thing. The reason why I say this, I'm sure that people are. If I got people watching, the reason why I say that there's more men than there are women, because a lot of women they want the wedding. There are a lot of wedding ready women, right? They want a wedding, but they don't want to be wives. Marriage is hard work, and a lot of women, they have this blueprint of what marriage is going to look like. And the one thing I can tell anybody out there, if you're not married, that the one thing I can assure you is that blueprint that you've created for what you think marriage is, your marriage will not be like that. And be ready to adjust to whatever your marriage ends up being, because it isn't going to be whatever you think it's never going to be that, ever. And you have to adjust to that. And the reality is, I think a lot of women out there today, they want a wedding. They want the social media pictures. They want that. Yes, there's a lot of women out there like that, but are their wives ready to do that work, put that work daily, and be a life partner to a man? There's more men ready to do that. There's more men ready to go slug it out with a woman for a long time, for life, than there are women out there. And that's why, actually, when we see the marriages that do form, it's women that are checking out first. And sometimes it's for very serious reasons, which we can understand. But a lot of times it's not. You go and analyze these things, and you just have to speak to them and see some of these reasons why women are checking out.
Hold on, Dr. David. I think you segued right into my question, which is is perfect, man. It's a good thing, man, because I think you just gave the context, and this is perfect, man. You're making my job easier. But shit, the fuck. If you're just tuning in, make sure you hit that like button. Also, subscribe to the channel. Appreciate all the super chats that came through. And you segue right into my next question that I had. We often had this conversation, right? About we just had men being the prize. I know JB brought up that you will have a woman can just wake up and just decide that she wants to leave. And then now you have to deal with the system. The question that I had is, if a man he's the prize, right? Successful, has everything, great man. He's a provider. He's on his purpose. What keeps a woman from entertaining someone else if that man is the prize? Keeps a woman from entertaining someone else if that man is the prize? Go ahead, Trill.
Because prize is relative, man. I've been saying this for years. Just because somebody is perfect according to what common perception is, it doesn't mean that she's perfect for me. And that's what I try to tell a lot of dudes that be out here thinking, okay, yeah, most women want money, most women want financial security. All I got to do is get my bag and I'm cool. Don't necessarily work like that. And this is why. Because when that woman gets with you, right, say she comes from poverty or she comes from not having as much money, once she get with you and you a quote unquote high earning, high value man, right, she's going to be impressed by the money at first until she buys everything that it is that she wants. She gets that bag that she always wanted, those clothes, that car, that big ass house, all of that. But after I get done buying everything I want, now your personality has to keep me here. Our compatibility has to keep me here. And a lot of men who strive to just get money don't have that. Your emotional intelligence is what keeps me here, right? So because common perception says that this man's making a lot of money, so he's a high value man, he's this, he's that. Sure, until financial security is no longer a concern for me, and then I cheat on you or I leave you, which is what we've seen recently in this manosphere. This happened. I'm not gonna say no names, but it's public record. You know what I'm saying? So again, just because you're perfect according to what common perception says is perfect, doesn't mean you're perfect for me. So that's how women can just wake up and just leave one day, because a lot of men don't value or don't prioritize what it is that women also value highly, which is emotional intelligence and compatibility. That's why they're able to get cheated on and left at the rate that they do.
Okay. Humble Dad, what keeps a woman from entertaining someone else if that man is the prize?
If I had to guess, I mean, because I don't necessarily know, but I would say, I was just thinking the same thing Trill said. I mean, there's an emotional capacity that he has left out from, in the relationship, because women connect emotionally if they do decide to entertain another dude. You know what I'm saying? So if the guy, like that's what I said before, right? I said it seems as if we as men, we do all of these things to get this woman, right? And then when we get into the marriage, then we're different. And so because the woman is emotional, she's going to respond emotionally. And so when a man takes away some of those things emotionally, then she's like, okay, well, if I'm not getting it here, then I got to find it somewhere else, right? And so I would say, if I had, like I said, I had to guess that he has stopped doing some of the things, or a lot of the things that he did to gain her attention and her affection from the beginning.
Okay. Dr. David, I know you kind of segue into it a little bit, but what keeps a woman from entertaining someone else if that man is the prize? You got something else to add on to it?
Yeah. Listen, if a woman is entertaining somebody else, that is disrespectful. That is so disrespectful. And she does not, she cannot be respectful of you. So if you have a woman that respects you, she isn't going to go that route unless she has lost respect for you somehow, for whatever reason. There could be a myriad of reasons why, but that is a clear sign of
there you go, Trill.
Of disrespect when something like that is happening. So for me, if you know that the person that you're with respects you, you're not going to be the best looking dude out there. You're not going to be the dude with the most money out there. There's always going to be somebody out there that look better than you. Always going to be somebody out there that have more money than you. But you got somebody who you're committed to, and you've put yourself out there to commit to them, and they're supposed to commit, and they have respect for you. Those types of things aren't going to happen. And just in the numbers game, the guys who are in the top 5%, they're least. And obviously, there's anecdotal things out there, but they're the ones least likely to be divorced. As far as income is concerned, and most likely to remarry if they do get divorced. And if you look at now, like the group of men that are now having a lot of women leaving, are the boomers, the guys who've been working their whole life, running businesses. Now they're coming back home because they're retiring, and you're seeing a lot of women leaving boomer men who are now retiring and coming home. Sadly enough. So that's actually,
why do you think that is?
Because they're no longer making any money. They retired. All the money is now sitting in the pot. No, nothing else. They're not bringing anything else. They're bringing anything more. They're done. They retired. They hung up. They hung up the business. They hung up they out the game. And now the money's just sitting in the pot. And if the woman doesn't respect you, and she's lost respect for you, what is there to stop her from just raiding the pot that's sitting there? And now that's the biggest group of guys that are getting divorced right now.
And it's happening heavily in Japan and in China. Women are just like, he's not. The men are worn out. Their bodies are weak. They're not strong, and women are divorcing the men by the droves simply because he's not a producer anymore. He's absolutely right.
All right.
How about that part?
I'm about to get my notepad, man. I don't like to swear on the Bible, but I swear on this drink right here, you guys are on God damn. Shan, what keeps a woman from entertaining someone else if that man is the prize?
What keeps a woman from entertaining someone else if that man is the prize? Nothing. No, two things. What keeps a woman from entertaining another dude if she already got a man that has everything and is doing everything? A good upbringing and was taught the value of a man from her father or her mother or both, and or therapy. Absent of one or both of those, nothing. Because women can sometimes be crazy and they make silly decisions because they make a lot of their actions. They decide on a lot of their actions after running it through their emotions. There's nothing that's going to stop a woman to go entertain another man when she got a good man in her life. If she didn't learn what she had by watching a great example and or getting it corrected through therapy. If she ain't got no therapy in her life and she ain't got no great upbringing or past or childhood or father, you're going to have a problem, bro. So nothing is going to stop her from making that stupid ass decision. It happens all the time. Women are oftentimes throwing away fantastic husbands, fantastic fiancés, fantastic boyfriends, simply because they're making emotional decisions that by and large are to their detriment. And then they wake up one day after they hit the wall, they wake up one day in no man's land and saying, damn, I can't believe I let him go. And then she's texting him talking about, hey, big head, but it's too late then. He's already checking for somebody else.
I hear that. Hey, the people that's watching right now, I will be posting a link to call in. This is King Talk, is men only, so I will be posting a link very soon. Refresh your browsers. I will put it in the description. I'm also going to put it in the chat. Continue to get the likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Appreciate everybody engaging in the chat. Shout out to the Green Gang in the chat. I see y'all. Shout out to the moderators. Appreciate y'all. Let's be respectful in the chat.
What's the Green Gang?
Members only.
Oh,
Yeah.
because their name is getting green. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Right. I like that. Also, somebody asked, where can I get that shirt from, Shan? So make sure you let them know.
Oh, barsraw.com.
Bars?
I got 7 fashion brands, but my streetwear brand is Bars Raw. It's because it's around. It's a whole nother story. We'll explain that later. And I'll be doing that with your help, actually. If you guys want this shirt and a ton of others, because I only wear my clothes, is barsraw.com. BARZRAW.com.
Yeah. Again, shout out to the Green Gang. Let's move it on, man. Again, lines will be open in men only. This is King Talk, so we only want to hear the king speak. Ladies, bow down respectfully. Our next topic that I want to discuss before we open up the lines is putting women on a pedestal, man. Putting women on a pedestal. Should a woman ever, I gotta type, let me take that shit off. Should a woman ever be put on the pedestal? Should a woman ever be put on the pedestal? I don't think so. I don't think women should ever be put on pedestals, but that's just my opinion. I do want to hear what you guys' thoughts are about it. What if you get married? She should be put on the pedestal. Then it's gonna be an interesting conversation real quick. Start with you, humble dad. Should a woman ever be put on a pedestal?
Man, I didn't have the time to think, but let me go with this. I would say putting on a pedestal would mean that you have put her above you to some degree, and I would say if it is a pedestal, it doesn't need to be too high. But as a husband, I understand that I have to be a provider, have to be a protector, and so these are things that I am doing to help her. Or give her, should I say. And so I would say, should a woman, that's the thing, like you say, like every woman should not be put on a pedestal. in my estimation, there is like that one that you're going to put above yourself at times, right? And so I would say overall, no, but there's going to be that one that just does something for you that you say, you know what, I'm going to dedicate my life in building myself up so that she does what she needs to do as it relates to the atmosphere for the family. So I would say the only woman that should be put on a pedestal is your wife.
Okay. So you don't agree with men putting women on the pedestal before marriage? Just after marriage?
Well, I mean, as far as putting on a pedestal, I mean, I'm saying that this is the one that would be. So she would have to be wifey material.
Okay.
For you to be like, okay, this is the one that I feel like I want to do everything for, you know, or, you know, and I want her to be a part of what it is that I got going on. So it's only one. Not every woman should be put on a pedestal.
I don't think men, I seen Island Girl Q ask, you know, about both. I don't think men care about being put on the pedestal. I could be wrong. Do you guys care about getting put on the pedestal? Yeah, Shan?
We do.
Yeah, men care. Men got
Ego.
feelings too. I know we're
ego.
not supposed to have feelings, but I tell people on my channel all the time. I say, you know, ladies, men like compliments. Y'all think we don't like
we
to
like
be told
it, but I don't think we look for it though. Well, I don't look for it.
If she doesn't value,
I mean, if it happens, it's so rare, right? But when it does happen, it's like, damn. Like I wasn't expecting that. I like to be caught off guard with it, but I'm not looking for it. I'm not checking for it.
Man, I don't know how many brothers with beards. When somebody tells you, "Oh, I love," if a woman walked up to you and said, "Man, this is amazing beard," and stroked her hand across that's gonna make you feel away. You're gonna be like, "Oh, okay, okay, I mean, yes." You know, not. Are you asking? Do men go fishing for compliments? We're not.
Yeah, like, do we care about getting put on the pedestal?
We're not conditioned to do that. We're not conditioned to go fishing for them. However, if they land in our lap, boy, we certainly don't give them back.
Oh yeah. That's why I say I take it, but I'm just
I would say yes.
You do?
Yeah, I would say yes, and it's in terms of priority. Because if you're dating an attractive woman or you're dating a woman with any kind of status or, you know, whatever going for herself, she has options, right? So in terms of putting on a pedestal, that's why I feel like perspective is very important here. I want to be put on a pedestal in comparison to everybody else that you're dealing with, sure, because I'm top priority and they underneath me. So your actions should reflect as much. But in terms of your eyes looking at me, same way if it's flipped to me, in terms of putting a woman on a pedestal, hell no, you should not. Never. No, you don't belong on a pedestal. You belong in a throne sitting next to me. Now, from the perception of everybody beneath us, it looks like a pedestal. But in my eyes, that's why I feel like perspective is important. No, I'm not looking up at anybody. I don't care who it is. So no, and that's the issue that I got, because it's a lot of people believe that, you know, hey, the man should love the woman more than the woman loves them. I never agree with that. I feel like it should be equally yoked in terms of our infatuation with each other. It should be a mutual infatuation, because when it's not, then that creates a 1 foot in, 1 foot out, I'm doing you a favor type of mentality. And there's no woman on this earth that's doing me a favor in my mind, right? So that defeats the pedestal thing. But I feel like, no, you should be on a throne sitting next to me. Now, you're on a pedestal in comparison to every other woman that I'm dealing with at the time. But in my eyes, hell no.
Okay. I'm with that. I'm not sure if I cut you off or not, man. I know we went down that hole, but did you finish? You was good?
Yeah, for the most part, I did. I mean,
okay.
I'm similar to Trill. I mean, I just said that, you know, if there is a pedestal, it's not going to be that tall. You know what I'm saying? So.
Oh, no, I was talking about the woman. We were speaking about the woman. I want to make sure you was done with that point.
Oh yeah, I was done with that.
Okay, all right. Well, Trill, since you already started speaking already, should a woman ever be put on a pedestal?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Hell no.
You just answered.
No. Okay. On a soliloquy. Yeah.
Well, I thought you was asking. I thought you was answering about the man.
No, he was like, I ain't put nobody up there. She could be on a throne next to me, but I ain't looking up at nobody. I don't care who she is. That's what I don't care who they are. That's what Trill said.
Man, y'all gotta excuse me, man. I got that I got that shit right now. So it's clouding my mind right now.
That's all good.
Yeah. Shannon, should a woman ever be put on a pedestal?
No, hell no. Nope. No, a woman should pedestalizing somebody is exalting them unrealistically. That's what it really is. When you pedestalize somebody, you're really unrealistically giving somebody this high esteem that they probably most oftentimes don't deserve. No, I don't think women should be pedestalized at all. And if somebody had to be pedestalized, it needs to be the prize. You know, if somebody had to be pedestalize your Lord and Savior. You know, if you guys are Christian, there's an order of things, right? There's an order of things. And I don't want to get biblical because I don't like to talk too much about politics and religion. But there's an order of things. And if we're talking about pedestalizing them, then which one do you pedestalize? Men and wives. Which one do you pedestalize? So the answer is no. No, men should not look at their wife or their woman or whatever and pedestalize her to the point where he's exalting her unrealistically. No.
I hear that. Shan, should a woman ever be put on a pedestal? I'm just fucking with y'all. See,
I know you were.
Y'all about to trip again.
I was about to say, damn.
Like 2 times.
Like we losing them. We losing them.
Like, man, that age catching up with that brother, boy. Dr. Davis, should a woman ever be put on the pedestal? Yeah, I seen y'all clowning me in the chat.
I think a man should elevate a woman.
Hold on, you kind of cut out again. Say what you said again.
I said I think a man should elevate a woman.
Oh, I thought you said envy a woman. Okay, go ahead.
Elevate. And especially when you make a woman your wife, you definitely should be elevating her to a different status and just totally elevating her life. But that is not going to be what I would define as putting on a pedestal. No, but it would definitely be elevating. And she should feel special. She should feel separated from other women that are out there. And that's what elevating her looks like. And she's going to definitely know that these other women out here, nah, they're not on the same level as me because he has elevated me. But putting her on a pedestal, that is not necessary. And that you should not. I mean, she wouldn't even want you to do that if she's the right type of woman.
Okay, so if you guys got any friends or family that's putting these women on pedestal, then I think y'all might need to let them know she ain't a wife. Don't be uplifting her like that. Don't have her up here carrying around like this. Look at my baby. Look at her. I got the lines open.
You know what's funny? You know what image popped in my mind the moment you asked that question?
What?
The image of Will Smith going like this when he was at the gala with Jada about 10 years ago. And he took that famous photo where she was walking in that gown and he was like, my wife, like I present to you guys all Jada. And I was just like, ooh, that's the image. And I don't know if you guys saw the photo, but it's a very famous photo. And he was in his tuxedo and he was just basically saying, look at this masterpiece. And I was just thinking to myself, ooh, that's pedestalizing. And then look how that turned out. Yeah, man.
That's the thing. That's like dangerous behavior, man, because it's borderline worship. Like you shouldn't worship no other, you know what I'm saying? Especially somebody that's supposed to be your equal or your partner. Like, no, hell no. You should be feel just as privileged to be here as I do. And if that's not the case, the relationship is not going to last. I don't care what the circumstances are, because for one, this is something else. Women appreciate the fact that they got to earn you. You know what I'm saying? And regardless of how attractive they are, that's why if they have a man that they could just easily run over, or a man that's just happy to be there, he getting finessed for his money. He getting finessed for everything. And she typically going to cheat on him with a man that she feels privileged to be dealing with, even if it's on a halfway level. He don't even prioritize you enough to commit to you, but you just appreciate his presence, and you know, feel like you got to earn him. You feel like you got to kind of chase to something. Not child. I hate chase, but feel like you got to work to keep him, instead of having a dude that's just worshiping you, doing whatever you want at your beck and call. Like that, women don't respect that, and you're gonna get finessed if that's your mindset. That's why I say you shouldn't have that. I don't care who it is you date. Like even if you do in secret, you better not ever show it to her, because your ass is over with, and that's just real.
That's why that respecting is so important, because when they're doing that kind of nonsense, it's because they don't respect you. And you gotta, and also too, in general, a lot of guys try to ignore when they see women have just a general disrespect for men, where they'll put on a different mask for you because you're in a relationship with you. But then when you see the way they, their reaction to just men in general, they're the men ain't-ish crowd. But to you, they give you a whole a different mask, a different look, and you think, well, that she's not talking about me because we have a good friendship, we have this. No, eventually you'll understand that she meant you too. So you got to pay attention to that. If you see a woman that just has a general disrespect for men, that's going to eventually manifest itself in some of these problems, and those are the flags that guys need to start looking out for. That's why I don't agree that there's more marriage ready women out there. I just don't. I don't see it. That is not. I've not seen. Maybe because where I am in the country, where I'm in the world, but I've been looking at different things, and I'm not of that view anymore. I think there's more men that are ready for marriage today among the young crowd than there are women, unfortunately. And the women don't realize that, but it is what it is.
Hey, shout out to Sincerely Key. She's a woman that's enjoying the conversation. So shout out to you and all the ladies that's in the chat. We definitely appreciate y'all getting a notepad and taking notes and learning. The lines are open. I have posted the link in the chat. I'll post it again right now. Also, it's in the description. So if you just refresh your browser, you should see the link right there. I'm going to ask when you come up here, make sure you keep it brief. Get straight to the point. You can laugh a little bit, but make sure you land in that plane sooner than later. Also, once everybody is out of the chat, I will be concluding the show. So if you are contemplating about coming on, you might want to get ready. The room becomes full. Just keep trying. As soon as you see somebody fall off, that is your opportunity to get in. So now that we set the precedents, let's cook. Oh, David, welcome to the show, brother. How you doing?
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for having me on. I always listen to you guys and enjoy the great conversations. It's always very enlightening. So on the issue of pedestalizing, I think sometimes definition is key, because how people define things oftentimes determine how they react to it. If you want to go by the Bible's standard, just because I'm a Christian, there's the Proverbs 31 woman, and one of the verses actually says that our husband, he praises her, and he appreciates her and says, there are many virtuous women in the world, but you surpass them all. Our children also praise her and things like that. But the point I'm trying to make here is, I think Trill did the same thing before. He talked about his wife. He said his wife did this, his wife does that. If not for what she does, it won't be easy for him. And I feel that way about my wife as well. So I feel like if we appreciate our wives for doing something good, babe, you clean the house, you tidy it up today, it's pretty good. Thank you for doing that. Or you got my son straight or whatever. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's just pretty much being appreciative and being saying thank you for something that's being done well. So I think some people might take that and say that's pedestalizing, but I don't think so. I think that's just pretty much being an appreciative husband or being an appreciative person, and that's just my perspective on that topic.
Okay.
Yeah, but like a Proverbs 31 woman is like so a Proverbs 31 woman is a woman that's just being a better. That whole verse is about a woman being an amazing woman, right? It's about being a virtuous woman and faithful. It's about her being a nurturer to the children, hardworking in terms of what her husband is doing. I don't remember it saying anything about the men or her husband.
I can actually give you that verse. I think it's
the husband appreciates her.
It does say that. Yeah. And verse 28 to 29, it says, that
who wouldn't appreciate a Proverbs 31?
Yeah, I think we all want one of those. We all want one of those. Well, Proverbs 31 woman, can we all get one? I'd like to order one. But go ahead. Read to me that the verse, because I don't remember by heart.
Yeah, I mean, just 31, 28 to 29. It says her children speak well of her. Her husband also praises her, saying there are many fine women, but you are better than all of them. I think the context to me there is he says, um, he praises her and tells her that there are a lot of beautiful women, but you excel among all of them. He's not trying to go on the street and say, oh, my wife is finer than all of you or whatever. We might take that as pedestalizing or whatever, but he's actually appreciating her, which I think is a fair option, or it's a fair thing. I mean, I don't think I'm the perfect husband. I mean, I'm a chemical engineer. I make six figures. I do well for myself. I don't have any debt. I'm faithful to my wife, but I don't think I'm dropped down from heaven. I think I have flaws as a human being, so I'm not expecting my wife to be perfect. And if I appreciate her for something, I don't think that's because I don't think I have to appreciate her only when she's now achieved the 31 Proverbs 31 woman status. I mean, she's a human being. She would make flaws and whatever. If we supported and praise our wife once in a while for things they do good, I think that's just a fair.
All right.
Appreciate you calling in, David. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, if I still have time, I would just like to ask a question, just get you guys' opinion, and then I can drop off. Otherwise, thank you for the time.
Go ahead and ask your question.
All right. So my question just surrounds the fact that I think based on the situation of things in the United States, not a lot of men make six figures. Not a lot of men, make a lot of money that a lot of women want or would like to have, and the fact that there are more men, more women than men, means that even if all the men in the world today start making six figures, there will still not be enough to go around all the women who want six figures. Now, based on that, some people would say women need to lower their standard and things like that. I just wanted to ask what you guys thought about that because, as a white collar man myself, I know I have friends, I know people who are blue collar men who make $45,000, $50,000 per year. And many of them are probably shut down by a lot of women because they don't make as much as it is that they're demanding and things like that. And based on the fact that there are more women than men, are we going by the same kind of idea that a lot of people say that women probably need to adjust their standards, or do we just say that what, it's fine, buy a dog and die alone, like Kevin says, or what's our suggestion to that? Because there are a lot of 40, 45-year-old women who make six figures on your show, who listen every time, and they're looking for men who make that much, and those men are looking for 25-year-old women and things like that. So just wanted to get you guys' opinion and things like that. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, I'll just be in comments.
So with the go ahead.
No, I was gonna say real quick, man. My pops told me something one time that was very, very profound. He said you could either humble yourself or life is gonna do it for you. So in terms of them women dropping their standards or whatever the case may be, I wouldn't say drop your standards. No, what you want is what you want, especially if you feel like you bring enough to the table to kind of balance that. But I would say again, the numbers are what they are, and you got to be patient. You can't expect to just get that overnight. And if you think that you are, life is going to drop that standard for you, quote unquote. You don't necessarily have to do it yourself. So that's all I would add to that.
Yeah, I mean that's real because I think that's one of the things that Chicago said in the last one of the last shows, that he said that everyone kind of lowers their standard as they grow older, and I agree with that. Women for obvious reasons, biological reasons, men, sometimes also because you don't want to be 65 and running after a little kid in the park and things like that. You want to do it while you're younger and things like that. So I can rock with that. But yeah, the point I'm just making is, if you're talking about waiting for your time and things like that, for the women, the time is not on their side because of the biological clock and all those kind of things. So obviously, they want to get it as soon as possible and things like that. But I mean, I'm of the same opinion that everyone should do what works for them. So yeah.
Okay. All right, David, brother. Thank you for calling. We appreciate your support. All right.
I appreciate it.
Rilla, what's going on, Rilla?
People got to get that standard. They got to understand the difference between standards and preferences. Yeah. I talk about it all the time. A lot of women like to clump that into one big list, and they need to learn how to separate the standards. The standards list is usually a short list, preferences list is the long one. And a lot of women take that list and they just throw it in one big master list and they go from there. And that's one of the issues. Most people shouldn't swerve from their standards. They should stick to their standards. And then their preferences is usually what changes. But a lot of motherfuckers is getting that mixed up. But I don't want to belabor the point. I can talk about it later.
I appreciate it.
I think a lot of guys, the question he asked is a lot of guys out there making, average money. And that should not worry men. I know that because of the pool of women that's out there, it becomes a big deal. But if you're a man who's very financially savvy, you save, you invest, you can do extremely well for yourself with a regular income if you understand how to manage money, how to invest money, and how to save money. So if you have been making $50,000, $60,000 for 5, 6, 7, 8 years, you can easily outshine somebody who just started making six figures 2, 3 years ago, easily. So, and a smart, marriage-minded woman would know that, would recognize that, and will know that. So don't be concerned that the career and the path that you've chosen in life has you sitting at $50,000, $60,000 a year. No, because don't forget, women are spending 75%, 3 times as much as what the average man is spending. So as a man, you make it, even if she makes more than you, it doesn't mean she's richer than you. If you make it 50, 60, you saving, you're investing, you're financially literate, you will be doing better than a lot of men and a lot of women. So don't even worry about, as long as you have enough to provide and take care of yourself, provide a standard of living that you are proud of and you are comfortable with, don't worry about it. Because when a woman comes in, doesn't matter how, you don't need that. You're okay with the life that you have for yourself. And that's, you're comfortable with that. And that's enough. So I don't think any brother should hang his head low because he's not making some. No, you are a decent, upstanding person, and the right person will recognize that about you.
And that's the thing, though, right? Like the dudes need to get on their level of understanding have a financial literacy, right? Because that's not taught in school. I mean, I taught it for 11 years. Even when we were talked about to teach it, teacher was like, nah, I don't want to teach that because it's at the end of the school year. So individuals need to get that understanding of how to manage their money. Because for me, I'll just give myself as an example. I bought a house, paid off the cars. My wife didn't work, homeschool, all of that, and I was making $70,000 for like at least 6, 7 years, and I live in DFW. You know what I'm saying? So it's about how do you manage your money, and that is a way of what women also aspire to have, which is security, right? And so if a woman knows that you're able to manage your money well, that makes you a cut above a lot of other dudes.
All right. I definitely shout out to Island Girl Q for bringing me aware that this was a great question in the super chat. Swole DEE had a question. I'm with a good woman, great foundation, fit, hardworking, will be a great mother. I'm not entirely attracted to her, but she's what I need in a wife. How attracted are you guys to your wives? How important is
it? I don't know, man. I'm superficial and shallow. Looks matter to me because I know I got a lot of friends, a lot of homegirls that would make perfect. I mean, they're just great women. I'm in a fraternity. I know a lot of women in sororities, even from my college days. They'd probably be great, everything that he just listed, but they're just not that. They're not a looker. You know what I mean? And so, for some men, I mean, I guess it depends on the man himself. I don't know, man. I feel weird saying it, but looks matter. Looks matter to your boy.
He said he's already with her.
How you feel weird about it? You said it earlier in the show. Like that's what you said.
Weird.
So now you weird now. You feel weird now.
He's saying his girl is ugly. He just said it.
He said he's already with her. He said he's already with her, and he used another word.
And he basically said my girl ain't cute. It's like
he said something else though. He said she's fit. That he's with her, and he said she's fit. I read it. I read it 3 times. Wait a minute, and I looked at it carefully. It says she's fit. That means that she takes care of herself. She works out. So as we all age, right? I do not look like I looked 10 years ago or more. I just don't. And I'm not going to look like I do. I probably look good now. And I will not look like this in 10 more years. So we are all going to look crusty eventually. But one thing that will last is our fitness. So you said you are already with her, my G. You said that she's fit and she takes care of her. I mean, she takes care of her physical. That means you got something to work with here. You actually got something to work. If that's the truth, then you already with her. And she's got all these other great things. Then I don't know, man. I'm not. Listen.
Hold on, David.
Out here in these streets, man.
Hold on, David.
Go ahead.
Like I've seen women that had beautiful bodies, but their face was just like so hideous. So let's just say her body is great, right? But her face is just like hideous. I mean, just think about like that. You know, like just think about that shit. Like, oh shit. Like, yeah, in the bedroom, everything is all good, but then you get that.
You have to growl with it.
Hey man,
he did.
My question is, why is he with her then? If
I was thinking the same question.
You're already with her.
Because he likes her. She's a great woman. She's great in all the other. She's fit. She's a great. He sees the nurturing in her, so she potentially be a great mother. She probably takes care of him, all of that.
The shit probably started off with just some chill shit. Probably started some chill shit. Now you got kids with her, and the next thing you know, it's just like shit. Like, and then you're looking at all these other beautiful women that's out there, and it's like,
I don't think he should look to us.
That's
I don't think he should look to us on that one because
I'm being delicate.
Yeah.
Because when you say that you know, my girl, he basically said my girl is ugly. And so that's why I'm being real delicate. You know what
Listen,
I'm saying?
some dudes know they girl ugly, bro. Like it's just that's a thing.
But look though, that's exactly why I said earlier, like it's about what you value.
Exactly.
Stop looking at outside perception and common perception. Just like you said, oh, I got a good woman. Good according to whose standards?
Absolutely.
Yours. Because clearly beauty is very high on it, or you wouldn't be writing us about it.
Yeah.
Let's just keep it G. So if you want a woman that's attractive, it doesn't matter. Like she got a best job. She could be a good listener. She could be fun to be around. But if she walks in the room and I don't get immediately turned on, it's not gonna work. It's just not. I'm gonna end up cheating on you. You know what I'm saying? So
you gonna have a noodle dick.
Put you in that situation.
You have a noodle dick.
Right. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember that Chinese billionaire? Y'all remember that Chinese billionaire? No, I'm sorry. Y'all remember that Chinese man? He's probably a millionaire who married that billionaire's daughter, who had facial reconstruction and everything, and made her real pretty. And then she had the baby, and the baby came out ugly, and he sued her. Y'all remember that?
Never heard of that, bro. You gotta put that up.
I know what he's talking about. That's a fact.
Yeah. So look. Okay. So there's this Chinese magnate, right? He's a billionaire. Right. And he had a daughter and he was like, yo, I need somebody to marry my daughter. He had plastic surgery. The daughter whipped up, bro. She looked like, like a dragon, but he got it all fixed. Nose job, height, raised the cheeks, the whole nine. She found a husband. The husband fell in love with her beauty and all of that kind of stuff. They had a kid. The kid came out looking like a lizard. And he's like, what is this? And then he investigated some more, found out that she had so much plastic surgery and changed that he didn't marry what she really looked like. And so he took her to court. He sued his wife and he sued. He was like, oh, I got deceived. This happened. This is a real thing, bro. It happened about 5 or 10 years ago. I'll pull it up and I'll slide it to you.
Hey, shout out to all the lizards.
But wasn't his question? His question was like, do we find our wives beautiful? Was that one of his questions?
Yeah, I think it was. It was something he was asking, like, do you, if she's a great woman, should that be enough, or do you really have to like consider the attraction part of? That's what I got out of it.
Okay. It's what you can tolerate, man. If
you
can tolerate it, it's what you can tolerate.
He's not out there.
Come on,
he needs to let it go right away. You can't be wasting women's time like that. I don't think that's fair.
Yeah, bro.
If you're not
attracted to her,
then you shouldn't have even got with her. But if you are, you got to let it go. If that's not what you're doing. Make up your mind and keep it moving. If that's not what you're doing, so
you should definitely be attracted to the one that you're trying to be with for forever.
Yeah, man.
Like I don't understand that perspective.
You done?
That don't even make sense.
When your woman walks in the room, your pelvic region should jump. Shout out to the algorithm. I ain't gonna say what I want to say, but your pelvic region should jump.
100%.
If it doesn't, you with the wrong person, bro. It doesn't matter what else she brings because we as men are visual creatures. So when our woman is naked, she need to look good. When she in clothes, she needs to look good. When she dressed down, she needs to look good. I need to be attracted to her in some form. And don't get me wrong, like some days she gonna look way better than others, but you should still be attracted to her at every level. And if you're not, you're gonna cheat. So you're gonna end up hurting her anyway. So why even stay in this situation?
Yeah. And you need to be attracted to her before she put the makeup on. Before she put the makeup on.
Yeah. Exactly. There's some context that's missing here though. I mean, we don't know. I don't know if he's already married to her or what. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, I don't even think based on the way the question.
No, he said she's a wife. Okay. I read it.
She's material. She's wife material, and she would potentially be a great wife. So I don't even think he has children with her, and I don't think he's married to her. But he's like, damn.
I wish he could get in the chat so we can get some more context.
Yeah.
He probably take her to Pound Town from the back. Don't want to look at her in Mission.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
That's funny.
So I got the halitosis breath. Oh shit. What's going on, Just June? Welcome to the show. What you got for us, brother? You on mute, just so you know. I don't know what's going on with your audio. We still can't hear you.
I think he's using the headset that's not plugged in.
Yeah, there's a headset plugged in. I don't know. I'm gonna bring you back up. You work on that, okay? All right. What's going on, Jay?
What's good? What's good?
Nothing much, man. Welcome to the show, brother. What you got for us?
Man, I've been enjoying the show. Just joined Lapeef. I had to join. Show love to y'all folks, man. Shout out to Trill out in Houston. That's my hometown, Houston, Texas, man.
What is?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. I got a couple of things. The first thing, the question was, put your woman on a pedestal. My thing is, I don't like to put a woman on a pedestal. I tell men, put your purpose on a pedestal. You know what I'm saying? Definitely put your purpose on a pedestal, because when you put your purpose on a pedestal, that's going to make everything else come in order. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times I know a lot of dudes that put women on pedestals, and that crap don't work for me. You know what I'm saying? I tell people all the time, put your purpose on a pedestal, do what you got to do, and maintain. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, the women gonna always be there. You know what I'm saying? You have to make sure that your family's straight, make sure that your pockets are straight, make sure your finances are straight. You know what I'm saying? The women are always gonna be there. And I got one more point. I'm an average earner. I make about 60 grand a year. And one of the things my brother told me,
that's not average, brother. That's you above average.
You know what I'm saying?
Let today be the last day that you say that you're an average earner.
Yeah, you're probably 20K above average.
Oh yeah, about 60K. But the one thing that I learned was that you got to finesse that money, and a lot of times a lot of guys don't know how to finesse that money as far as like stocks, bonds, stuff like that. And that's one thing that I learned growing up, because I'm 43. You know what I'm saying? So I don't look 43, but I'm 43. And one of the things that I learned when I was younger was get your money up, get your stocks up, get everything up, so you know what you have in the long term. And that's all I really wanted to say. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Trill, man. Shout out to Houston. Shout out to my man Shannon out there in the Cali area. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my homie humble dad, Dr. David, Lapeef, man. Y'all do y'all thing, man. Peace.
Love, bro.
My man.
Appreciate you, homie.
All right.
That dude said he 43. He don't look 43.
Yeah, and he said he was average when he's well above. A lot of guys, that's the thing. The way that these women move out here, they got real hardworking dudes thinking that they ain't nothing. It's so sad. I can't stand that, man. Hardworking, upstanding people looking down on themselves, hanging their heads, thinking that they're less than they are. It makes me mad, but it is what it is.
What's going on, Just June? Welcome to the show, brother.
What's good?
Y'all here together?
Y'all can hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yo, shout out, man. Shan, you a fool, man. Shout out to you, Fred. Dr. Dave, Humble Dad, Rilla was good, Trill, of course, JR. So, man, dope topics, man. I'm married, been married 8 years, man, and biggest thing for guys, man, I think respect is a big intangible. I mean, I can't even call it a feeling because you guys know how it is when like men disrespect each other. We'll go to the grave for that. And when women respect their men, it's so valuable. That's what one of the intangibles you see in a woman that may be the prize, the intangibles that she brings. So, man, I agree wholeheartedly with a lot of you guys. And when it comes to men or women being the prize, I think in terms of both have to actually work to be that. Now, if you want to be married, you want to build a family, a legacy, you have to work to be a husband and or a wife before you actually, you can't find the person first. So I feel you had to work on those intangibles. And I think what a lot of guys, we see the brother here that's kind of downplaying himself, saying, he's average, even though he's above average. He looks younger than 43. And a lot of guys have to work on their intangibles where they're not so influenced by women that they work on the intangibles where they can identify the quality women. Like the guy here that put the question up, he said he has a wife. He said he's not attracted to her. So is he even ready to be a husband? Because if you're ready to be a husband, you will need that balance. Now, Shan, I'm married to AKA. I mean, she's attractive and stuff of that nature. But I got Fred that have divorced, an 8 or a 9, married a 6, 7, because he was not getting that respect. He wasn't getting those intangibles. He let society, maybe some of his bros, maybe some women, because I've had women come up to me and ask me, how did your LB, your homeboy, why did he marry her? I know the type of women he dealt with. He dealt with me. He should be with me. And these brothers realize that this woman can't actually add to me. I get sick. I need my kids taken care of. Can she handle that? Does she have these intangibles? And most of my circle, they're married. And when we get around these women, they represent them well. And we understand, okay, she might not be the best looking, but like when she's around us, she holds her own. She represents that man to the fullest. And when men see value and they get value from women, that's wife material. And same for women, like, you can't say you're the prize. It's the woman is the prize. You just can't generally just put yourself in there, see these memes and speak it to existence. You have to be it. You have to work on yourself to identify it. And then you have to identify with men that actually see you as a prize. You got women just like the dude is saying, oh, he's wifey material, but he's not in the packaging I like. And we know it's a lot of women. I mean, my wife talks to a lot of her homegirls where they're reconnecting with dudes they wouldn't give no play to. Luckily, this dude thought she was a good woman, and a lot of them are. They just haven't worked on themselves enough to see through what true value is. And a lot of times it's based on celebrity relationship stuff of that nature, and they miss out. Some are lucky enough to reconnect with some of these guys that identify them like this is the type of woman I value.
I hate when that happens though. No,
I do hate when it happens as well, man. And some guys, man, that's the woman he thought, and they go with it. But
yeah,
man, bro, it's a lot of women, a lot of good women out here, man. They can't identify with it because they haven't worked on actually accepting intangibles over tangibles. So, man, that's all I got, man. Dope show. Rilla, salute. Shan, salute. Trill, Dr. Dave, Humble Dad, of course, JR, man. Y'all keep doing y'all thing, man.
Man, appreciate you.
Appreciate you, homie.
Appreciate it, bro.
A lot of support. All right. What's up, man? I like the conversation. I like the guests, man. What they saying.
Yeah, man.
So what's going on, Sheepdoggy Dog?
What's going on? Can y'all hear me?
What you got for us?
Can y'all hear me?
He on patrol.
Yeah, we can hear you, man. Salute to your service, brother.
Appreciate it. Hey, man, I ain't got nothing to add. I just wanted to say, man, y'all always drop gems, man. And Lapeef, I might have a little bit of smoke for you, man. If y'all go on the tour, you got to come to Cleveland, man.
Cleveland?
Got to.
Damn, I was hoping. All right, man. We're gonna check it out, man. We're gonna see what it's what, man. I'm gonna talk to Q, man. I'm gonna talk to Q and see what she's saying.
Yeah. And tell Anton to scratch Cleveland in, man. Y'all got to come this way, man.
What's the COVID situation out there?
Oh man, it's bad. It's bad. So
hey, be cool on that C word, David.
They say good help is hard to find, so I'm hiding right now because being around too many people, it ain't too good right now. But man, God bless you guys. You guys do God's work, and y'all don't even realize it, man. Just dropping gems to people that don't even necessarily realize that I recommend you guys channel to a lot of my friends, a lot of the young guys that I mentor to, younger cousins and people that I went to college to, and I just hope you guys keep growing, man. Keep on growing. I appreciate it. I tune in as much as I can.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the support, Sheep Doggy Dog, man. That means a lot, man. This is why we do it, and I think me, Trill, and hold on, I got too many people trying to come in. Me, Trill, and Shan talk about this all the time. We don't realize the people that we touching, and we need to hear more of this. You know, this is what motivates us. This is when we stand up all in 2 or 3 hours of sleep. We planning this stuff, man. I mean, I actually got to see. You know, I tested positive, and I'm still here. So, you know.
Yeah, I had it once too. Me, my wife, and my son.
Yeah. I was sitting there thinking I can't never get it, but you know, I guess that cold that was lingering around, and you know, you start overthinking stuff like, damn, like, you know, can I breathe?
Yep, run up
to
the
question
stairs,
a lot of stuff, man.
Like, dang, I might have it.
Yeah. But I'm just pushing through, man. We show up, rain, sleet, snow, shine. You know what it is, because you know. Yeah, I mean, no matter how you feel, you still got to show up and serve. So the same thing here, man. We just want to just keep bringing y'all the value and having these tough conversations and make sure we just doing the work over here. So salute to you, Sheepy Doggy Dog. Thank you, man, for recommending us to everybody, man. And just stay tuned, stay tapped in, man.
All right, we'll do. Take it easy, y'all.
All right, what we got now?
Shout out to the law enforcement. Shout out to all of our first responders. Shout out to all nurses. Shout out to all teachers on all levels, from kindergarten all the way to college. Shout out to all the firefighters. Just want to throw that out there, man.
It is. It's tough. I just got through reading something happened in Chicago, man. A firefighter wound up passing away, you know, doing his job. So it's just it's real out here. It looks all cool and everything like that, but these guys really putting their life on the line. So, well, shout out to them.
Trill, did you see my question in the private chat? I had asked you, did you space your name because of last week?
Yeah. Because the funny part is, like, they pronounce it that way on my Twitter too. It been that way on my Twitter forever. So I gotta separate it.
Okay, bet.
Yeah, man. That's why I put the space in between mine.
Okay.
On the front end.
Trillac. I'm like, fam.
What's going on, Jimmy Jackson?
Hey, how you doing? Y'all hear me clearly?
Yeah, we can hear you out for us, brother.
How you doing? What's the question again? I was looking, but you know, a lot of things on my mind.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Okay. You asked what the question is?
What's the basic of the question you need out?
I just wanted to know, you called into the show, so I don't know if you caught the show or not, but just wondering, like,
y'all watching like putting a woman on a pedestal. No, I don't think a man should. You know, it's like winning a prize. You don't choose the prize. You just accept the gift, like a gold, silver. You know.
What about a wife though, Jimmy? You think so? Maybe do you think what about a husband and his wife? Do you think his wife should
my
be?
Wife been together 23 years, and I ain't never put her on a pedestal. She never put me on a pedestal. It's just we did what we supposed to do as a man and a woman. You know. Well, I think it's the man too. When a man older, he a little more mature. And well, me personally, I can speak on my life. I just did what I supposed to do as a man. You know. In 2002, we moved from Mississippi to Duval, Florida, and she followed me, you know. And I just did what we were together about.
Wait, what'd you say? You said she followed you?
Yeah, from Florida. Her whole family live in Mississippi, and I'm down here with my wife. And, you know.
Yeah, but y'all been together for 23 years. What you thought she was gonna do?
No, this in 2002 is when we moved here.
She followed you early on in the relationship. Okay, that's
yeah,
what's up.
You know, me doing what I was supposed to do. You know, because I tell people, you know, I was in the streets and stuff, but they don't realize I'm an older man. I'm 41, about to be 42 next month, and I did a lot of things, and it's like 2002, I moved to Florida, stopped selling that dope and things. I always had a hustle about myself. You know, I always had that manly thing about myself. But I took all that and did it positive. And when I moved to Florida, I just worked my tail off. I can't say I wasn't making $60,000 no high value man or nothing, but I held it down and did like that. 4 years after we moved to Florida in 2006, we were buying a house. You know what I'm saying? And it's like we raised our kids that we need to do. I don't think nobody should have value in nothing. Life itself, when you wake up, is value. You know, and people expect to get praised for something like stepdads. You know, I'm a dad. All four of my kids are mine. Shit, they piss me off. They don't praise me up. I cooked breakfast this morning, pancakes and sausage, waking up 6 o'clock in the morning and stuff, and turn around. They wake up to eat some damn cereal, you know. And my baby's 16, you know. And then you hear these stepdads thinking they supposed to get praised. Nobody gonna get praised. You just do what you're supposed to do. If you get it, you do. You don't, you don't. You be a man, hold your head up, don't cry about it. You just handle your business, you know. And then when it comes to a lady,
you better eat these eggs and sausage pancakes and sausage if I'm cooking them though.
oh yeah,
I hear you.
I ate. I had to throw away about 4 of them though. I cooked like 10, maybe 10 or 12, and sausage, and my wife she eat them Johnson sausage, you know. And I cook breakfast and everything. Come through the house. Everybody wake up, eat breakfast. Motherfucker wake up and grab bowls of cereal and shit, you know.
Yeah.
And people be thinking,
All right,
you know,
Jimmy.
oh, I don't want to talk too much. What's up?
No, well, we appreciate you, bro. Listen, congratulations on two decades of marriage, and
that's what's up, man.
and shout out to 2 more decades. Hopefully, you
I
must be 40.
really appreciate this show. I've been watching about 4 months now, and I really appreciate it. I think a lot of things need to be said. You know, I think a lot of men out there need to open their mouth and be real about it.
Absolutely.
Like I said last night, I was on the show. We need to. I don't think men that ever grow up, but we will mature. We'll be good leaders and all that. Growing up, I don't think we'll never grow up because a man ain't fully developed to me personally to grow up. We always a child in our head, no matter how old we get. Yet
Yeah,
then
fair.
again, you can please any woman. You know what I'm saying? So men are picky these days, and I feel that's because all my partners end up dead in gym. You know, I got a few out there, but
Yeah.
these
Hey,
women
hey
that
Jimmy,
say,
you gotta go ahead and land this one, bro. We gotta keep it moving.
Yeah. Just do what you're supposed to do. When you're doing what you're supposed to do, everything gonna fall in place, you know, and accept what falls in place. Because some things ain't funny. All right, man.
I appreciate you, Jimmy Jackson. Appreciate you.
Wonderful.
All right.
Wonderful night.
You too. All right. So y'all get up here. Y'all keep it brief, gentlemen. What's going on?
What's going on? What's going on, panel? I hope all y'all doing well. Positive blessings, wishes.
Gaddafi's back.
How you
What up,
doing,
bro?
Ross? How you doing? How you doing, sir?
Good to see you,
Likewise, sir. So, I have something written down. I'm not going to get off topic. I'm just going to read exactly what I wrote down and nothing more, pretty much. The topic is, are women the prize? And it's kind of funny how the thing that I had wrote down wasn't necessarily for this at first, but I was planning on saying in the previous show. Nevertheless, it's kind of great how it flowed together. So what I wrote down was set for a woman who was named A. It was like a feminist woman who was on Anton's channel, I think on Sunday night, Monday morning. She had said a whole lot of stuff, and ultimately it speaks to me, and it shows the panel who watched it, anybody who watched it, that women can't be the prize by virtue of how she operated. So first, I would like to say that the claim that men are leaving black children behind when they get wealthy is frankly false, due to the fact that quite obviously copious amounts of time is required to transpire in order for a man to even become wealthy in the first place. Those children would no longer be children. But she was coming from the standpoint that men would get wealthy and leave the children who they have no allegiance to in the first place, which is frivolous. Moreover, as it relates to the conception, the claim you put a baby in her is actually scientifically false. A baby cannot be put or placed anywhere, but rather the baby is formed in the body, the female's body. Furthermore, it is a woman who controls the access to sex. It is women who control the access to childbirth. This is true by virtue of the fact that there is not a single child who is born on this earth without the total consent of a woman, provided that she was enforced against her will, which represents a statistically minuscule minority. It is women who make the decision to open their legs. The largest problem that affects the Black population in terms of relationships is due to low standards and poor selection in both men and women, but particularly the women. The reason why it is particularly the fault of women at large in the Black community, it is in terms of due to the following. About 16% of Black male population are responsible for nearly 80% of the unmarried births in the Black population. The majority of men in the Black community that are leaving the impoverished Black communities are not of this 16% population. More than 50% of the Black men are single, and the middle class are roughly 30% married. So that's effectively 80% of men who are responsible for about 20% of the remaining births. The fault is not at the feet of men, but at the feet of women who selected 16% Black males.
Mm-hmm.
The same 16% Black males are commonly grouped in a colloquial term known as Pookie and Ray Ray. The Pookie and Ray Ray are individuals who are responsible for the Black image that has been mass produced to this day. I like to say that in regards to the notion that a white man runs the world that she had previously made, it's not true from an economic standpoint in terms of annual earnings. Currently in the United States of America,
hold on, are you still talking about what happened somewhere else? What's going on?
So basically I'm trying to talk about what was on Anton's channel to tie in as to why women aren't surprised. Because
okay, well, we can talk about that on after hours or something like that, but we're just trying to get some insight on the conversation today. I mean, I know you called in yesterday, right, to Kay and Kayla's show, right?
Yeah, I was.
I was there. You were still carrying that conversation. So fast forward to today, you still bringing the same conversation. So we just trying to get people in. I mean, I'm all for having conversations, but we just want to really talk about our women of prize in relation to that. Respectfully.
Well, clearly he says no. All that for my man Gaddafi to say nah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll let somebody else get on there. If I get an opportunity, I'll try to come in after hours and probably
okay. Come in after hours, man. We could discuss whatever, man. But I just want to keep it on track. All right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Appreciate you. All right. Ricky,
what's happening?
Not much.
Trill, what's up, my guy? How you doing, B? You muted, guy. You muted.
Man, like I'm about to ready to clip that little thing you had last time, man. That motherfucker was incredible.
Hey, man, I appreciate it, man. I don't say my truths because the truth is the truth and the lies is a lie. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no my truths in life, bro. Question: are the women the prize? No. Is the man the prize? No. You know what's the prize? The relationship and the family that's built off that. That's the prize, right? Because you if it's just you, that's all it is. If it's just the man, that's all it is. We were built to enhance each other. We were built to grow with each other. We need each other to reproduce and recreate and extend our legacies and time travel. The problem is, again, as usual, your ego. Your ego. Just because you make more money than me don't make you better than me. That just means you make more money. Right? Just because you pay the car note and I pay the car note and you don't make me better than you. I just happen to pay the car note. We were supposed to be in this journey together. But as I said before, most people so selfish and caught up into what this person can do for me. When y'all supposed to be doing for each other, right? I think that's the point of a relationship. So neither one of y'all the prize unless y'all together making it happen. When y'all gonna figure it out? When y'all gonna figure it out? That's all I got.
Appreciate you, Ricky. I think everybody was in a moment of silence, man. We gotta let you cook, man.
Right.
Peace to the gods and goddesses. I call y'all that because that's what you are. Gorgeous said you sound angry. To be a black man in America is to be angry. If you see what's going on with our people and how we having these discussions about how we can't make babies and stay together in a relationship, why you not mad? What you leaving on this planet? What you leaving beyond you besides a Birkin? Besides a Chanel bag and some red shoes, some red bottom shoes. What you leaving? An attitude? When we gonna figure it out? When we gonna figure it out? Get y'all ego out the way, man. Pride, it's pride. It's pride before the fall, and we got a bunch of supposedly financially successful, prideful people who can't sit their ego down to find somebody to build a life with. But I'm angry. Okay. Take care of yourself and your family. I guarantee everything else to take care of itself. It's your boy Rick. We gone.
Damn.
Boss, listen, that was facts, bro. That's what I was saying previously. I was saying, listen, once y'all come together, y'all each other's prize. You know what I mean?
That ain't facts. He mad. Yeah. He mad. I didn't want to get, he mad at everybody. He mad at the red bottoms. He mad at my t-shirt. He mad at everybody. You got to be careful. I got to watch out for them niggas that be super mad.
Boy, passionate, man. He's just passionate, man. I love it.
Hey, thanks for having me on.
What's going on? The authentic man, aka
guys.
Okay.
Yeah, you good, man. All right, so our women prize. I think it's really, you have to, in general, I would say from a traditional standpoint, you can look at women as kind of being the prize, because I think one of the panelists mentioned, like, we fought wars and stuff like that over being able to have women. I think is when you get into like a today's standard and look at it from today's point of view, I would say certain women are the prize in a sense, to where if you can find a wifeable woman and everything like that, then yeah, she could be the prize. In the same way that if you can find what many call like a high value man or whatever, or a select man, whatever you want to call the stuff, he can be the prize. But in a general sense of things right now, I would say that it's harder to be a high value man than it is to be a whatever, like a high value woman,
quality, a virtuous
a quality woman, right? And so if we just looking at it from that standpoint and just from a numerical standpoint, then women in that sense would not be the prize. That would be the man, because for one, the work that it takes to get there, and two, the amount of men that are actually available that these women say that they want. So in that realm, then men would be the prize, not the women. Now, that's just what I got to say on that topic. And then I know there was the question of the person calling in and saying that he's not attracted to his potential wife or something like that and everything like that. To me, and this is just my personal opinion, is kind of what I've seen. I think most dudes who are actually serious about marriage, is serious about the family dynamics and stuff like that, they will get with a woman that might be like a 5 or 6, but it's 100% ready to be a wife and stuff like that, before they would get with like a 9 or 10, but they show absolutely no regards for family matters or anything like that. And so it's all about that, what is your like bottom standard? Like if you don't find her attractive at all, like if you're absolutely repulsed by her, then obviously you probably don't want to go into that situation. But if you say that, hey, this person meets my minimum standards or whatever it is on the attraction level, and she might not be attractive to everybody, but she's gorgeous to me, whatever that meme is, right? But she meets all of the other checklists and stuff like that, I would say go for that, because especially these days, it's a lot harder to find a woman that is actually ready to be a wife, especially if she's in like her mid-20s and stuff like that, than it is to find, that gorgeous woman that might, provide everything on the aesthetic level, but once you actually get into the relationship, you figure out, oh, she basically is quote unquote for the streets. That's all I got for that.
Real quick though, authentic man.
Yes, sir.
So you saying basically, look, fellas, it's harder to find a wife than it is to find a pretty chick.
Yes.
Pretty chicks is everywhere. You can go to every state, go to every city. It's pretty chicks all over the place. You find somebody pretty, you find a fat ass and some nice breasts and a pretty face and all of that everywhere. But to find a wife is difficult.
Yes,
right?
And that's why I would say, and I think that's where women are saying that they're the prize because they believe that they are wife material. And then when you hit them with the reality of like, you're not wife material, you're just a cute chick that can get a lot of dinos or whatever, but that don't necessarily make you wife material. That's when you get hit with a lot of backlash. And I think
here's the question for you, Authentic.
Yes, sir.
Do we have the ability to correct the trajectory of women who's on a bad path and make more women become more wife material when they're not currently? Is it easier to turn a woman who may not necessarily have learned how to be a wife into one, as opposed to turning an ugly woman pretty?
So let me, I know you guys are trying to stay YouTube friendly or whatever, but basically what you asking is easier to turn a hoe to a housewife. To me, no.
Well, no, not a hoe. Because not talking about promiscuity. I'm just talking about to get a woman, because I call it the 5 Fs, right? The fit, feminine, friendly, faithful, and fun. Is it easier to make a woman fit, feminine, friendly, faithful, and fun to be a wonderful wife than it is to take a woman who's not aesthetically or physically pleasing and get her to look better? Which one is more difficult these days, in your opinion?
The first one, because a person that's already at that point is usually, they're already, like my mom used to say, by the time you get to a certain age, you are who you are. You see what I'm saying? And trying to break out of that mold is a very, very difficult thing to do. If she's 25, 30 years old and it's not a wife already, or in a traditional sense and stuff like that, the chances of her ever being a wife is slim to none. She is always going to be who she is. You can, when you say like making an ugly woman pretty or whatever,
I'm making it simple.
Yeah, I know what you see. Like, is it to make her pretty for
can you
everybody?
Turn Freddie Jackson into Janet Jackson? We all watch Friday.
No.
You're more like Freddie Jackson than Janet Jackson. But can you turn Freddie Jackson into Janet Jackson? Which one is going to be more difficult? Freddie Jackson and Janet Jackson, or a woman that's for the streets into a virtuous woman that's going to be good for her husband?
That's a hard question. I mean, to me, they equal, but I would say
not a hard question.
To me, it's easier to turn. To me, it's easier. Okay, so if I'm just looking at two prospects and looking at what both of their outcomes are, I could make the woman that's not pretty or whatever, but has all of the other checklists done. I would probably be able to get her matched up with a potential husband a lot quicker than I'm going to be able to get a woman that checks the prettiness. She's a 9 or 10 or whatever, but she don't check any of the other boxes. It's probably going to be very difficult for me to ever get her to a point to where she's match worthy. So that's why I guess hopefully that kind of answers the question. It's a really difficult thing for me from a personal standpoint. Like I'm not a magician. I can't work magically, of where it is what it is. Like you can put some makeup and stuff on that, but that's not, it is what it is in that sense. But for me, from a personal
standpoint, look though, we are leaving something very, very key out of here. Just like you said, you can't work magic. It's way easier to turn a woman that has all of the intangibles that you wanted to a pretty woman. Matter of fact, it'll cost you about $20,000 to $25,000. That's about the cost of a regular standard Mustang in this era. You can get a BBL for about $6,000-$7,000 out there in Miami. You get a little touch up on the face here, there, and she already got the intangible qualities you need. But trying to add intangible qualities to somebody that's already set in their ways, it's gonna be way harder to do that than to drop that $20,000 bag to fix whatever deficiency she got physical wise. So that's why I say it's not really a hard decision. I think we're thinking way too much into it. I done seen chicks literally spend about $16,000 to $18,000, get that little contour on the face, get the little nose stand out a little bit, get the little, BBL stomach go to the ass. Now she went from a 4 to an 8. Like, that's very easy to do if you got the bag to do it. But if you don't, then I can see the difficulty. But Continue.
And I submit to you, Trill, that if you wanted to do it all natural, it'd still be about the same amount. If you were to hire somebody for $1,000 a month for 2 years, if you were to hire somebody for $1,000 a month for 2 years, that's $24,000. I'm talking about a nutritionist. I'm talking about a feminist coach or somebody, and I'm talking about if you were to invest $1,000 into the physical attributes of somebody. I'm talking about a personal trainer who's dedicated daily, week after week for 2 years. I ain't saying 6 months, 2 years, and was to get her right that way.
Yeah.
You can do it naturally without the BBL for the same amount of money.
I agree with that.
True.
See, when I was looking at this, I'm looking at them. They're both. I'm just looking at the face aspect. So I'm looking at them. They're both in their physical peak. They're both in their whatever. Just strictly on the face type of thing. Like there's not really, unless you like do like you said, kind of go into like plastic.
There's no workout for your
stuff
face
like that. Right. There's not really nothing like. Yo,
no
you are who you are. If you a 5 or a 6 or whatever, you are.
That's not true, bro. That's not true. The bag can change that, bro. I promise you. I done seen it done. The bag can change that face, bro. I promise. Now the baby, just like Shan said earlier, the baby ain't gonna change, but your girl can change.
That's
you can drop that bag and change the girl.
I agree, man. And then
That's a fact.
Cool. So that's pretty much all I have for that. Glad you guys have me on the show.
Just to be honest with you, though, honest with you. See, for me, so here's the thing. Black women are beautiful, by and large. Oftentimes, even in the face, it's not too many. That's just like, oh my God, I can't stand looking at her. Right. The biggest issue that we have is the obesity side, is the overweight side. That's what most men, by and large.
Well, then yes, you can fix that. Plenty of. See, and again, that's what I said. The way that I've viewed the question is I'm saying at the ideal point. To me, a black 4 or 5 is like a white 8 or 9. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta really, there's parameters and stuff that you gotta put around that.
Yeah. If we could just
on that thing, if she already like a 5 or 6 and she's overweight, stuff like that, then of course all you got to do is get to that gym and stuff like that, start a workout regimen and everything like that, and that's going to automatically bump you up to wherever you want to be. My thing is, like I said, if you're just trying to, if I'm just looking on which one would I be able to potentially match up and everything like that, it's way harder to change a person's mental than it is to change a person's physical. Because physical thing is let's get you into this working on everything like that, and that's even, and you can really look at that as a kind of a mental thing too, because a lot of
that's what I was about to say.
I think the statistics, there's like a statistic that says that you are more likely to be shot in the head and survive than you are to actually drop the weight and keep it off. That is what it is. My thing is, like I said, if you a 5, if you a woman that's like a 5 or a 6, but you could get all of these other attributes checked, you're probably going to be able to find that a husband and stuff like that way quicker than that woman that's like a 9 or a 10, but she's absolutely disagreeable with you. She wants to have that, conditional femininity and stuff like that. She gonna seem like she's winning on the surface and everything like that, but you'll realize that she ain't never had no ring and she basically ran through it. Then by the time it's too late, you didn't got your husband. She ain't got nothing but maybe a few kids out to deal, raising on her own and stuff. So, but that's all I got for that, man. Thank y'all for having me on.
My man.
No problem, man. I appreciate you. Thank you.
I know somebody that he changed his whole game plan of looking for a wife because the women that he, considered 8, 9s didn't carry the qualities of being respectful. And so he showed me, he was like, listen, this is what it is. And he's like, but she does everything that it is that I'm looking for. It's just this one thing. And so he's like, but I would prefer her than the issues that I've had dealing with these 8s and 9s and 10s. So, it happens.
It's weird that a lot of women don't realize that, though. It's interesting that a lot of women, and this is just in observable, in the observable universe and the anecdotal experiences, that we know that women won't do the work mentally but they try to work on it physically and not realizing men want you mentally. Men, I think some of you brothers already mentioned that, some people that, man, I dated 8 and 9s, but I married the 5 and the 6 because she brought me that peace. And, we all gonna get old, and that physicality is not gonna be as important as it is 20 years from now. I made a meme about that. Remember Trill or Ask a Black Man? I was talking about 20 years from now, that 6-pack and all that shit ain't gonna really matter much. What's gonna matter is our conversation and our intellectual connection. But it seems like so many. But if we use Instagram as a window, right? If we use Instagram as a window, we'll see so many people put so much emphasis on that weave and that lace front and that hair and the clothes and all that kind of stuff. Maybe because of the likes, and it's easy to like a picture than to explain to somebody how much you like their mind. And so, ladies, we're really telling you what you think matters if you want to get the ring. What you look like will get you to the bed, but what you think and how you make us feel intellectually is what's going to get you. Is going to help you win the war, not the battle in dating, but the war in dating. You'll win if you make sure that you tap into what men actually want. So,
do you recall having an intellectual conversation with a woman, and like what that does? You know what I'm saying? Like, especially with your wife. The conversation is so different, right? And you're more engaged in the conversation. That's the one thing about my wife. She was very intellectual, and so I could have any type of conversation. She was a political junkie, you know what I'm saying? So I could have any type of conversation with her. It didn't even matter what it was. But I've also talked to women that don't really have the concept of holding an intellectual conversation. I'm like, this is pretty boring. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know where we're going to go from this if you can't hold me intellectually. So definitely.
But make no mistake. Make no mistake, ladies. We're still physical. We're still physical. So, it's one thing to get a man, and it's another thing to keep him. It's one thing to get him, and it's another thing to keep him. So there's an order of things. So imagine if you had all this wonderful intellectual, amazingness about you, and then you was on that treadmill. Oh man,
that's when I mean that's what it is, right? Working out mentally and physically. I mean that's what we've been trying to talk to them about, and also being willing to listen. We talk about that all the time. You know what I'm saying? Just give us some.
This brother was working out in his garage.
Hey, I'm treading lightly.
Trill, you heard that too?
What it is.
He's like just willing to listen. It's like it made me bust out in laughter. I'm sorry.
Did I do something wrong?
Women that's willing to listen. That's a novel idea.
Man. I'm just watching this brother Lem. He had his whole gym set up in his garage. That's nice, man.
What's going on?
Yeah, thanks, man. Hey, how y'all doing? Y'all doing okay?
Yeah, man. Welcome to the show, brother. What you got for us?
Nice. So what's the question or topic of discussion? Or
did you watch the show?
I came in on like little bits and pieces. I was driving and I live out in the sticks, so it was breaking up and stuff. But sound like y'all talking about
we just were discussing if the woman was the prize. That was the topic of the night.
Oh no, definitely not. The women
you
aren't
nice
the
to me,
prize.
Jay.
I'm gonna tell you why. Okay, like I
can't wait to hear about that. Shane.
Yeah, I'm from Galveston, Texas, man. I grew up fast, you know what I'm saying? Like I've been married 16 years now, you know what I'm saying? And I did Navy and Army. I went through all that crap to build myself up. But for the reason being is that like my mom didn't teach me like, hey, this is what you have to do in order to have value. You know what I mean? I found that out in the military, like being on multiple deployments and all this. And once
you called him before, haven't you?
Yeah. I have.
Yeah, I remember hearing this story. Yeah. So
yeah, I have. And,
okay, so are women the prize? Are women the prize?
They're not. The women ain't the prize. The one thing I remember is what my grandfather and my great uncle, which is his brother, told me. Hey, get on your task. The women gonna beat her. They're gonna come for you. And once I started seeing that, like once I was on my square, and I stayed on my square. I know people call squares like, but you know what I'm saying? Like people get it twisted, like they call you a square, but hey, I'm a square from the hood, so that's a different kind of square. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Hey, you know what I'm saying? Hey, my cognitive awareness of my surroundings, like. But anyway, I'm getting off topic. But the main thing is
come on.
A man is supposed to have the prerequisites of a man is to have a house, a car, resources, income. So where the woman, she can work if she wants to. That should be an option. So if she loses her job or whatever, it doesn't matter. The wheel's gonna keep rolling. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The wheel's gonna keep rolling.
It's like that signal real good right now.
What happened?
I said that signal real good right now.
What's that signal? What you mean?
Your internet.
Oh yeah. I'm a network engineer, man. I'm bro. I'm a network and enterprise systems and network engineer. And I am serious, man. Hey.
No, what I'm saying is that you were saying that you didn't catch the show because your signal was you stay in the sticks and your signal was all.
Oh
so
yeah,
he said he was driving.
You said you was driving.
I was driving. I was on the
okay.
Wi-Fi in the car. I was in the car Wi-Fi. But I'm home now. I got 2 gigs of fiber coming up in here.
Oh, that's
you know what I'm saying?
What's up?
Yeah, but
you got 2 gigs.
Other than that,
damn, shit.
Yeah. My wife, she got an office. I got my office downstairs. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you gotta have that. You gotta have a gig.
Yeah.
But anyway, but yeah, man. I mean,
just go ahead and land this plane, Mr. Liam.
But yeah. My fault, bro. But yeah, I mean, it's incumbent on the man to have already his, you know, his house together, his house, car, money, and the women will come. But it's the man's thing to pick the right woman, though. That's the thing, picking the right woman, dog. That's detrimental, bro. To have kids with. That's it, man. That's it.
Yeah. Enough said. There you go, E.
Yes, sir.
I'm talking about you took us home, brother.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Oh man, come on, bro.
Oh, that was an accident. That was Rilla. Oh, damn. Rilla? Oh, never mind. I appreciate you, Al.
Y'all take care now.
All right, you too, brother.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Hey, Shannon, share your thought, bro. Shannon, share your thought.
I kick niggas off. Don't call my show talking about what's the question. Don't call my show talking about what was the question. I just
JR was
did you
really
watch
nice.
the show? Nah, I didn't watch the show, but I just
that was the second one.
Get your ass off this goddamn show. What's wrong with you? JR, he's nice though. So,
he's nice,
well,
shout out to E. Lim.
Kosha, what's going on, brother?
My man.
No doubt, my man Shannon. How you guys doing, man? I decided to pop in, man. I was busy talking to a client, but I said I want to drop some fire for your mind. And I'll say this, I know what the topic is, and I did a show called The Prize Catcher. A woman is a prize in her head. She's the prize in her head. But until that man make her his prize, then she's only the prize in her head. Men set the parameters for relationships. Men set the parameters. But see, here's the problem. In olden times, it was what's called a buyer's market, a buyer's market or a seller's market. I'm getting confused, but more or less, the woman was willing to sell a man or render unto that man something or worth in order to get the ring. But the man being the prize catcher, and that's a term I created called the prize catcher, he determines if she's a prize. She can be a prize in her head, but until that man deem her to be his prize, she's just a prize in her head. Because watch this, she can be a 1, and if that man is a 1, if that man choose not to marry her, she won't get married. If JR is a 10, but a woman that's a 10 want JR, if JR say, well, you don't meet my standards, she can't marry JR until she continued to go do this, secure this method of finding another man like JR. Men have more power than they realize, but they more or less have been conditioned to think they're less, and therefore they don't demand anything. Back in the past, your great-grandmom knew that in order to get a good man, she had to render to a man a level of virtue in order to get that man. But so many men have been paralyzed mentally through negative social conditioning. They think they're less. They tolerate mediocrity. And so I say she's a prize if she meets the parameters of being a prize by the prize catcher. But just by default, no, she's not the prize. Men determine if she's the prize, not her by default.
Yeah, I think that's why it's so important for men to be on their purpose and on their shit, because when you come into play with a woman that's on her shit, she's gonna put you in this little small ass little box. And you're gonna find yourself trying to keep up with her when in reality you should have been on your shit in the beginning. You
right.
Had to worry about.
Right.
Confidence is everything. And if you're not on your shit and a woman is, then again, you're gonna go right back into that little box. So men, get on your shit, man. Get on your purpose, figure it out. You know, everything. There's a bunch of blueprints that's already out there. A lot of them are similar. Just attach yourself to the right circle, the right mindset, and everything. You ain't got to worry about that. You'll have options. So you're not going to be trying to come into that woman's program. You're going to be able to create your own program, and she's going to have to come into your shit. You know, that enables you to be the prize. And if you want to make her the prize later on, you know, once you vet her properly and figure out that she brings more value to your life, then you have that option. But if you don't have your shit together, then you have less options. Basically no options. So
right.
You know,
go ahead, Jay. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And so in the buyer's market in the past, you look at your great-grandfather, you know, you got Nigerian roots. So do I. You know, my DNA ancestry, I'm about 40% Nigerian, according to Ancestry DNA. But women of the past knew that they had to bring some redeeming value to the relationship in order to get a man. It was a buyer's market. You know, my man, the Ingram Experience, talked about relationship capitalism. And basically what relationship capitalism posits is this. If you don't come into that man's life without a modicum of virtue, then you're not going to get the ring. The ring was synonymous to power for many women of the past. But sadly, some of our women, shout out to the good sisters, because there are some good sisters that are listening, but sadly, so many of our women feel just because, you know, they have a vagina, then that's enough, and that's not enough. Men need more than sex in order to be calibrated to become the best versions of themselves as men. But because so many men have been conditioned to see themselves less, because we live in a very gynocentric culture, they have been saboteurs, JR, of their own ignorance. So what I challenge men to do is start doing the internalization, do the shallow work, focus on themselves. If they find their hidden gem here in America, then so be it. Get your gem here. But if you feel like that your worth is so high that you can't get your gem here in America, then you travel abroad until you get your gem. And so I tell men to do what's best for you. Because at the end of the day, because we live in a very gynocentric culture, if things don't fall through, because of no-fault divorce, you say, well, I don't love you anymore. Guess what? Now you're broken. You got to start all back over again. And so I tell the men to do what's best for you. If she's willing to meet your expectations as a man after proper vetting, then make her earn the ring. Women want men that they can look up to. It's in a woman's nature to look up to masculine men. But if you give your virtue away, which is your ring, for free, then she's not going to respect you because it was not anything worthy of great cause. And so many men, JR, talk about, setting a woman in a place so she can rest in her femininity. But that's a myth. How many men that had women that was, rich, they were icons, they put a woman in a nice position, and she still divorced them. So I don't necessarily believe that, if you put a woman in a proper position, she can rest in her femininity to be a good woman.
Who say that, kosher, men or women?
No, I've heard some men say that.
Ooh.
Yeah, I heard some men say that, if you create an environment, she can rest in her femininity. And I would say that's a myth. That's a myth because there are women that have less and they still willing to serve their men from other countries. They're from third world countries. They have nowhere, they don't have as much as women here in America have, but they're willing to serve their men because they love the men and they respect them because they were conditioned under masculine authority, which is the patriarchy. I've said before in the past, JR, that men are the arbiters of chivalry. Men created chivalry. So if a woman wants a traditional man, what is she willing to render to that man to come into his life? Because he's the prize catcher. He determines if she's worthy of being the prize. And then therefore, if he makes her his prize, she can call him her catch. But the man is the prize catcher. But so many men give their power away because they see themselves as less. And we got to break that negative schema for men in order for men to get the best outcomes that are viable for them long-term mentally. Because if you get in a very toxic marriage, it can be very deleterious to your mental health as a man.
My man.
But drop the mic. He pulled a Ricky Williams on us, didn't he?
That was Ricky Williams.
Well said.
Yeah, appreciate that, Kosher. How you been, brother?
Man, just grinding, man. Been on the grind, man. Me and Shannon had a good. Shannon was on my show the other day. We did a good job talking about the fairy princess, and it was a good show, man. Just trying to encourage and inspire the brotherhood, man, because that's what it's all about. I believe in male empowerment. I believe we should empower men to get the best outcomes that they can get, because a lot of times, like Michael Jackson said, they don't really care about us, and so I believe in empowering men so that men can get the best outcomes that are viable for them long term, either be in the business world or also in relationships. That's what I believe.
Okay. Well, shout out to you, Kosher. Make sure you guys go give Kosher a follow over there on this channel, doing
No
great
doubt.
things.
No doubt,
Appreciate you, brother.
No doubt. Shout out, brothers. Much love and blessings. Be good.
All right.
My man.
What's going on, John? How you doing?
Good. I'm good. How are you lot?
Doing
What up,
fine.
Jay?
Doing good.
So
What you got for us, brother?
So on tonight's topic, I actually think if a woman is like a 9 or a 10, she becomes the prize. And hear me out. This is not even on some simp shit. Most men can't afford 9s or 10s. That's just the reality of it. They all cap about, I want to date a 9 or 10, this, that, and the third. And in reality, most men are dating 3s and 4s because they themselves are 3s and 4s. So if you actually find a woman who's a 10, she becomes the prize by default. You may disagree, but that's my logic.
Okay, so here's the question to you.
What makes her a 10? I'm sorry. That's one first thing.
I'm talking about in the looks department. I'm not
talking
just
looks.
Yeah,
So
just looks.
looks makes a woman the prize.
In the exchange, yes.
Oh no. No, sir.
So Jay, let me ask you this. So you got most men want a woman that's a 9 or a 10. Most men can't get those women. Most men just date an average woman because he's average or below average himself.
That's a fact.
Got you. So the guy that got the guy that did actually land and had the ability and the resources and all the things necessary to get the 9 or a 10, what did he have to be able to get a woman like that?
Well, in that instance, no, the woman is not the prize. But I'm saying,
those are the only men that can get the 9 and 10.
Yeah. So in that instance, she's not right. But to the average man, a 9 or a 10 is a prize because they can't actually attain her.
But then at that point, she becomes a
the only reason why the 9 or 10 would be a prize is if she's humble enough to match herself with a man that you say can't get her. That means her whole character is different. So she can't be just a 9 or 10 just by looks. Looks alone isn't going to make her a 9 or 10 because the type of men that these 9s and 10s will go after, they got a lot of other things going for them. That's why they're going for. And if they're going to go for someone who doesn't even have all those things going for them, that means that her mental is different than the other 9s and 10s. That means that it's not just her looks that makes her the prize; it's something else. Just by your own logic, you got to understand. Why would a 9 or a 10 go for a guy that isn't the type of guy that 9s and 10s go for?
Agreed.
Because she.
No, he said, but Dr. David, that's what he's saying.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but it's not saying looks. It's also
no. So I think we're confused. So he's saying that, but for the terms of the conversation, he's just framing it based on looks alone. I think he understands that it's not just looks that men want. Right. But for the conversation, he's saying, okay, let's go with, because when we rate women, like, and the whole rating thing really came as a proliferation of Kevin Samuels. It's the fresh face out the shower, no makeup. You can't use the 7. It's only the face. And so I think he's coming in here just using that same parameter, just the face, not talking about how great of a mother she'll be, not talking about how nurturing she is, not talking about if she's well versed and can speak well and educated. We're removing all of that.
Yeah.
Just how she looks. Now, the reality is, before you even get a chance to speak to this woman, she's fine as a motherfucker from across the room. I mean, you're at a party and across the bar, she is bad. She's badder than everybody else in here. She's a 9 or a 10. My man John is saying that the average guy won't even be able to find out how smart and amazing she is because she's checking for somebody else. So my question to John was, if she's checking for somebody else, the guy that can get her, is she still the prize? And John changed it and said no. So then ultimately, John, in any relationship where it's a decent match, is the woman the prize?
No.
Thank you, sir.
So my question was to John, like what makes the guy you said if he's an average guy, what are you basing the guy on? Is he also on looks as well?
No, so you got to think about
Okay, so the guy's not based on the number. Oh, okay.
No, so a lot of the time we as men, we're exchanging our resources to get the baddest chick that we can get. And a lot of men in reality complain because they just don't have the resources as date 9s or 10s. They broke, they dusty, right? So if you can actually get a 9 or a 10, it's just another experience for you. But if you can't, you're going to place a 9 or a 10 on a pedestal. And that's why they ultimately become the prize in that particular engagement.
I see what he's saying. It sounds like he's speaking just on scarcity alone, because since the majority of the men that are out here cannot attain a 9 or 10, it makes them the prize just based on scarcity alone. It's the same situation of what me and Shane was talking about earlier about men, quote unquote, high earning, high value men, because there's so less of us and we have options because of that, that makes us the prize to that extent.
That's a fact.
But
like
he's saying the same thing about women.
Yeah, but I would say though that 9 and 10, if she just has looks, then she's going to get knocked down several steps, because if she's not all the other qualities, then she's not necessarily going to be a prize. But if you're just looking at it based on looks, that's I understand your preference.
Okay, so but here's the question. Here's the question, right? Let's just take it. Let's say you make 300,000-400,000, right? You really make the bag, as some of us really do if you're working hard, right? What do you really need them for apart from being good looking? Let's actually ask this honest question. Half the time, you don't care about their mind anyway. You don't care about all this extra stuff. You're just trying to dig out some guts and keep it moving. You don't actually like them. You like the aura and the image of who they are, which is why you'll date another baddie, and the cycle continues. We need to stop with the fugazi attitude of all the mind matters. When you hit the club and you see a baddie, you're not thinking, oh, I'm trying to get in her mind. You don't take her on a date because you care about what she has going on. You care because she looks bad, and you're prepared to spend because you want to clap them cheeks and move on to the next one. And that's me being honest. If you really make the bag, that's the game. But if you don't, then maybe you sing in a different tune.
John, how old are you?
If you got a bag, John.
Wait, real quick. John, how old are you by chance?
I'm 30.
You 30? Oh, you young. Okay, all right, got it.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, you look about 25. You look a little younger than you actually are.
And I make about $500K a year, so I really understand this game.
No, but if you're making that kind of money,
John's gonna change his mind in 15 years.
You got a lot to lose. You got a lot by being around the wrong type of women, especially in this Me Too world and all this stuff. You got a lot to lose, and you are a target. You have to look at yourself as a target on your back. Because I've been this, okay, it was hard for me to get used to because I was never that. So now you're a target, right? Especially as a black man, you are a target. With that kind of money going around, you're not. No, you got to move very carefully. And the type of women that you allow in your space have to be controlled. They got to be a certain type of woman. Most of these women that you see out here, regardless of how they look, cannot be in your space. You're too much of a target at that point. You got too much to lose. Trust me, where you are right now, you can lose it. There's other people who want to be there. There's other people who want just it. Come on, you know it.
Obviously, we know the game.
Yeah, and these women can get you off that real quick if you make the wrong move. So you got to be real careful. They're not no way she looks is worth taking you off all that you work to be where you are. It's not worth it. So you got to be real careful as to who you bring around your space, especially when you're in there. You got too much to lose. So
plus, I would ask the question too that if she's that disposable, is she really the prize?
But
such a phenomenal question.
We've already established that they're not the prize if you can't. So if you can attain many of them, right. But if you can't, then inadvertently they become the prize,
or a false sense of a prize based on ignorance.
Yeah,
gotcha. That's
fair. It is what it is.
Yep. I just want to put this out here though, real quick, John, before you go.
No problem.
When you say, well, what else? What good is she for other than that? I think that you're going to have a mindset change in about 15 years. Because I kind of thought that same way back when I was there. I'm 49. So I'm about 20 years your senior. And we even and here's the thing, you're gonna be making a whole lot more money than you're making now in 15 years. But even then, I think you might have a mindset change, but we can talk about it later.
No, I'm in agreement. As you grow older, things change. But I think if you're relatively young and you make the bag, all this extra stuff doesn't really matter as much as people like to claim it does matter.
Yeah. And especially what you're dealing with, like my man Dr. David just said, the shit you dealing with today with the jeez.
Good luck. That's a whole another conversation.
Fellas, protect your meat. You guys heard it from money, energy, attention, and time. Fellas, protect your meat. Money, energy, attention, and time. Especially if you're young and you're making a lot of money.
All right, John. Appreciate you calling in, sir. Thanks for the support. What's going on, man? On Spill?
My man, MA.
Hold on. Let me take you off mute. I'll put you on mute. Let me take you off. All right, there you go.
What's up, gentlemen?
What's going on? How you doing?
Y'all good?
Yeah, we good.
Yeah, man. I like today's topic today. Real good topic. I think a lot of you guys were spot on, especially when you were speaking about the what was that topic again? It just escapes me that quickly. But when you were speaking about the importance of the pedestal thing, I don't think you should never put a woman on a pedestal. At the end of the day, you are the table. Now the pedestal, it just doesn't work that way. Once you do that, once you put a woman on the pedestal, she's going to rebel. Women aren't built. Women don't like it. They might say they want it, but they don't like it. She will rebel. You have to be firm and consistent when dealing with any woman.
Can I ask a question? What is putting her on a pedestal look like? Can you be more specific what that looks like?
Putting her above you, loving her more than you love yourself, doing things just to make her happy, not for the greater good.
So when you do you aspire to be married?
I am married.
Okay, so you're married. So you put yourself before your for your wife, is what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that I put my family first, but at the end of the day, I'm in charge of everything. If anything happens, it falls on me. So if I focus only on her, I'm going to leave cracks in the foundation.
So why do you do what you do though? Why do you do what you do?
Legacy.
And you do it for them, right?
Yeah, legacy.
So
for
therefore
them
you're putting them before
kids.
you.
I'm doing it for legacy pretty much.
Right.
That's why I would never put her on the pedestal, because it's bigger than her. It's generations ahead of it.
Yeah, are we conflating purpose with pedestalizing a woman?
That's what I'm trying to find. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah,
I don't want to. We gotta be clear about it.
Because I am really kind of focused on the purpose. Because at the end of the day, if I focus only on her, I would lose track of my purpose, and that's something that I don't want to do. At the end of the day, my wife is important to me. I'm not saying that, I'm going to treat her like trash or anything. But at the end of the day, she understands that our relationship is based on our legacy, on what we could attain and build.
Hey, question: Do you see your wife as a equal or on the same level as you?
No.
Elaborate on that?
For me, I feel like I'm in charge and I take my wife advisement. So at the end of the day, I picked someone that I wanted, who I felt could give me good advisement, who can help me build our kingdom. I didn't want to pick someone who was indecisive, who didn't have any insight or foresight. I wanted someone with wisdom, of course, which I did receive. Now, that doesn't mean that I bat down anything that she says. That doesn't happen. Sometimes my wife have great ideas, but at the end of the day, I make the final decision whether we do it or not.
So you're saying that y'all you say y'all not equal, but y'all equal as it relates to wisdom and information, or what do you mean by y'all? You don't see her as your equal.
Well, I look at it as we all have how am I say this? We have positions to play. I play the position of husband. She plays the position of wife. And in our ecosystem, we have certain things that we do in our day-to-day life that makes our life better. Now, I'm not asking her to be the quarterback. I'm just asking her to be the receiver. Pretty much. You don't have to learn how to throw the ball. That's my job. That's my job to deliver those bombs.
Okay, so question: if your wife wanted to go out, say for instance, and pursue a income venture of her own in terms of making money, say she wants to go out and start a business or just get a job, would she be allowed to do that?
Yes, she can. I'm okay with that. If that's something that she wants to do, and I see that's something that she wants to do, and it doesn't interfere with our day to day on what we're going to do, or we don't find a way to make it to manage it, I'm okay with it. But if we can't manage it, that's not going to happen.
Wait, is it we can't manage it, or is it, say, if it gets in the way of what you want to do, for instance?
No, no, because my wife is a logical person, so it's one of those things where it's one of those.
Congratulations. Did you say your wife is a logical person?
Yeah. Yeah, she's a logical person. She understands, like, we can't do this now. We'll go ahead and revisit it. Like me and my wife, we do a lot of, we'll figure it out. And at the end of the day, the end of the decision is mine. So we'll be like, okay, this is what we do. When it all comes down to a disagreement, my decision will be the last decision. Pretty much, I'll be a fool not to take my wife's advisement. It doesn't make her less than because I'm the husband. A lot of people get that confused. They think because you're the husband, that means that you're talking down to your wife, and that's not the case. At the end of the day, I look forward to hearing my wife advisement because it helps me out, because I know she's there she's not trying to tear down our kingdom, period. She's trying to help build it. And I know her her intentions are well. At the end of the day, you're not going to stop a woman from being a woman now. Yeah, y'all already know what that is. Y'all already know what that is.
Cleopatra.
For sure, I understand your perspective. I was trying to.
Yeah,
I didn't hear it at first, but I understand where you're at.
Yeah, I didn't want to make it seem as if my wife is like beneath me like that. No, at the end of the day, my wife is my life partner. At the end of the day, but when it comes down to making a final decision, that decision lies on me. She's not. Period. That's just how it is. But and when I say pedestalize, that doesn't mean I don't do things for my wife. I do a lot for my wife. But at the end of the day, she knows I have to focus on the purpose to make sure everything filters through.
All right, MA. I like that, man. Appreciate you, brother. Thanks
for yeah, man. And Shannon, I did take your advice. I dropped the video, man. Okay, I had a lot of stuff that I had to do before I did it. I had some deadlines that I had to meet on some.
I'll follow you. I don't know if you did that.
I just got done dropping it. So I just got done dropping before I even came on. But I had to do some graphic design work in the back. But I got those projects done. But I'm good.
My man. Yeah, we are doers. Right, only the doers to play.
Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, thanks.
Y'all be trying to corner. Like, Trill try to be Could be cornering people.
What's going on? What's
look,
going on?
I'm just trying to see if he gonna stand on his square. He stood on it.
I was like, oh, come on, Em. I wanted to jump in and answer some of them questions for my man, but I was like, let me stay in my lane. Y'all be trying to corner folks.
Nah, I
wasn't trying to corner nobody. I was just trying.
Humble dad and Trill AC was gang banging on niggas and shit.
Hello, motherfucker.
I was just trying to get clarity. I didn't understand. That's all.
Hello, motherfucker.
What's going on, King?
Hey, what's going on, brothers? I just want to say thanks for tonight's talk. You know, King Talk is something that we knew we need as men, pretty much in community. And appreciate you, Lapeef, and brothers, bringing it up.
Oh, no doubt, man. No doubt, man. I wouldn't be anything without these brothers, man. So I want to thank them, man.
Stop it. All them feel good words. Of course you would. What you talking about?
Hey, I just wanted to go in and I can't really remember. It was so much going on with content. I can't remember exactly what was my initial riff, but definitely want to go in on the question. Women are not the prize. You know, men, I think I forgot who said it, but we build ourselves. We build our success. We build, everything. We come full package when we're in our functionality, like, when we're in our capacity, excuse me. But then when, we get into a situation when you find a wife, a good thing, that's the prize. That's the prize there. And it's not really about more so like pedestalizing, but you definitely got to put her on the mantle. She a trophy. You have to make her feel as such. You know what I mean? And also, well, I was saying this earlier, where in the house, yeah, you put her on the mantle. Out and about, you got to put the pressure on her. Let her understand, like, yeah, this is what it is. I'm the prize. I'm the package, and you gotta keep me inspired. That's about it.
King, I feel like you just contradicted yourself twice, but I could be hearing things.
What are you talking about? When you said the house, and then when she get outside the house,
he said trophy.
No. So I'm make it clear. So again, men, we the prize. We come for a package. Your wife. When you find a good thing, that's your prize. You put it on the mantle. You know what I'm saying? That goes to pedestalizing. Like, should we pedestalize and put it on the pedestal? I think somebody.
Wait. Before we go further. So men, we the prize. We the full package. And when a man findeth the wife, he findeth the good thing. She's the prize. So help me understand that dynamic. Who are you saying that the prize is transferred over to the wife once you find a good thing?
So pretty much like, yes.
Okay, so the woman is so in your estimation, and in your opinion, rather, I'm sorry, not estimation. In your opinion, women, once you find a good wife, the woman is now the prize and no longer the man, because you found a good thing.
Yes,
right?
Pretty much. Yes.
Okay, I got you. And then the next one is the pedestalized. You said no, women shouldn't be pedestalized, but when she's doing all these amazing things for her, you got to give her the praise. So should she be pedestalized if and only if she's doing wonderful things for her man?
Never. That's why I say, you got to keep the pressure on her, because at the end of the day, you allow her at all to be lazy, you lost.
Okay, but say she wants the pressure. I warrant in fact, the pressure is what drives her to be even a better wife to you. She's happy that you keep her on her toes. She's happy that you push her to be better, and she's meeting every expectation. Can she be pedestalized at that point?
Now that's why I say I put her on the mantle. That's my trophy.
Oh, that's what it was. It was a mantle. That's what you said. So the mantle is not a pedestal. Are we playing with words, or are you saying a mantle is different than a pedestal?
So earlier somebody had said like I don't put anybody on nobody should be on a pedestal because nobody's above anybody.
That was my man Trill.
Yeah, Trill. Shout out respectfully. And I think that's where I'm coming from with the mantle, because in the house, you build your kingdom, you put your prizes up on the mantle, that's sitting right there. But when you're going out and about now, she got to know, like, because I think I saw a comment earlier in the comments. It said something about I'm married and I don't have to compete. Excuse me, ladies. you got to compete regardless, all the way through, regardless, all the way through. Because at the end of the day, I'm not saying, oh, I'm gonna step out and leave or whatever, but you want me to always be inspired. You know what I'm saying? So there's inspiration abundantly, right? The best inspiration should come from the wife, come from the trophy.
Got you, King, my man.
Thank you.
All right, King.
Appreciate y'all, man. Thank y'all, man. Have a great night. Peace, power, and love.
All right. What up, Rilla?
What's up, Rilla?
What you going mock mode now?
I need to be. Them jokers that woke me out. Hey, real quick, first person to say something about my hat, I'm slapping the taste out your mouth on sight. Look at Trill looking real hard.
I'm trying to see what it say. I can't read it.
Bears hat. Yeah, that's a Bears hat.
Chicago Bears.
Hey man, I hate that I couldn't get up here with y'all, man. I really hate that y'all was cooking. I was listening to y'all while I was working. I had my foot in the tank, rushing home.
I see you got to the crib.
Bro. And okay, look, let me say this. Jay, I don't know if you got anybody in the background. I mean, in the back that you need to pull up. Q, it's on site. You can get it.
She said your hat look whack.
Q, it's on site. Shout out to Black David. But here's the thing. So I'm surprised nobody brought up the fact that, you know, when we break down this whole, I'll be honest with y'all, fam. I heard a lot of stuff tonight. Shout out to Ricky. I think Ricky really kind of did drop the hammer. Shan brings the heat as usual. Humble Dad, Trill. I mean, you know, everybody's making good points. Dr. David, good to see you again up here, man. Everybody's making good points. But, you know, honestly, I think we talking a lot of semantics because for most of us in the space, I would say maybe Humble Dad, maybe you, Dr. David, and Shan. Shan, when we was coming up, man, the woman was the prize and the man was the catch. And I'm surprised nobody pointed out the fact that one of our favorite YouTubers had a whole Facebook group, a whole segment called The Prize and the Catch, right? So who was the prize? The woman. Who was the catch? The man. So what do we talk about men doing, right? When we talk about men building themselves, investing in themselves, becoming the best version of themselves, you do all that so you could become the catch. But what is it that we actually prize in women? And I agree with y'all. Whoever was talking about we shouldn't pedestalize women in terms of elevating them above ourselves. I agree with that 1000%. But I think by and large, we're really talking a lot of semantics. And I think what gets lost in the sauce is that because we have the luxury of experience and wisdom, a lot of us, we're taking words and we flipping it because we like, man, nah, I realize my self-worth. When I hear men talking about I'm the prize, I really hear you saying I'm coming into realizing what my self-worth is. I'm acknowledging that that's my worth. Like I know what I'm worth now, and I'm gonna impose that, and I'm gonna carry and conduct myself as such, right? But what is it when we talk about? Like if I thought about, because I know you can make the argument on both sides about a man being a prize and a woman being a prize, but then who's the catch? Then who's the catch? Is the woman the catch?
Mm-hmm.
No, we would never say the woman.
Really.
Go ahead, Shan.
So yeah, you say, look, Shan, you know, look, back in the day, and you know, when we was growing up, you know, women were the prize and the man was the catch. Yeah, that's what was sold to us, and that's why we fucked up now.
See, it
was bad. I know you agree with that statement, but I don't. I think it's backwards. I think men are the prize and women are the catch. If I had to go by that statement, if I'm confined to the parameters of that statement, just flip it for me. And so as a result of women as a result of us singing our Luther Vandross songs, our Teddy Pendergrass songs, as a result of 112 and Teddy Riley and Boys to Men and all of our wonderful songs serenading to our women, letting them know how much of a prize they are. Look at the sad state of disregard that our Black relationships are in today.
Oh, I see what you're saying. And that's what I was conceding. Now, that you can make the argument on both sides, but go ahead and cook, Shan.
Now, had we not been beta-tized like me, had we not been had we had a different mindset, I ain't talking about bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks and all the hip hop stuff and Snoop Dogg songs. Forget all of that crap in the NWA. I'm talking about had we known the power of ourselves in men back then maybe we have a little bit of difference today. You know, you look at white people, always use white people as an example. I read I was on a show, I don't know if it was here or somewhere, and they were saying, man, white men, they walk around acting like they the prize, like white men. Like, you know what it was? I forget what it was. This sister came up and said, no, a white woman had said, I don't like dating white men because they act too bougie and they make it seem like they're the shit. Black men treat me better and treat me like a queen. That's what a white woman said. I don't remember where I read it. I'll find it and I'll give it to you. I don't know if it was on a show on YouTube or it was some shit that I watched on some clip I watched on Instagram, but it was a white woman that said white men act like they're the shit. They run around and they make it, they make, because they make work and they're, you know, engineers and all this. They act like they're the shit. Black men, oh, they treat me so amazing. I love black men and how they treat me. And then I remember somebody saying, well, damn, black men need to start acting like the white guys and start saying that they the shit too. And so while you saying that we grew up, yes, I know. I was cleaning the house on Saturday morning with you. At my house, I was cleaning up and you was cleaning up at yours. And yes, the women were considered the prize and the man was the catch then. I submit to say that should be flipped around.
And that's the conversation we could actually have, Shan, because when I think about, and this is what I struggle with, I was listening to y'all on the way home and I struggle with this because when I think about the catch, I think about somebody that's fishing, right? Because, you know, fishermen catch, right? So I don't see women like casting a rod trying to catch a man per se, but you can say they actually do that with how they adorn themselves and, you know, most women in terms of how they compete, so on and so forth. But then we talk about the trophy wife, right? A trophy wife is associated with what? A prize. So I get it. That's why I was saying, like, I'm torn because I do understand it could go both ways. I do understand that, Shan, and I don't disagree at all. You know what's funny? I can't even pinpoint the conversation, but I know where I was on my drive when I heard it. Somebody was talking something about a prize, and they were talking about the virtues of a woman. And the first song that came to mind, look, Shan, you know what I thought about?
Shout out to JB. It was on Steve Harvey. I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt you because I know I ain't tripping. I'm fucking Jonathan Bearville always corrects me. My man, go ahead, keep going, Chicago.
I can't wait to see them cook tomorrow. Jonathan, something else. He been cooking all weekend. But I thought about Luther Vandross, House Is Not a Home. So we talk about the things that we prize or that we value in women, like the ability for a woman to come in, like, yo, shout out to all the confirmed bachelors. I ain't tripping on none of y'all, man. Hey, listen, I'm gonna tell you. I said, listen, I ain't built to be alone, man. I ain't finna do that, man.
None of us are. No human is.
Nah, you got some dudes that's like, we don't need women in this, that, and the third, you know.
That's conditioning. That's not natural.
I'm just saying, dudes is like, we don't need women and da 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 blah 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 blah. Hey man, I'm a sucker for love, nigga. Like I need mines. I need mines.
Who said Mr. Cool Me Down?
Nah, I need mines though. I need mines though. I need her right here because you know what's funny? The crazy thing is, if we think about our homes, gentlemen, I'm looking at everybody on the panel, and I would imagine all of us have experienced the touch of a woman coming into our home and saying, maybe, nah, you don't need this, you need that, or maybe you need this piece of artwork, or maybe you need this touch of this, or even coming home and smelling certain scents in your house from a woman being there. These are the things that we value and prize in a woman. So, Shan, at the end of the day, I agree with you. I think, you know, Shan, I think at some point, and maybe JR tackled this, we need to dismantle what we were taught that was really, really wrong. Because I know some people are touching on it and some do it more aggressive than others. But I think we really do need to have that conversation about how we were brought up and you know, how the previous generation may have failed us, even from the R&B songs that we love, so on and so forth, da 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 da. But when I think about that, man, you know, that woman, man, that we value her intuition, we value her insight. A lot of times that the right woman with you, she sees stuff that you don't even see. Your blind spot. You ain't even see that coming. She's sitting up there like, yo, no, don't go left, go right. What? Why you say that? Man, I just got a feeling. Or she can give you insight that may not align with us thinking logically, right? She breaks it down in a way that we just don't understand. I told my girl, I said, I'm tired of, I'll be honest with you, man. I told her, it's so many times I done had to go back and tell her, like, babe, you know what? You was right. So many times. Look at Humble Dad smiling because he know what I'm talking about. It's so many times that, you know, I'm just bucking because I'm like, I'm the man. Nah, you don't know. I'm going whoop, 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 bop, bop, bop. That's the stuff that we value in women, fam. And I think when we talk about the prize and the catch, I think that's what it really kind of whittles down to semantics by and large. But I do think ultimately, because I don't, you know, listen, I embrace my beta simp, big coochie energy, all that stuff, man. Vagina monologue, all that. I embrace all that. So, you know, I embrace all that. Hey, listen, I cheddar bob myself. I embrace all that, right? Here's the thing, though. We got to be honest about what we value in these women. Because it ain't just like y'all just an like my woman is not just an accessory to me. It's not that I'm out here and and Shan, I heard you earlier, bro. I kind of lean with Trill in a sense because I understand what you're saying. As a man, you present yourself a particular way, 100%, one thou wow. I get that. I'm with you on that. But there is a portion, like I get you. My ribs right here. I ain't missing no ribs. I get you. I'm with you on that, bro. But there is a part. I don't know what movie that was that you complete me. I don't know if that was like Titanic or something. But there is a part. There is a part of what we talking about where we understand the balance of man and woman. It's a kosher clinician talks about this. It's that symbiotic relationship. It's that dance that we have with one another. And we can't ignore that. And I think what happens in this space a lot of times is that, you know, men are coming into the knowledge of who they are in terms of self and so on and so forth. And then it also comes at the cost of diminishing the role of the woman. There's not a man on this panel that don't appreciate a good woman in their life. We got to acknowledge that part, fam. I need my boot thing, fam. I'm finna listen, man.
It was Jerry Maguire that made it was Tom Cruise in the movie Jerry Maguire that made that phrase popular. You
oh no, I think that was a sucker move. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. He was talking about Renee Zellweger, but she had contributed. Yo, Shan, did she not contribute to him up to that point? And she was 10 toes down with him up to that point? Did she not prove herself to him? How loyal she was to him, her insight into what he was building?
She didn't complete him. We about to relitigate this?
No.
Maybe go back to court.
No, we're not. I promise we're not. Only thing I'm saying is I think part of it is semantics, and I think also Shan and maybe, you know, behind the scenes we'll build with JR, but we do need to address what we've been taught through the Babyface songs, through the Leverts, through the Keith Sweats, through man, all of that. We got to get to that era too of what that generation of gentlemen taught us. But you know, I'm just telling y'all, man, I need my boo thing. I ain't gonna even lie to you.
That's right. You put her up on there. You put her up on that.
No, that's not me.
It's not putting on a pedestal.
Don't do that. Hold on. Because let me be clear.
I was gonna say the mantle. She's a trophy.
Nope.
Nope.
Because I want to be clear on that too. I want to be clear on that too because I saw somebody just before me came in and said something about a mantle, and then y'all was going back and forth between pedestal and mantle is same thing to me. But I think y'all defined it earlier in the program, which was perfect, which was, putting somebody on a pedestal is elevating them above you. So me acknowledging her contribution to me is different from me elevating and put her on a pedestal above me. That's two totally different things. So
I got you, man. I'm just teasing you because you had said.
I just think it's when you say I
trophy
need my boo thing.
1000%. Yep.
Hey,
look. Hey,
Listen, I can attest to that, bro.
Yeah, I need my boo thing, bro.
I can definitely attest to that. Yeah,
I was almost able to read that hat. That busted. I'm just
like for me, it's like I understand what Real is saying, especially as a widower now, right? Like I need my wife. Like there's some things that that she did that I'm not equipped necessarily to do. Like I talked about the compassion element, like I need her there. I need her there for that because my kids miss that. I need her there. I need her there for like the compassion that I have a challenge in being able to give to my kids. You know what I'm saying? I need her to be the individual that's doing homeschool when I got to do it, as well as trying to do my business. Like I need her for that. Now there are some things that I don't necessarily need her for, right? But I think like Real is right. When we get to these semantics, man, like we get caught up in. Go ahead.
Humble Dad, what are some things that you need from her outside of the children? Because that sounds like the children need her for that. What do you need her for?
Well, if I have kids, I can't do homeschooling. Like
no,
I
need
need her.
Okay.
Outside the kids.
Outside the kids, I need her encouragement. We talked about these things. Like I need her to be the like I said, the emotional, the inspiration. I give you a case in point. I was struggling in my business early this year, right? And I kind of segued to try to do something else to try to make up for what I was missing in my business. She said, "Listen, I want you to know that if you did fail, I don't think that you are going to fail, but if you did, I'm still here. I'm not going nowhere, right?" There are many women that are not going to tell a man that. What that did for me,
but that's a bonus though. It's not. I don't feel like you. It's just me personally. I don't feel like you want to be like I need that, because if she wasn't there, were you going to be able to figure it out?
Yes.
Like is there?
But I don't know the time frame though.
Right, but is there a means for you to figure it out? Like, can you seek more help? Can you seek more knowledge? Can you take some classes, some courses? Can you speak with other people that may have more experience in that field?
Absolutely.
Right. So then when you have that woman, it's more of like it's a bonus because it's close to you. You don't have to go seek so much. So it's like you decide I want to bring her into your world, and as a bonus, these are the things. This is the value that she adds to my life. But needing her and having a desire to have her close because of the value that she does bring with her, I think I don't know. Maybe I'm looking at it.
Nah, man, I need mine. You want yours. I need mine.
Yeah, like
the wild part about this is that the more I hear a lot of men talk in this space, the more I see that we falling victim to the same thing we villainize women for doing. And it's with the advancement of the woman, right? They got ahead of themselves and saying, I don't need a man for nothing. I can go out here and get it on my own. And we doing the exact same thing with this quote unquote awareness and not open voicing our concerns. We getting ahead of ourselves.
Well, wait. What men are saying that?
Moving with the energy. Wait. Let me finish. Moving with the energy, even if you're not saying it directly, subconsciously, the message that a lot of men in this space give off is that I don't need my woman. No, we need each other.
Nah, you need
both sides need each other, especially if we're trying to close this gap that us and other ethnicities have. We need the black family unit to be together and working on one accord. Sure, we can do a lot of things on our own. I mean, every one of us on this panel has proven it. And we actually advise that before you get into a relationship. But at the end of the day, a woman provides you that polish. A lot of us are like raw materials in terms of like high quality materials, but raw nonetheless. Woman comes in and provides that polish, curves the edges, smooths out the edges, that's sharp, like again, gives you that inspiration, gives you that focus, give you that structure. So we need them just as much as they need us. And I just don't want to fall victim to the same thing we villainize women for doing.
Yeah, JR, are you under the impression? Because that's what somebody asked way earlier in the show. And he was like, well, outside of having children, what do we need women for?
Right.
And I was just like, you know, and so I know don't get me wrong, I may be asking the question, but I believe that I think I was the one that answered the question. Like, what are you talking about? This is, you know, but JR, the way that you are posing the question to Rilla, it sounds like that you're saying, well, no, I'm sorry, not to Rilla, to Humble Dad. And see, I just want Humble Dad to talk about what he needs. He's a widow. He's a widow. So did I say that right? But you know, he's widowed. So he mentioned that he needs it for the children, right? And I'm thinking, well, you know, the children are longing for their mom and they want that, right? But I know there's got to be something else that Humble Dad can explain to people that's in the chat that may not understand why Humble Dad needs his wife, because I know that men and women need each other. I believe in I did a whole show called The Nuclear Family. I know how important it is, but JR, it sounds like you're saying that you don't think men necessarily need women.
Well, I just think it's just more so like the mentality of it. You know, surely I appreciate a good woman, right? You know, and she does great things. She adds value, but just the mentality of feeling like you need it. Like Rilla saying, I need her. If I didn't have her, then I would be this way. And I just don't want to use that so much as a crutch. Now, when you've been married for years or something like that, and then you develop, you know, like these habits and I mean, just being a wife and husband, then it's like, okay, she has so much value. She's evolving. She's bringing more to the marriage or something like that. Then I get that. You know, that's on a whole different level. But I just don't want to instill that you need a woman. You have to be. You are the foundation, so you have to make sure that you're able to keep that foundation intact no matter what. So she adds value to my life. You know, I decided to open up to her and start listening to her because I see that she brings so much value. But I'm not gonna sit here and say that I'm not gonna lead with that. I need her. Like baby, I need you. It's like, no, get your shit together. You know, come whole, and then I will invite you into my life to add the value. And if I trust you, then your judgment and so forth, then that's how we're gonna move from this point on.
Shan,
JR, that sounds
so fire. We're gonna break down Lenny Williams. Girl, you know I love you. Yeah, we gonna go there. We gonna break all the way down.
JR, did I answer your question, Shannon?
Did
I answer your question about like why did I say I need?
Yes, you did. After I said remove the children, and then JR followed up. Yes, you did. And then JR challenged that, and so now I'm here to talk to JR and say, JR, it sounds that's what you're saying sounds a little. I'll say it sounds a lot egotistical, because you worried about what it sounds like when you saying, well, I don't need you. Listen, here's the reality, man. As a human being and being a male, you do need her. That's the whole reason. Get biblical. We can take it back to Genesis. You know, that's the reason why he put him in a deep sleep and said he needs a companion. You need a companion, whether you want it. Now I get it, man. We masculine and whatnot, and I don't need you. And I can make these. You actually, you know, Chicago with look, man. If you didn't have her, what you was gonna do? Not make it happen? Yeah, you was gonna make it happen. You don't need her, right? You don't need her. But the whole term toxicity is because there's no salinity. It balances out. It's a pH balance between men and women, right? And so, as I was saying kind of earlier, and when we first started off on how important women are to men, that's why I would say it's silly to ask about what's on the table, because that's about tangibles. It's in there. I think somebody in here, I think it was Trill, that said about intangibles is what women bring. Men need the intangibles that we can't give ourselves. And so we need women to bring those intangibles into our life, the salinity to balance out our toxicity, if you want to say, so we can have a nice, cool pH balance that leads us to a long, healthy life. I think somebody else said married men tend to live longer than single men. That's a fact. That's been studied, I think, 1,000 times, right? So the reality is you do need her. You may not know why you need her. It's weird. Sometimes, have you ever, I think it was Trace, what's the comedian a long time ago? He was like, women, we just want you around. We don't need you next to us, but
Patrice O'Neal.
Patrice O'Neal said that.
The legend.
Yeah, we just want you around. Why? But think about the psychology of that. We just want you around. We don't need you around, but we just want you around. You know why? Because it balances us out for all the, if I'm using toxicity and salinity, it balances out the pH in who we actually are. And so while I know you don't want to let her know that, JR, and I know you want to, and there's a little bit of, macho in saying it, and I get it. I understand where it comes from because I'm that too. I got to keep it 100, man. As much as hard as we are, and especially me, on women, on what their mistakes that they're making today and why our relationships are all fucked up and whatnot. Men need women. Women need men. And in the Black community, we need it especially. And that's why nuclear families is my favorite relationship. So I just want to throw that out there. And we can get deeper on that later.
There's a certain time that a woman is, the certain type of woman is going to become an indispensable asset to you. And that is that Proverbs 31 woman. That is that woman. You don't need women in general, but the woman that has made herself an indispensable asset to you, that woman that you're going to decide to form a life partnership with, without her, you're not going to be able to do some things that you were supposed to have been able to do, because she's an indispensable asset to you, and that's why. She's made, that's how you found a wife. So, you don't have to be you're not less of a man for saying that, because that woman has earned that position and she has made herself an indispensable asset. So that person, not women in general, her in particular.
Not most of the women today.
Right. But Dr. David, listen, but Dr. Dave, let's go back to, okay. And I know people hate when we go this route, but I think it's pertinent, right? In this conversation that we having. When you think about Genesis, God had gave Adam dominion to subdue everything. Told him survey the land. You could name everything. I'm giving you dominion over everything. Had him name everything. Had him subdue and have dominion over everything. And you know what God came back and said? It's not good for man to be alone. Put Adam in a deep sleep. Took part of his rib, created woman, presented her before Adam. Adam said, "This good. Yeah, I need my boo thing, fam. Yeah, I'm finna wife her up. I'm finna wife her up 2022. Y'all finna hear me acting a goofy all 2022. You dig?
Okay, I hear you,
all this big vagina monologue, big energy,
congratulations.
Pink polo, all that."
All right, so I just want to say this. I appreciate the conversation. I haven't read the Bible like that, to be honest. So I can't reference the Bible and what it's saying and what the bigger picture is supposed to be when it comes to the Bible. I am boiling over in the inside because it just doesn't sound right to me. It just doesn't, and it's not that I'm not accepting what you guys are saying, and it's not like it doesn't make sense. I just got to hear a little bit more, hear some more scenarios, and see if I could be able to figure it out in my own head. But the fact that you guys saying that I need, is just something about saying I need. Now, whether it's correct in reference to the Bible, it could be a possibility. I am looking forward to try to explore that, but I just can't really fix myself to say I need. It's like, if I'm gonna allow the right person in, right? I'm gonna allow them in, but I'm not gonna sit here and just still lead with I need this woman. But according to you guys are saying that if you look at the bigger picture of things and what life is, men need women and women need men. I get that.
No, I don't think we should lead though, JR. I don't think we should lead. And you know what? Oftentimes when I listen to you, bro, what's the first thing I think about? I'll be like, same thing I said about Trill in the comments earlier. I said, I think I listen to you, bro. When you in your zone, I'll be like, yo, he is granddaddy's son. Like real spill. I'll be like, yo, he is granddaddy's son. You sound like your granddaddy, fam. And ain't nothing wrong with that. When I say I need my boo thing, I understand for what I want to do for the latter half of my life. Yeah, I need her for me to finish this out. When I listen to Trill talk about worship, I say, yeah, he sound like his granddad. You dig? And ain't nothing wrong with that, fam. So I think these are the conversations. This is why I applaud you all day long, twice on Sundays, man, because you're pushing these conversations forward. And what I'm more excited about is that these young bloods are beginning to see, like, okay, the different dichotomies. And as gentlemen, we can have these spaces and these conversations, and we can agree or disagree. And I don't never want us to get into the semantics and rabbit holes, but we can have that conversation and keep it pushing, man. So I know the space that you in, because my growth, I'm vocal about. Your growth, you really be low key about, JR. Your growth, you're really low key about in the space.
Tell you, bro, just real quick, man. I think that the disconnect is based on like when we say need, it's based on destination. It's based on what you see the end game is, right?
Somebody get that troll in the chat, man.
Yeah.
Somebody get that troll in the chat.
Oh, yeah, no, but I think JR is speaking from a sense of survival in terms of need. And in that aspect, he's right. We don't need women to survive, but I think the rest of us are speaking to happiness and like fulfillment at the end of life. Just like really just got done saying, he say, I see the latter part of my life going a certain way. He's speaking more to luxury in terms of happiness. What's going to fulfill me? I need my woman to get me there. So we both right. I think we're just speaking on different destinations in terms of need.
Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah, the need, like when I was talking about need, I was talking about destination. It's exactly what I was thinking. I was talking about goals. These are some goals that I got to attain. And, you know, if we go outside the Bible, you can look at other cultures. Like other cultures say that men and women need each other to get to, you know, to the destination, which is legacy for their family, wealth for their family. And so right now where we at currently is that both, like Trill said it again, man, I guess he just on point today. Everybody's citing Trill. Like he said that, you know, we need each other. Okay. And people are so caught up in other things and not realizing that, if we work together, we can get to the destination. And so that semantics of who's the prize, you know, like I said, like who's the prize, who's the catch. I mean, when you have your mission together, you're going to find somebody that wants to be a part of that mission. That's just what I believe, you know, as it relates to going back to the law of attraction. You know what I'm saying? So I think that as far as need is concerned, I think I know where you're at, JR. You're saying that, you know, I don't need a woman to help me do this particular to survive, so to speak. But as it relates to destination of legacy, as it pertains to wealth, that's exactly what other cultures are currently doing, especially the Asian culture. They are making sure that they get married and that they see that this one fits with this one. You know what I'm saying? They vet each other so that they can know which one matches well with each other.
I could promise you guys this. I'm gonna sleep on this, and I'm definitely gonna be having some more conversations outside of you guys to try to make this make sense. I hear what you're saying. I'm not against it. And it's not that I'm
JR like fuck y'all niggas. I said what I said. I said what I said.
Let me bend.
Man, I'm just.
I think
fuck y'all niggas. I said what I said.
JR saying that at all. I think what JR is talking about, and I agree with him, is I'm just listening to y'all, fam, and what I hear is a lot of semantics. And I think what JR is the position where he's paused at is around pedestalizing, putting on a mantle, or leading with I need. What I'm doing and what I'm saying is I acknowledge, and it's nuanced, it's different. I'm not the most articulate cat on this panel, so I'm not finna even front, but I know what I'm saying.
But I want you guys to kind of take what I'm saying too, and actually like internalize that as well too, and try to see, because I think this is something we got to revisit, because I mean, me growing up, I'm one of those people that ain't just never opened up to too many people, man. I just usually just figure shit out on my own, you know. It's like it is what it is. So I got a different type of mentality, and so and often here it's kind of hard for me. You know, you never express yourself, and you never talking all that. It's like shit. I just been conditioned to figure shit out on my own without
Cool,
talking to nobody.
block of ice.
JR, can I ask you
Yeah,
this?
cool block of ice.
And I think this is important too, JR. Because I think this will help a lot of people too. Would you also concede the fact that you come from the low end that contributes to it too?
Would you say the low end?
Yeah, just being at the crib and in the city, like we're conditioned to have a different type of mind state.
I mean, I was the oldest, so it's like everything that I failed at, I had to fail and learn from it. So it wasn't like I had somebody that was ahead of me.
Yep.
You know, so it was just like it is. I was in the world of my own. You know, it was times it was so much shit that was happening with me. It was like I was an adult and had to figure out this shit called life and learn the hard way a lot of times. So it's just I don't know. So when y'all say I need, it's like I never felt I need it. It's not that I like women. You know, I want to be able to grow old and do all that shit, but it's just the whole
fuck these hoes.
I need you. Like
Shannon say that.
It's more so like you need me. You know what I'm saying? Like you gonna need me before I need you.
And that's why I say I know what he's speaking from. He's speaking from terms of, for one, male machismo, for one.
It's bravado.
Survivability.
Yeah.
So which he's right. And that's
what I'm saying. Ain't nothing wrong with that either.
Yeah, like it's a difference between just surviving and being happy, being truly happy and fulfilled. Those are two different things.
I mean, for you guys to let that, I don't even call it a wall, man, but just to be like, just let loose and become jelly, man. I need you, like, man, like fam, kind of like pull yourself together, man.
Oh, that's different though.
That's not what we talking about.
Your ass in the sucker place, but y'all, y'all talking. So the reason, hey. So what I'm saying is that, like,
jelly niggas.
I hear what y'all saying. I hear what y'all saying. Y'all,
Shannon, what he's saying is
y'all talking about it on a deeper level, like deeper than what I'm thinking about right now. So it's like, I don't think I know what that feel like yet. So let me sit down in my space for a little bit. Let me think on what y'all saying, because y'all thinking deep. People talking about I'm deep. Y'all talking about this show on a deeper level. Why I have to say, look, fam, you need her.
JR, it's this.
Tell yourself you need her.
It's really simple.
Come on over to this side.
Think about everything you're doing right now, JR. Think about all the stuff you're doing. Now imagine yourself optimized doing 50% more, 60% more. And it's because you have this woman with you. At which point she would become an indispensable asset to your function. That's where you see.
I get what y'all saying.
That's where you got to be.
And I see people where it's beneficial, but then I also see people where it's not beneficial. You know, I see a lot of women that's bringing a man down, or either man making like bad. I'm not pinning on every guy. I hear what y'all saying, but I don't know. It's just something. I'm gonna sleep on it, man. I'm gonna sleep on it and think about it. I'm gonna have some more conversations. We're gonna have to bring this topic up again, because I think it's important.
Yeah, we're gonna have.
I'm pretty sure it's people that think about it the same way I'm thinking about it right now.
1000%. Yo, Shan, just real quick. I know, JR, I know you gotta get off, and I know I'm on charge because I done got off work. I've been holding this all in, listening to y'all. I'm gonna pipe down in a sec. Yo, Shan, are you following Zoom to Thailand? Fan from your neck of the wood. Well, he was born and raised in Chicago, but from Inglewood. I'm gonna send you the link. I think you would enjoy his commentary, because JR, to your point, I think MTR did a reaction video to one of his joints the other day, and
you talking about that brother releasing those videos from town, telling everybody to hate him?
They hating him?
He said he was saying hate me in my video. Somebody sent me that the other day.
Oh man, that's crazy. Nah, I mean, it sounds like the brother then found something that works for him in Thailand, and he's found a woman that has added value to his life. So, I
mean, got to make sure we not losing control, though, man. You can find the value in shit, man, but just don't become jelly, man. That's all I'm saying.
JR, hey, look, I think this gonna be a series, bro. We gotta, King Talk we need to, because some topics we get on and then we dump. Maybe it becomes a series, man. Maybe you do a part 2 to this.
Yeah, and really, you mentioned the trophy wife earlier, right?
Yes, sir.
You like, yo, man, Shane, you know, sometime, but you know,
hey, wait, I'm sending you my email too for my shirt, bro. I'm a size large, bro.
Okay, for sure. And you was like, yeah, you know, Shan, I'm kind of like, I'm feeling what Trill is saying, and then, you know, with the understand something, man. It's important to remember that, you know, like the trophies that everybody has won is not about winning a prize. A trophy is a symbol of winning a competition. That's all it is. A trophy is just symbolic of winning a competition against somebody else. It's not, and oftentimes trophies don't come with a prize. So even though we call somebody a trophy wife, doesn't necessarily mean that that's necessarily a prize. It just means that you won the competition and you got either first, second, or third place.
See,
So I
this
just
is
want
why
to
we
put that out there. Those aren't synonymous. Those aren't synonymous with each other. Just because you got a trophy wife doesn't necessarily mean you won a prize. It just means that you won the race.
Oh, the competition. Okay, that's fair.
All right, fellas, we got want to get you guys off of here. So we got another 8 minutes, man. Bring you guys on. Let's go ahead and take us home. My apologies for having y'all waiting, but you know we had to cook. What's going on, Gordon? Welcome to the show, brother.
Hey, how you doing?
What's going on, brother? I missed something?
All right. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, he got the Gordon Gartrell, man. He know what he doing.
Oh, okay. I don't know what's going on.
So I got two things. So shout out to Shannon. Shannon brought up really he's the godfather, Patrice O'Neal. He really started all of this manosphere stuff. He died in like 2011, and he was a comedian.
Hold on. You got something else playing in the background?
Yeah, turn everything off except for StreamYard.
He said Patrice O'Neal. Let's talk about Patrice O'Neal.
Yeah, hold on. We gotta make sure we get the
Yeah,
audio
but he
right.
sound like he underwater right now.
Yeah, make sure you turn off everything except StreamYard.
You definitely
That should be
sound
the only
like
thing.
Theo right now from the Cosby Show, man. You sound like Theo Huxtable right now, man.
Oh, we lost him.
Okay, pretty sure he'll be back. So we're gonna take the guy that was just on there and Canadian, born Nigerian, aka Black David. These are the last two people.
AKA Jello.
Hey, what's going on? What's going on? Yeah, I had a real good show. Even though I came late because I was celebrating my wife's birthday today. She turned, that's my wife. Now, the main topic of the show is the woman the prize? No, hell no. The man the prize? No. The Bible says, "He that find a wife find a good thing." But what I put in the post, he that find a virtual woman find a blessing from God. Period. Every woman looking to have a wedding. What Dr. David was saying, which is totally true. A lot of women think that way. A lot of women not ready for marriage. Marriage take works. It take two to make a marriage last. Not everybody is ready to be a wife. Everybody ready to have that Instagram, Facebook, that kind of take that Snapchat picture look. That's the thing. My wife and I got married. We had a small wedding. We ain't gonna break the bank just so we can have a lavish wedding. Right now, we've been 12 years together and counting. We're doing pretty good. I noticed something for the past 15 years. It's been a trend. I'm sure you guys noticed this. Almost every person who have a lavish wedding, their marriage never lasted. You ever noticed that? Every person who broke the bank to have a flamboyant, flashy wedding, the marriage never lasted. I'll be scratching my head. Why is that all of a sudden? But those who had a small, simple wedding, are the one can tell how the marriage really works. I told my wife, we're not going to have no lavish wedding. When we pass 15, 20 and we going super strong, then we go renew our vow. Then we'll do something different. But we're not going to go and break the bank. Oh, hell no. I tell you why. I know somebody who lost her marriage due to not only she broke the bank, she outspent her credit card. That marriage did not last for 2 months. The man mom promised, you know, I'll help you pay your debt, not her, as long as you leave that marriage. You know what he did? He dipped out. Left her with a credit card debt and everything.
Over credit card debt? God damn. You could have waited 7 years. You could have waited 7 years for that.
Yeah, but here's the thing: she maxed it out to have a lavish wedding, and they were about to get kicked from their apartment. They were having money problem. All that to have a lavish wedding. Really, I know in my country you talk about marriage, about something, about virtue. We look for a woman who got something, even though she's beautiful. Beauty is one thing, but if you don't have that something, you don't have that virtue, that patience, that quality that make you want to think, you know what? I will destroy a village just because of her. Because if you disrespect my wife, you disrespect me. It is standing. The woman is labeled as the wife. She's not on a pedestal. She is elevated. When you are somebody else's wife, you have an elevated position. You have a place in that man's kingdom. You have a place in that man's household. You that eye that watch your husband back to make sure no one come behind and destroy that kingdom. But not too many women can fill that spot. That's the problem. All this rating scale, is she an 8, 9? It doesn't even matter if you a 9 or a 10. If everything based on look, you can just forget about getting married. Just hit it, then you quit it later on. Cause look not gonna make a marriage last. I'll tell you that right now. I watch people who marry based on looks, and I watch them thoroughly. That same look that you gonna marry that person with, that same look will make you lose your marriage. Me and my wife were talking about how Russell Wilson made a fool of himself. Like, see how I did what she did. My wife would never do such a thing. She said she's a fool, and I agree with my wife.
Mm-hmm.
My wife is my white counsel. She's my bodyguard. She the protector of my heart.
All right, go
She
ahead and
don't
land
let
the plane,
nobody.
Canadian.
What I'm trying to say is this: when a man find a real good woman, he find a blessing for God. He find peace in his heart, and he find a stable home. Not too many women can fill that position. I know you lady want to show me. I could care less. If you don't have no quality, there's nothing for you out there. Pretty much. We'll talk.
All right, Canadian Black Nigerian, aka Black
Black
David. Appreciate the
David.
constant support, brother. Thank
All
you.
right.
Black David with the mic drop.
All right. What's up, G? You there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's good? What's good? I'm back. I'm back.
Yeah. There you go.
All right. So what I was saying was, Shannon, you brought up Patrice. Patrice was a comic. He died November 29th, 2011.
But
And
before we go continue, are you the Are you the fashion designer, Gordon Gartrell?
nah, man, that's my favorite episode of the Cosbys.
Okay.
And I just love the name, and I just, I love the
All right.
name, and it just
You
stuck
got it.
with me.
I'm just saying. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, so Patrice, he was a great comedian, but he was much more than that. Especially when we talk about the prize and the mantle and the pedestal. He was on a radio show called Opie and Anthony, and he talked about a lot of relationship things. And he garnered so much attention that they allowed him to kind of host his own show. So he had a show. You looking on YouTube, it's called The Black Phillip Show. He had 12 episodes, about 2-3 hours long, and he's doing the same amount of things, same thing. So his thing was men didn't have their own space to where we can kind of talk about our issues that we have with women. And during that time, he was having these interviews around 2002, 2003, and he died in 2011. So these things been going on in our community, right? And his whole thing was he didn't like how whatever a woman does, it's a great thing, and whatever a man does, it's a horrible thing. And he was saying that how women get their cue from men as far as being dominant and why they feel like they're the prize. And he also did a great breakdown on the king and queen system. Shannon, have you heard him talk about that? The king and queen system?
No.
So, and you talk about being the prize. So he says, if a man is a king, we're all kings, right? And a king marries a peasant woman, what does that make her?
A
Automatic.
queen.
Exactly. So if a woman is the queen, right? Let's say her father was king, didn't have any sons, right? And she's the queen. If he marries a peasant male, what does that make him?
A side nigga.
Exactly. So she does not elevate him to his highest standard versus the man elevating her to her highest standard. So I would implore all the men to take a look at that. Go on YouTube, look at the Black Phillip show. He does the same thing. People call in, he gives them relationship advice, and he wants to help men become men again. He wants men to be able to become the best version of themselves, so our women can respect this in a lot more healthier space. Because our women have gotten, we've kind of lost our interactions to where it's more beneficial for having the best nuclear families. And the second thing I wanted to bring up was a question to you gentlemen, as far as the pedestalizing and women being the prize. So I really think, like, I've been thinking about like the whole Black girls rock movement, right? Y'all familiar with that, right? So, is that like an undertone? Because I don't really see even other media, right? I don't really see a lot of conversations about imploring women to be closer to men as far as marriage. It's always kind of like a push, and correct me if I'm wrong, it always seems like a push to kind of value them, right? And it's kind of like an undertone to not necessarily stay away from men, but you don't necessarily need them in order to kind of feel your most happiest yourself. So, and like the Red Table Talk, right, and all these other media outlets. So, it's kind of like we're kind of competing with the media as far as reeling our women in back into our community so that we can, be more effective leaders. So I just really kind of wanted you guys to stance on the Black girls rock movement in the media, outsourcing to push women. You look at BET, you look at all these commercials, right? They're pushing our women, which is this is a great thing, but I don't really see too much push towards this is what you have to be to get married or getting in good relationships.
So G Square, if you look at the premise of the Black girl, because like what I advocate for, and I think what most of the brothers are advocating for on the panel is nuclear family. Okay. And Black Girl Magic, I don't know if you were alluding to Black Girl Magic versus Black Girls Rock. Well, Black Girls Rock, in my opinion, what that advocates is something different from Black Girl Magic.
Well, what's the difference? That's a good point.
Because Black Girl Magic, I think what they're acknowledging is the individuality, the specificity of how Black women contribute to culture, their uniqueness within the culture, right? So, like for me, when I was growing up, Shan, Humble Dad, Dr. David may be able to relate, but for me, golden era of hip hop was, I always relate things back to music and hip hop. I'm a child of hip hop. So when I think about the golden era of hip hop and I think about Queen Latifah and MC Lyte coming in, like amongst the men, like that was Black Girl Magic, right? But when I think about Black Girls Rock, it's an isolation of women saying, I don't need men. You're gonna acknowledge me. I'm gonna stand 10 toes down on mine and da 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 da. And so I think that's where confusion kind of comes in, like that whole wave of. And I'm not knocking if that's what the sisters want to be on.
You're right.
With Black Girls Rock, more power to them. They're more.
Yeah, Black Girls Rock was about women empower. Black Girls Rock was about women back when it came out, because I was right there. Black Girls Rock was about women's empowerment.
Okay.
And the strength of Black women, whereas Black Girls Magic was more about the beauty of women. And it sprinkled some power in there, but Black Girls Magic was about the beauty and the grace and how amazing and that Black women are, because Black women, it like in fashion really is where Black Girls Magic came from. Black women were getting overlooked, from Victoria's Secret models after, Iman and Tyra Banks. After their wings, it was like, well, where's the rest of the Black women? And it was all these Eurocentric looking Black women, all these mulatto type stuff. And so they were like, damn, there's no dark skin. So Black Girls Magic was more about the beauty, whereas Black Girls Rock was more about, we could do this without men, and women can do it by themselves.
Okay, got you. 10-4.
All right. Jay, appreciate you calling in, brother.
All right. Thank you, guys. Take care. Be blessed.
All right. Man, it's a great show, fellas. Great show. Before we leave, though, man, it's probably super random, but make sure y'all brush y'all teeth before y'all go to bed. People on the panel, in the chat, and floss while you at it, man. You should at least be brushing your teeth and flossing at least about like 21 times a week. You know, it's a lot of us are just going to bed and not brushing our teeth. And I'm pretty sure there's some folks that haven't even brushed their teeth at all today. So to the lizard breath, as we spoke early, make sure you guys brush your teeth, man. It's a wonderful thing. It's a wonderful thing to be able to have a conversation with fresh breath. So I'll leave y'all on that note. Another great show, man. Make sure you guys hit that like button on your way out. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Floss, man. Floss. If you don't want to, wrap it around the fingers, then go ahead and get the little tooth things and get in between. Something is better than nothing, man. I know you get tired of going to the dentist and your damn gums bleeding all over the goddamn place. I just can imagine just sitting there like, what the fuck is going on here? Looking like a damn volcano in your mouth. Let's get the shit together, people. Brush them teeth. Let's let our teeth last. Let's keep them white. Let's embrace hygiene on the way out. And on that note, fellas, man, thank you guys. Subscribe to the channel. It is what it is, man. You never know what the fuck you're gonna get with me, man. I'm a wild card, man. But I love it though, man. That's a part of me. I don't give a fuck.
That's a fact.
I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna still sleep on that though, y'all. I ain't forgot about that. That shit, man. That's some deep ass shit.
Hey, can I show you something real quick? Just really quick. When I say I need, well, maybe it's more or less I love my woman. Can I show you a book that she had here before we even touched down, before one of the first conversations we had and connected around? You ready?
Mm-hmm. Bring a little closer.
Behold, the pale horse. Revelations, baby.
I said, girl, you read that? She said, yeah. Oh, we finna chop.
I hear you. I never heard of that book though. So.
Oh man, Shan gonna have to put. You
never heard of Behold the Pale Horse? Have you heard about the scripture in Revelations?
No.
That might not be rich people read though. That might not be rich people read material though, Shan, huh?
You get that your ass out of here, huh? We talking about rich. That's Trill over there.
Trill definitely rich.
We got a castle, and horses, and
I
got it.
I went over to Trill crib. He had like medieval times, like right there in the backyard. I'm like, I'm like, this one hell of a birthday. Hey, Trill, this one hell of a birthday party right in his backyard.
Trill had a moat. Trill got a moat.
They had all type of shit. They ain't never seen no shit like that in my life, man.
He got a drawbridge. Hey, Chan, Trill got a drawbridge. We got to get out to Houston, fam.
Yeah. I'm like, bro, is this shit legal? I'm like, how do you get this much shit over here? Okay, that's another story, man. Again, thank you guys, man. I appreciate y'all tuning in. Real, I appreciate you. I know you coming fresh off of work. It's been a great show. Humble Dad, I know I kept you up too late, brother. My apologies, man. Lunch on me next. I got you.
Sure. We out of school this week, bro, so we good.
Okay. All right, y'all. Until next time, man. We out. It's been another one in the books. I think this was a great episode, man. I can't wait till next week. I'm looking forward to this. JB show us tomorrow. Broken Dusty. Make sure you guys tune that for the young ones. And then we got Lapeef Let's Talk on Thursday. So make sure you guys cop that shirt, the prize, along with a host of other shirts. I am gonna hold you to that shirt, man. But I'm also support too, man. So if you do send me that one, don't trip. I'm still buy some more. I ain't forgot about that. Trill got some merch too. Unfortunately, sold out of that hoodie. I would like that hoodie, man. Boy, looking extra crispy.
They coming soon, man.
Okay, man. Go ahead and bring it back. Humble. I see what you got there. Is that some merch too?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
I'm working on the website right now, though. So
okay. Well, man, come with it, man. Come with it, man. People love the support.
What's Sunday? What's on the network Sunday?
Oh man, we might have to talk about Steph Curry, man.
Sheesh.
Lapeef Sports on Sundays, man.
Mm-hmm.
Lapeef Sports.
Yeah, man. It was confirmed, right?
I don't know, man.
It was confirmed today.
Like I think was it? I mean, I heard it, but then they didn't speak. Last thing I heard is that nobody spoke about it. So I'm just kind of curious. Sometimes more the story unfold, like the later you wait, I know people be real thirsty to hop on the topic, but I'm wanting to see how this unfold a little bit.
What's Sunday nights?
Amir,
What's on Mondays?
Kay and Kayla.
Sheesh.
Say I text you that, JR. I said I see what you were doing. I said, yeah, that's what's up.
Oh yeah, man. It's a powerhouse, man.
Man, greatest network ever, man. And then we have King Talk on Tuesday.
Back on King Talk on Tuesday and tell what we're gonna be talking about. Again, make sure you guys hit that floss for y'all. I'm serious about that shit, man. Even if you got to take the toothbrush in the shower with you, because I understand. I mean, I know you're gonna do the work in the shower. You might not want to come outside the shower and do the work. So take the toothbrush, take everything you need up in there with you. You know what I'm talking about? Hit in between the teeth. Just go and let it bleed a little bit. You know, rinse with some what they call that shit, a little bit of peroxide, and just keep it up for about 2 or 3 days. That bleed is gonna decrease. The breath is gonna be. You shouldn't be having more than breath.
It's part of that Teague Henley promotion.
Nah. Teague Henley ain't got nothing on this, man.
Hey, you know what's the truth about breath though, JR?
What's up?
If people pay attention to what they eat, like that's really how you get your breath control. Like if you introduce more fruits and vegetables, and look at Shan, what you
Hey, sometimes that could be a tragedy though, because the more healthy you eat, man, you definitely smell that shit. That shit come out different.
Oh, they got
Takis.
Shan.
Well, if you got heartburn or acid reflux, that stay away from that. I'll tell you that now.
Hey, man, let me go on mute, man.
Let it burn, right? I you over there, Crunchy. Again, thank you guys, man. I'm let y'all up out of here, man. I'll be all night, man. I'm about to start doing some stand-up on y'all ass. Real talk.
Hey, Chicago, I haven't forgot about you about what we talked about. I've been busy, but I'm gonna hit you up,
bro.
Not tomorrow, probably tomorrow.
Me and you both, we good, fam. I ain't even tripping, fam. We could.
I know. I think we're gonna miss the deadline, the launch date.
We cooking, Shan.
We'll talk about it.
We good. We cooking. I ain't tripping.
You know what time it is. Hit that like button on your way out. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Memberships are open. Make sure you go ahead and hit that join button, man. Another banger. I see that book. Appreciate you guys again. Enjoy the rest of you guys' night and see y'all tomorrow.
Now let that music rock. You know I ain't going nowhere, man.
Got that real. Got that all that energy.
Yeah, man. You know what's crazy, bro? I really was listening to y'all the whole time. Man, my people was looking at me like, why is this dude like, what is he doing?
Yeah.
But I hate it because I make it a point to lead my business in a way that I can be here because these conversations are important. And you know, things happen, man. Things happen. So I had to put my cape on and step in But I was sitting up there. I had my headset in. I had my phone on. I was like, ah, man, I'm yelling at my phone. Like, wait, nah, I would have said, blah, blah, blah. So great conversation, man. Hey, look, real talk, man. How you feeling, man?
I'm feeling cool, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Feeling good. We talking about because of that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, man. No, it's all good, man.
Just everything. Yeah. I mean, you know me. I you know, I done talked to you for a minute, so I'm always like, yo, bro, you good? You straight? Go lay down somewhere. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm good, man. It's you know, I mean, as long as I got my taste and my smell, I'm good. I mean, I couldn't imagine not being able to do that, man. But that's cool.
That's a fact.
Just staying low key.
So look, help us help some of these cats out, man. I mean, take us into the mind of a creative, man. I mean, you know, when I get up here, it's funny because people be like, yo, Rilla, like, yo, you all you always pumping up JR, da 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 da. And what people don't understand is, for me, like, I appreciate art, I appreciate music, I appreciate fashion. And so for you creative cats, like, I'm always intrigued by y'all mind. So help some of these cats out, especially some of these YouTubers that have not joined the Patreon. What's the Patreon again, JR?
Lapeef JR.
Yep. So if you're trying to get your channel up, if you're trying to understand how this man has been able to explode, how he's been able to grow the network, subscribe to that Patreon. But people be begging you for like the playlist. They want to know what music. They want to know if you're a producer. They be, you know, shirts be selling out, hats be selling out, hoodies be selling out. How do you stay in this creative framework, bro?
Just got to be determined, man. You just got to want it. You got to be willing to sacrifice too. It's a lot of times being sacrificed. So looking at the bigger picture, you know, it's a little bit of structure that need to be put in place too. You know, I'm not saying not live life and be away from your family, man, but sometimes the family got to understand when you got to walk away. You got a mission to serve. So
you know what's funny, JR? The crazy thing, because I don't think the audience get it sometimes either, is you sent us a text like at least a week or two before Thanksgiving, and you was like, hey. You was like, hey, we broadcasting Thanksgiving Day, so you need to respond to this text.
They can confirm. Yeah, I wanted to tell you guys ahead of time, like, this is what we doing. I don't want to hear nothing. Everybody need to show up.
Hey,
you know,
it wasn't no excuses either, and that's
right.
the crazy thing. It wasn't no excuses. We here. And so I don't think the audience understand, even with you going through what you're going through right now, like, you're like, hey, King talk. And the truth of the matter is, like, Sunday you was here, yesterday, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Today.
I was up to 3 o'clock last night.
Jesus Christ.
Behind the
that
scenes
was a
with
7-hour stream.
Yeah, I was up there with Kay. I said, Kay, we're gonna end it at 3. I said we're gonna end it at 3, man. I was like, nah, you got to keep pushing. You know what Kay told me in this real talk? Kay said, I got to pee. I said, you better hold that pee.
Man.
I said, KS is up here. I said, you pull it together.
Hey, I'm going to ask you something for the audience. Let me see. Just give me 1 second. I just need to see who in the after hours. Let me see who really rocking with us. Okay, it's 300. Okay, that's cool. Your thoughts. So people often say, man, they can't, like, they be really trying to wait on Kevin Samuels to show up. Da 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 da. Yo, do you got the bat line to Kevin? Can you call Kevin up and tell him when he gonna come and show up on your platform, bro?
No, I don't have a bat line.
Yeah.
I don't have a bat line, but I just know he just tap in.
Correct.
You know, and then, like, when he tap in, I already know what time it is. So, you know, I just know he's been rocking with the network for for a while. So,
and that's what I want people to understand. People be sitting up there talking, just speculating and saying all types of stuff, and what I what I want people to understand is that, yo, when dudes show up, he show up because he authentically rocks with the platform and the conversation that's happening over here.
Yeah, I always tell people, that like that whole dynamic that we had. Was it Nick, Stawana,
yeah,
me, and Anton? I mean, we haven't even reached our peak yet before, things came apart. But it was just, man, it was it.
Yeah, y'all was cooking. Y'all was cooking
Yeah.
ton. It was, and it's, what's funny, what I think about JR at one point, and I really do hope, I know me and B Nix is up here, but I really do hope I get to meet Duke, because I really want his insight on a couple of things, because it seemed like the more he was in this space, the more he was like, okay. Because I remember watching early episodes of y'all, and it was like, I remember one time B Nick said, man, we need to cut Buddy a check because we be talking about him so much. But then on the tail end, before he went to focus on other things, he was like, I'm seeing it. I'm beginning to see it. And I feel like my transformation has been along that same route. So it's always curious to me as why, as men, like, we can see it, we get it, we understand, but then the women are like steady knucking and bucking. So what are you seeing? What are you seeing in this space, and what are you seeing for 2022 for the network, bro? You already done hit him over the head with the broken dusties.
Yeah, man, it's just gonna keep evolving, man. I'm always looking ahead. One of the things that I take pride on is just staying focused.
Yeah.
It's just making sure that we seeing the results. It's never enough for me. So I got that mentality. Like, you guys may think it's a great show, but I'm still looking like it was okay. It's still something else that was missing.
That's a fact.
It's still something else that I want to do.
No, that's a 1000% fact.
Yeah, and I don't think that's a bad mentality. I mean, I took me a minute to like sit back and really understood like what this was becoming, but I'm hoping to be able to tour. I mean, I know it's a lot of things going on with this other variant that's out here, man. So I'm hoping that we can actually be able to get this tour going. That's something that I would really want to do. And I'm always looking for fresh faces, man, and seeing if anybody can bring any value like to the network. But it's just got to make sense. I get asked a lot about opportunities and so forth, and I'm always paying attention and observing behind the scenes and looking at people. You never know when I'm watching you, when I see some potential in you. And so I just make it happen. One of the things I told Cheeky and Jedi, I said, man, I'm paying attention to you guys. And so I just had to make it make sense, man. And JB is incredible. I don't think people understand that, like, their age and they're so far ahead. So I'm going to be able to take them under my wings so that they can be better than me. I want people, whenever they grow, I want them to be better than me. I don't want anybody to be just like me. I want them to be better. So whenever I'm having conversations or molding or teaching, and they actually listening, and I can actually learn something from people too. I don't know everything, so I pay them respect by listening to something that they may say, and that's why the conversation tonight, I'm not above the conversation. Like, who am I to say that I know it all? You guys could be telling me some real game right now, and I might just be missing it. So that's why I said, let me sleep on it. Let me think about it. Because I wasn't conditioned in a certain way. And I think as humans, we have to have an open mind to other people and how they do it, how their patterns are, how their mindset is, their experiences.
So look, let me throw you a curveball real quick, because everybody know you for being the moderator, the mysterious moderator, right? They know you for the well-groomed beard, but I wanna tap into the other side of you that people don't really understand and know unless they on your IG.
Mm-hmm.
Talk to us about fashion. What's your inspiration for fashion?
Man, I love it, man. I do some little small things, man, but I'm actually in talks, man. I'm just so busy right now, but what I'm saying is I'm in talks with somebody that's like heavily respected around the game that I'm working with to try to bring my vision in life as far as what I want to create, man. So it's just a matter of just balancing the time to be to try to get it all out there. But I do got some hoodies that's supposed to be dropping on Thursday. Some like people Let's Talk hoodies, different flavors. So y'all make sure y'all go to the website www.lapeef.com and just check it out, man. Check the merch out. And so I still got some tricks on my sleeve with some more things, man. But it's just only one me. And believe it and believe it or not, I mean, shout out to my team, which is you guys. You guys helped me out tremendously, man. But when it comes to like really, really, really deep diving into a lot of different things, man, it's like it's only one me, so I can only do so much. I wish I had a clone, and maybe I've had people offer to help and want to come aboard, but loyalty is everything when it comes to me and trust. So I'm real sketchy about who I let within the circle. So it's almost like you gotta like prove yourself and prove you need to be there. Or either I have to see some characteristics, man.
Yep.
Like JB, one of them guys. K. You guys can say what you want to say about K, but K is loyal.
Yep.
When it comes to loyalty, that's K. So I definitely appreciate her. And I'm just looking forward to the journey, man. The different people I meet and just seeing how like the relationships that we have with one another, how it's gonna grow.
Yo, I want to stay on this fashion piece because again, I think people just understand you for one part, and they quick to have an opinion about you, bro, because they say, "Oh, you could do this better, you could do that better." Da 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 da. Right? I always, again, for me, I look at y'all creatives, and I'm always saluting y'all. Right? What's your inspiration for some of the things that you do? Because here's the other thing that we know, JR, being at the crib, bro. There's some people that take shortcuts with the fashions. There's some people that DIY, do it yourself. There's some people that's on that level, but most of the people that have gotten your product, the first thing they say is, "Yo, this is high quality." So, what's your inspiration for the fashion piece, bro?
You say inspiration, you mean in like what I put out or just where it came from?
Even your thought process, because I know even when I listen to Kanye talk, and he talks about all the way, and Virgil Abloh, God bless the dead, but all the way down to the selection of the materials, whether it's Egyptian cotton or however y'all source the materials, right? I know you didn't just go and pick up a Hanes tee and put a logo on it.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. It's I mean, quality is everything, man. I mean, even one of the things that I tell people is that even when you're creating platforms, you got to understand that when you cam up on somebody else's platform, that's a first impression. So if you don't have any value that you guys are gonna present right there in that discussion, sometimes it might not be an opportunity for you. Every opportunity is not an opportunity. It was this it was this property that I wanted really bad, and I was gonna try to force it, right? And my guy one thing he told me, he said, "Man, properties ain't going nowhere. They're gonna always be there. Another opportunity gonna be there. So if you're not in a position to actually make that happen, or it's becoming more of a burden, then don't do it." And that was like one of the best advices that that I took. And I was just like, the hell with it, fuck it. But moving forward, it has to make sense. So if you show up somewhere on somebody else's platform, it has to make sense. The opportunity. There's going to be plenty of opportunities that don't force it. Don't force it. It's going to be all right. Don't force it. It's going to be there. But whenever you do show up to whatever platform, opportunity it is, you make sure you show out. You got one life. You got one life. You got to make sure you live it. Sometimes I could be a crazy motherfucker, and it is what it is. And so sometimes that's why you might see me spiral out of control. It's not out of control. I'm totally in control, but you may see some random ass shit like the breath shit. I kind of feel like I want to do what I want to do. And that's one thing how the platform grew, is because I didn't want no niche, so to speak. I just wanted to do what I wanted to do. I don't really care what the people saying. I care how you guys view it now, but it's like, if I have a creative mindset, how can you guys put me in a box?
That's the part they don't understand.
I have to be able to think outside the box. Like that's what make greatness. That's what make people unique. If you keep trying to do what everybody else is doing, then how you gonna stand out? So that's why a lot of shit I don't give a fuck about, because I'm gonna still do what I want to do. If it makes sense to me, I'm gonna make sure I do it.
No, and that's and listen, and I know we almost on 5 hours now, and I ain't gonna hold you much longer, bro. I just enjoy these opportunities to pick at your brain and put I flip it back on you sometimes, right? And you spot on, man. I think that's the part that people don't get. Like, I think they think you're supposed to be like this mastermind in terms of like, if I think about Norman Lear, and I wish Shan was here for that because he would understand the Norman Lear concept, or Aaron Spelling, right? The masterminds of TV who came up with these different sitcoms. Like, only thing I've ever heard you say is, "Hey man, I just want to have the conversation." And I think you pair that passion for having like these difficult conversations with your creative outlook, and you come up with the wildest things. Because think about it, in a short amount of time, you have everything. I'll tell you how I see it. It went from me telling you one day, and it may have already been on your mind, so I'm not taking credit in no shape, form, or fashion. But I remember telling you one day, like, yo, you need to do what Joe Budden is doing in terms of the network piece of it. And then somebody else commented and said something about the Lapeef Network. This is before the logo. This is way before the logo. And the next thing I know, I was on your head about that. And then the logo came in, and I'm not taking credit. I swear to God, I'm not taking credit. But in a short amount of time, you have filled every day except for like Friday and Saturday. And I think in 2022, something's coming. I don't even know what, right? But here's where I'm gonna pivot from fashion to bringing it back to Lapeef Network. It's a lot of haters out there, bro. It's a lot of people wishing for your downfall, man. They don't want to see you win, bro. They think you against women. They don't see the value that you add in this space to helping these young bloods, and even helping some men that are mature and old enough to know better in some instances, right? How and I'll just be transparent. Even in moments where I have erred in where showing up to address certain things that I shouldn't address, you just like, yo, fam, you don't even address half of the hate. Why?
I mean, what good is it gonna do? And to be honest, man. I mean,
talk to him, bro.
I mean, people been hating since we was in elementary, man. Since we was in kindergarten. I seen haters in kindergarten. You know, I didn't know what it was, but when you look back at it, it's been going on. You know, so I don't think the hate is going nowhere. If you're going to lead, you just got to lead by example. You know, you can't really like look back or look down or entertain certain things. You just got to stay focused, because there's so many people that look at you as a role model. You have no idea who's looking at how you move, and that's why when you see people react off emotions and do something, it's like, damn, like I never knew he would do something like that. So I just take pride in being in control. I've come a long way. Yeah. And I'm not and just being able to manage like your emotions and keep things in check, like it just says a lot about the individual themselves. I mean, like imagine being able to have just, and I'm gonna be funny right now. Imagine being able to have fat cats right there lined up, and you saying, you know, I'm good. I ain't gonna hit nan one of them. You know, that takes a strong type of discipline, but I think it's more impressive for you to be able to walk away and you choose whether you want to go in that cat or not. So
I agree with you. It's crazy because when I put in, because sometimes I'll put in Lapeef in the YouTube joint just in case I miss something or whatever. And I'm thinking like, because we releasing videos like, so I'm like, in case I miss them, I got the notifications on. Cool. But now what I start seeing is some people are making reaction videos. And you know what's crazy? I never hear anything from you. I never hear you saying like, yo, did you catch such and so saying this, that, and the third? Like, whoopie woo. Like, I probably would come to you before you come to me. Right.
Yeah.
So how does that play? Let me ask, oh, this is a good one. How do you think dig discipline translate into the discipline of how you respond versus react to certain people? Is there a correlation?
Yeah, it's just discipline over your entire life. I mean, we always tempted to do a lot of things, and even tempted to respond. But you got to think about the bigger picture with your outcomes. So, I mean, even it's like sometimes we make decisions and we just regret it, right? Or we make decisions and be like, damn, if I could have turned hands at the time, I would have done this differently. Or if I at some point in time you gotta put your foot down and you gotta start creating moments where you don't regret. You gotta start creating moments where it was planned or it was destined, or I have full control of this happening. I have full control over this outcome. And I think it's just so many outcomes that's being put out there where we didn't plan it. We didn't have the control. We didn't expect for things to go that way. Or it could have been something we could have done differently where it wouldn't have turned out this way. So I'm tired of those moments. I'm human, so we've all had those moments, but it's just grabbing them by the neck and just having all the control.
Oh, you know what's funny also? Dang, man. I mean, I got you here, bro. So I gotta do it, man. I'm sorry, bro. You can cuss me out later. People talk about okay, let me say this. Let me serve this up. One of the things I admire about you is your ability to I don't know what, man, bro. I think if you was in the music business, man, they would pay you handsome for your ability to see talent and be able to put them up, right? And in this space, you've been able to spot out a lot of talent. I'm trying to think of like another platform that has turned out as much talent as you have. How much talent and no disrespect to nobody else and they platforms and what they do on their platforms or whatever. I'm just really thinking really hard right now, right? And so you do have these people that will sit up there and say, like, well, such and so left, and such so and so, and da 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 da, and blah blah blah. These things, these rumors or misunderstandings or conversations persist. How do you? Because you've been quiet about a lot, bro. So how do you even address that? Because on this end, I know for a fact it's all love always. How do you look at that?
Again, it's just a matter of staying on point. It's like what I look like being in a position I am and addressing these things that other people talk about and see. I'm not gonna address it. But once I say whatever I say, it is what it is. I don't really go back on it. So, I just it's been all great times. I mean, I don't have any hate for anybody. Like I can't hate nobody. I can't wish down upon somebody. I can't make somebody fail. That's not my intentions. What good would that do in the world? I'm about peace and great vibes, great energy.
Yeah.
Anybody that's been on the network, I have no problem with them coming back. I've even reached out to certain people, and was like, man, tell such and rock out, because I do understand that when it's a lot of feelings involved, in life in general, sometimes that kind of corrupt how we resolve and how we move on in life. So, and I do understand and misunderstandings happen, and sometimes it's just miscommunication. Somebody could be thinking one thing and it's really not that, and it's kind of tripped out when people sit down and have conversations, and they be like, "Damn, you know what? I'm glad we had this conversation because all along I've been thinking this." We don't have enough of that. We just have people feel a certain type of way, and then they just start moving differently. But when it comes to the network, man, I feel like we've been great to each and everybody that's been a part of the network.
Hey, man.
And what I think people don't seem to understand is that when you're a public figure, so to speak, it comes with a different amount of attention, and you find yourself trying to battle, you know, being a person that you really not, and you find yourself trying to be the person that the comments, people in the comments, in the chat, and in the YouTube space or entertainment space want you to be. It's difficult, man. And so that's why I often have conversations with people that come on the platform, and I ask them, "Is this what you really want to do?" If you know, there's going to be a lot of this, a lot of that. So everybody that's been a part of this network have experience, and I don't know everything, but I have a lot of experience, and so that's the reason why I do have a Patreon, is because everything that I failed at, everything that I've gone through, has been an experience, and so I'm just documenting everything, so I know how to address people that's coming up behind me, or that's right on the side of me, or people that's ahead of me. You know, I mean, it's people that they may be behind me, but I'm still learning stuff from them, man. I'm just taking all this knowledge, I'm just putting it up in one basket, and I'm just kind of just spreading it. Like, this is what you need to look forward to. I understand that you say you got full control, but you may not have a control. So this is how you pivot. This is how you move. This is what you need to do. You know, I understand you had a bad show. This is how you rebound. This is how you recover. I understand that that you don't know how to network when it comes to this, the whole branding aspect of it.
That's a fact.
You know, if Lapeef Network beefs, then it's like, what does that say about the brand? Like, we're not about beef, we're about peace. You know, we're about peace, man. And I just wish everybody would just be successful, man, in life, period, man. So I mean, outside of YouTube, just everybody around me, I have no enemies. Like, there isn't anybody that I can sit here and say that I hate. Like, I don't hate anybody. Like, I'm at peace in my head, in my mind. I control the energy that's around me. And I accept people for who they are. So if somebody shows me a car and it's like, that's fine, I'm just gonna keep my distance, but it's no hate. I'm about peace, man. I'm about like making a difference. And like, what we doing is bigger than what we see it to be. You know, just the conversation that I had when the police officer called in today, that's like another testimony that's just motivated me. Like that stood out to me. The fact that he said, "Man, listen to y'all, man. I'm telling everybody else about y'all, man. You guys are changing lives." Like, that's the stuff that I like to hear, because that's gonna make me go back and cook and figure out. Sometimes I don't even sleep. Sometimes I spend a whole day trying to create these topics, and I've had opportunities where the show didn't turn out the way I wanted to turn out, but I don't look back. I just keep moving. It is what it is. We document the moment, and I just do better next time. So I don't even like to hold that negative energy of like, oh, the show didn't really go the way I want it to go. But that's just the way I'm thinking. But then you'll have like 1,000 other people saying like, man, the show was awesome. The show was great. So I just think that we just gotta just adjust and just keep pushing. Just keep being consistent. That's one of the best things you can do in life, is just be consistent. And you're gonna have some ups, you're gonna have some downs, you're gonna have highlight moments. You're gonna have moments you're like, man, I wish I could have better control of that. But it is what it is, man. We can't dwell on it, man. We got one life to keep living and getting this shit right.
Yeah,
it is what it is.
I think man, you hit on so much I want to hit on, but I'm gonna save it for when guerrilla warfare launches, man. Because I really do want the people to understand you, and what I think that they also don't understand is that you don't have a team of people around you coming up with these topics, man. Like, you really do come up with the topics and the questions, you flesh it all out. I know for a fact there's a significant amount of time that you spend like trying to and here's the thing that I know for a fact people don't understand. Not only do you spend a significant amount of time fleshing out these topics and these subjects and these conversations that you want to have, you also have to balance that in terms of how you take care of your people. And for all the conversation, let me just say this, for all the conversation that a lot of people that I see in this YouTube space are having about who gets taken care of and what's what going on at Lapeef Network. Listen, man, you saw me. I'm broadcasting on my Christmas gift, right? Kay showed y'all her Christmas gift. I don't know if Q showed hers off yet. I don't know if everybody else showed off theirs yet. You know what I'm saying? But over here, it's like family built on, like, you'll see a real family atmosphere. Like, if you see me and Kay, have words, or if you see me and Anton have words, it's like we have words and then we go back, and whether we make up on air or behind the scenes, it's like it's all love. And I don't think people see that. And I know for you, it can get nerve-wracking at times. And it's easy for somebody on the outside looking in to say, this, that, and the third, woo-de-woo. But I know for a fact, it's times where you racking your brain, man, and you going to sleep and waking up with headaches over certain things, bro.
Oh yeah, man. Sometimes it be like that, man. It's all part of it, man. Because everything has to run through me. So
facts.
And it's like I welcome that. Like every show that y'all see, I'm sitting behind the scenes. I'm woke right there. So I'm working every single day. I'm behind the scenes.
Show.
But I want people to understand that like leadership is for real out here. Like the one thing that I want people to take away, no matter what goes on, is that I was fair and I took care of them.
Yep.
That's something that that I appreciate. Like whenever, like no matter what I'm doing, I'm always looking at like making sure that I'm fair and making sure that I'm making the best impression on this person. That they feel comfortable, they feel safe, that they feel as though they can put their trust in their career in me, that they can understand that I got their back. Like I take pride in that, man. So
I know for a fact because the conversation that you and I have had, and I ain't gonna hold you much longer, bro. I do want to ask 3 questions from the audience, but I know for a fact because conversation that you and I have had behind the scenes, I've said one thing and you was like, nah, you straight, I got you. So when y'all hear JR get up here and he say, yo, I got Rilla going with me, this, that, and the third, woo-de-woo, blah, blah, blah. Like, he not saying that and not showing it on the back end. Like, fam really be on some old, like, yo, fam, like, I ain't asked dude. I told dude I'm supporting you. You know what I'm saying? I'm old school Scottie Pippen, not 2021 Scottie Pippen, right? You know what I'm saying? And I look at him like he Jordan, right? And fam has consistently been like, yo, I got you. Like, you ain't finna put in all this work and not be compensated. And it's a different type of build. So I really, and I'm only saying that, JR, because I really do want people to understand you, because I don't think they get you. But with your permission, bro, I do want to get at least 3 questions in from the audience, because I did ask them if I could ask you what they would have me ask you. And I know I gotta have at least 3 questions in here if you cool with it.
Oh yeah, you go ahead.
All right, cool.
Like
so
that,
the first question
I see somebody said something about Courtney.
No, I ain't get to that.
I mean, I can get to it. I mean,
okay,
Courtney,
go ahead.
Courtney, the homie, I just talked to Courtney not too long ago. But I mean, we everything cool with Courtney, man. I mean, you just shit just be happening. And sometimes it's all the noise around, man. But when you really have conversations with people, man, I think any and everybody can work out anything, man. So, Courtney's doing a great thing over there. I've always seen the fire in her. So, I'm just looking forward to seeing how she evolves. One of the things I told, I just told Kay, I said, man, I know you guys got an interview coming up. And I said, Courtney's a really great interviewer. I said, reach out to her, because she just really surprised me as far as like the way that she interviews and carry the conversations and make people feel like they're comfortable actually doing the interview, because you'd be surprised like the type of information and how much of a great show you can have just by how you ask the questions and your presence and so forth. So, shout out to Courtney, man. She's doing great things on her platform, and you never know, man. I mean, I welcome any and everybody. They can come back to the platform. Lauren can come back to the platform. She all good. She has a lot of talent. Same thing with King, man. King is very talented, man. I think King, the sky's the limit for King.
I agree.
I look forward to seeing like what happens. And again, timing is everything, man. Sometimes it ain't meant to happen like right then and there, but just keep being consistent. Like everybody that's in the YouTube street, just keep being consistent, man. And you'd be surprised like what can happen. There's been plenty of times where I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I can't believe this shit is fucking happening. But just keep your head in the game and just keep pushing, man. And I know for sure, man, that it's gonna turn around. You know, pain is only temporary. That's one thing that I learned, man. When you be in the gym, they be like, man, your damn muscles be fucking burning. Like you drop the weight, you be like, damn. And then about 5 seconds later, after your muscles relax, it's like,
yep.
So just keep pushing.
Yep, you're right. And you're right. Shout out to Courtney. Shout out to Lauren. Shout out to King for sure.
Yeah, shout out King, man. Yeah, man. I mean, they all got talent, man.
And shout out to Kay, man. I was so proud. I text Kay in the middle of her show, man. I was just like, man, I'm so proud of her. She cooking. And the fact I ain't gonna go. I'll hit you up later. Michael Quaid was asking why you don't have a mirror on the main Thursday show more often. He says she gives a better, different, and unique perspective from the female view. So why you don't have a mirror up more often, I guess, is the question.
Well, I can't keep having everybody on the Thursday show. So, you know, there are going to be some shows that's going to be created that's going to be, it's going to probably be better. I mean, who knows? I mean, I know the Lapeef Let's Talk show is kind of like the premiere show. That's where it all started at, and it evolved to what it is now. But I just can't keep putting everybody on the show. I could bring people up as guests, man. So I got to keep a limit on like what we got going on over there. And yeah, I mean, that's my baby. It's special. But I just can't just keep like adding people. Not that I want. If I could add a whole team, I would, you know. Like maybe I might have, but then I don't want to pit anyone else against the show either. So I don't want to have like a Lapeef part 2, and it'd be like different people. So yeah, I'm just gonna rotate people in and out. We're gonna get it cracking, make it happen, man. We're just gonna have a show. I never know what we're gonna get. That's the fun part about it. Never know what the guests gonna give us, the callers and so forth. So it's interesting. But and like Amira's dope, man. You know, I feel like Amira can stand on her own. She can carry a like a nice show and actually bring some value. So like I just like respect her space too. You know, every space ain't a good space, you know, and people gotta understand that. So you don't have to be any and everywhere all the time. I just think people gotta have balance in life and just balance in everything that they're doing.
Yep. Dang, somebody else asked, because I'm seeing this, and I know this comes up quite a bit, and I know you may have addressed it before. They want to know if you're gonna have, other than Polo Bear, are you gonna have somebody on the panel that's not Black? And that's not necessarily the way that they asked it. I just scrolled past their question, so I'm trying to get to at least one more. But I know that comes up quite a bit. Like, are you gonna have men that are not African American or Africans on the panel?
Yeah, I don't have that, no problem with that. It's just people got to reach out to me. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people different people from all different cultures and races and stuff that may watch the show but may not tap in. So all I can do is just suggest tap in, and then you know I can kind of see. But I got to kind of weed people out too, because I got a lot of people that just reach out to me and just trying to get an opportunity, and it's like I'm at the point where it has to make sense. So if it makes sense, I have no problem looking to pursue any opportunities. So if anybody's out there watching and you're of a different culture or race or something like that, and you can bring a nice balanced conversation, or I'm all with it.
Yeah,
you know, let's talk about it. Let's see what we can do.
Yeah. Looks like, and this will be my last question because I may be missing some, but you know, Mrs. 2 Cents asked, would you be willing to basically have a show where you answer the question, kind of what I'm doing to you now, kind of sort of, but it's from my own mind. It's not from the perspective of questions that you were asking other people tonight. But she's asking, would you consider doing a show where you answer questions that you would normally pose to panelists, but you don't normally get to answer because you're the moderator?
I guess you got to subscribe and see, man. You never know.
JR Uncut.
That's like one of them questions, man. You gotta subscribe, and you never know. You might see something, might be like, "What the fuck is going on here?" Shit, you might show up to like Lapeef Let's Talk, and it's none of us there.
Man,
you know, you might see.
Was that last Thursday show, bro? Man, that joint went like it went. It went like 12 hours. I was like, "What the is going on?"
Yeah,
you never
so
know what you're gonna get over here, man.
Yeah, but I do encourage people from other races and cultures and stuff, man. Tap in, man. Tap in. Like I want to be able to have a conversation, and I think that different perspectives are always great, man. They're always good to hear. We witnessed it tonight, you know, even though we're similar in color, it was just amazing to hear like the different perspectives. I definitely think you came in and you you know, kind of flipped the table over, and we went in a different direction, and it was great, man. It was great. So shout out to you. And shout out to all the green people in there too, man. All the members, man. I see y'all, man. I'm seeing more and more green. I see you, Michael, Jonathan. See Big Bad. Yeah, I see y'all in the chats. That's Michael.
Green, man. All right, bro. I ain't gonna hold you. I didn't work. No, it's more like I ain't gonna let you hold me, I guess, right? But man, you know how much love I got for you and how much I appreciate you, bro. And just it's crazy though, because King Talk, you know what's dope about King Talk? The women that we see over here, and they just so like, what are these guys talking about?
Mm-hmm.
I just think it's dope because you just like, bro, you ask the questions that people really be wanting to know, like, okay, what's they take on this, that, and the third, whoop-de-woo. And it's like, man, ain't no holes barred, man. We finna get to it. Like, let's talk about it then.
Yeah. It is what it is, man. Let's try to make a difference. I don't like to say New Year. I'm not the New Year type person. I like to try to say, let's make it happen right now. So to anybody and everybody, man, let's just make shit happen. Let's keep bringing this content. Let's grow. Let's learn from each other. You know, let's eliminate beef. You know, I'm about peace. Like, you'll never catch me beefing with nobody. I wish much success to everybody. And again, anybody that's been on the platform, you guys are very talented. I just want everybody to win, man. I just want everybody to win. I'm not greedy. I'm not better than anybody. You know, I know what I bring, to the network and to the whole YouTube space, and I'm comfortable and I'm looking to evolve. I am gonna grow. And I believe that I'm gonna just keep getting better. I'm gonna keep getting better, and it's because I want more. I'm hungry, and I'm just eager just to see how I can challenge myself. Like, all of this started because it was a challenge. I was challenging myself, man. Like, I put myself in the fire and I just burned. Shit, it is what it is. It's like you never really know what you can do in life until you actually just dive right into it, man. You can't be sitting there questioning, going in circles, and it's that whole regret. I don't want to sit here and be like, I should have done it, or I could have done this. I'm gonna do that shit now. I'm not waiting to the new year. If something crazy might happen tomorrow. And I'm not talking about strategies. I'm just saying, like, an idea. I'm not waiting to the new year. I'm gonna put that shit in effect right now. Seize the moment. If it's an opportunity there, you got to seize that moment. You can't wait. You can't look to see what the next person is doing on the side of you. You just got to do that shit, man. Just do it. Like, you never know who watching you. And I keep that in mind. I'm humble, man. I'm humble. And again, I'm not greedy. I'm just staying in my lane, man, and just keep cooking. You know, me and Anton talk about this shit all the time, about just keep cooking, man.
Now, y'all done drilled that into me, man. Y'all done drilled that into me, like, just focus on the cooking. So that's another thing that you bring up about being humble, man. You know, everybody, you know, trying to pull your coattail. How hard is it to get in touch with you, man? I didn't find it hard to get in touch with you at all, but other people may feel a different way. How hard is it to get in touch with you these days, bro?
It's not really hard, but what I can say is that sometimes, Instagram is probably the best way. Email, surprisingly, email. Every now and then I gotta go to my spam folder and I can see a bunch of emails, or I gotta um, go to the request and look and see because I get a lot of stuff in the request too, man. It's just reach out. I'm a regular person. I do respond. I do follow back sometimes. I don't follow everybody, but I do show some love. I just try to reach out and touch because I know as I keep growing and the more people that keep hitting me up, it's going to be harder to try to touch each and every last one of them. But just have patience with me, man, because I do a lot, and I may not be able to get to you like right away, but I'm trying to get through and talk with and speak with and help as many people as I can along my journey. I do believe in giving back and just being positive, man. I just want to be positive. I just want to be that guy that looked back that was pulling people up with me. That was teaching people like whatever it is that I know. I just want to be able to give it to y'all, man. And that's real, just how I am. Like my mom, she got a real big heart, and I think that's what that side of me. That's where I get that from. But all the rest of the shit that I went through, that's probably the way I am now, man. That whole surviving mode and keeping to myself and just working shit out, like less complaints. You gonna make it happen or not? What you gonna do? Sit there and whine about it all day? If it's a problem, fix it. If there's a way to do it, I'm gonna figure it out. That's one of the things my mama can tell you about me is that I always made a way to get what I want. I ain't never said no. Or if it's something that I want and I could talk to somebody about it, people hand me the phone all the time, me to try to like get them. I ain't got so many credit adjustments and shit taken off, and because I don't take no for an answer. And I'm not talking about it in a bad way, but it's just like, man, you're gonna have to talk to me. We're gonna have to figure it out. I'm gonna question your ass to death. You're gonna have to tell me, you have to make it make sense to me before I step down and say, all right, I need answers. I need them right now. We're gonna have to figure this shit out. I had a issue with a car, right? And I'm sitting there like, dude, like I know what the problem is. I know where I'm hearing the noise at, but I'm just gonna tell you I'm hearing the noise on the car because I want you to go figure that shit out. I'm not about to tell you where the noise is, and then you're gonna give me this, have me going around in circles and saying it's something that it ain't. I hear noise, I hear a thump. I don't know what it is. But then he tried to come back and play me and was like, oh yeah, it's probably coming from that tire. You need a wheel line. I said, look, dude, it's not coming from there. The noise coming from the front of the car. You talking about something on the tire on the rear of the car. But I shouldn't have to tell you how to do your damn job. You the fucking dealership. You tell me what the problem is. But now that I see you trying to play me for a fool, so this is what I got for you. Go back and check the car again. This is where it's coming from. It's not coming from there. It's coming from the front of the car. It is what it is.
Mother loving genius, man. I'm gonna save everything else I got for guerrilla warfare, man. I ain't gonna
You ain't gonna be able to talk to me for a little minute, man. I'm going hibernation mode. I'm just be working, man.
Man, you ain't going. We got broken dusties tomorrow. We got.
No, I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about these little interview questions and shit. Man.
Oh,
we're doing all this shit.
About that. I'll corner you again.
Yeah, I'm behind the scenes type of motherfucker. Silent assassin.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Well, appreciate you, really, man. Appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you more, fam. Salute, King.
Yeah, thanks for everything. Thank Black. What do you say, Black Vegeta? Prosperity and blessings to everyone in Lapeef Network. Absolutely, man. Let's just make it happen, y'all, man. And I want to thank you guys for tuning in and watching. And without you guys, Realistic Vibes, I see you. Miss Parker, back to the basics. I see you. I see you, Green. Just want to say thank you. Because without you guys, man, we would not be here. So I just want to say salute to y'all. All right, y'all. I'm out.